non-farm payrolls print on Friday. We probably won't get CPI this week anyways. I was reading a lot this morning on Bloomberg. They had a couple of people actually on the show, and then a couple of notes I was reading after the fact talking about back to a 3 handle. Even if we did get this CPI print this week, there's a pretty good chance, all indications anyways are pointing that we could be back to a 3 handle, which the market might not want to see anyway, so this could be actually a good thing.
Well, when you're growing at 3.8%, the GDP that is, Brendo, you're going to have some inflation come along with it, especially since we've been waiting for the tariff inflation to kick in, which still hadn't, guys. AMD is absolutely rocketing up. We'll get more on that as the rundown continues, but it really is a good deal with OpenAI. I think they're looking at about 6 gigawatts of AMD's GPUs. And it's going to be in the second half of 2026. Separately, Brendo, our very good friend Elon Musk taking to his social media platform X yesterday, giving us a couple of teasers. We don't really know what they are. It could be a Model 2. It could be a move into possibly the Roadster business, or even some eVTOLs people are questioning with Archer or Joby. So lots to talk about there. And then UiPath, a nice move up on the back of last week's news, up 12% here in the pre-market.
Elon being Elon, he never gives much away.
No.
He teases it well.
I kind of like the cryptic
he never
message.
Gives much away. The tech reviewer, MKBHD, canceled his Roadster order.
I heard about that. Well,
breaking news.
He said he had 2.
Yeah.
One he actually paid $50,000 for, and that $50,000 obviously sat dormant for a couple of years. Yeah. And then the other one, I think he schlepped to $500 or something.
Maybe we're ever going to see it. Who knows? Latest comment here from Lisa Su, AMD CEO, saying under the OpenAI deal to take stake in AMD, also directly tied to increasing AMD stock price milestones, with the final tranche vesting at a price of $600 per share. So there's a mix of warrants and also a ton of stock as well involved in this deal. But the market clearly liking this. A ton of volume behind this already. We're already back to highs here once again in the pre-market. Every time I look away and then come back to the chart. Day highs here for AMD, finally joining the OpenAI party. We'll touch more on this coming up. I mean, big week in general anyways, as far as the market is concerned. Again, will we or won't we get inflation data coming up over the next couple of days? In fact, we're supposed to. That's all going to depend on this government shutdown that continues. Neil with the day off today. Obi's in. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, what a crazy morning. We used to call it advanced money destroyer. It's looking like advancst money duplicator right now. That's what it's looking like.
Yeah. We got to come up with more things than that. We got to get another one. It's definitely
easy, man.
Definitely off on a races. But hey, man, this is what we're talking about for being forever long. I mean, this is the market. You and I talk about this all the time, and it's you never know the stories that are around the corner, especially with these big, huge, multi-billion-dollar deals, trillion-dollar deals, like taking 10% stake possible in the company. I mean, it's huge, and it just keeps on going on. I think it's getting a little bubblicious, it seems like to me right now, with all these companies just sort of piling into this space. But hey, can revenues and can profits eventually be realized from this AI surge? I mean, I'm guessing yes. The other side of the coin right here today is Nvidia is making $100 billion purchases and agreements and all this kind of stuff with OpenAI as well. And they're getting to the downside right now, down 1.3% on that AMD news. So, I guess if AMD and OpenAI are going to team up, that's going to be less demand here maybe for Nvidia chips, but the lineups apparently are still out the door for everything AI and chip related. So, as we see in this marketplace, Marvell, I mean, it's just like I was saying, it's all picks and shovels, baby, and Marvell up another 2.5% as well as that continues to go. You've got names like Broadcom. There's all, we're going to go over AMD. I mean, obviously that's going to be the big story of the day, but you have the other there's 3 major players, right? There's Nvidia, AMD, and Broadcom, and right now the other 2 are down, and AMD is, as we had just said here, I just pushed on my caps lock, is approaching all-time highs. Up in that 227-ish area. So we're going to wait to see, Obi. When I was driving in today, we were talking, I was thinking $200, it was holding, and I was like, okay, this is a pretty decent level. By the time I finally sit down in my chair, you're telling, you were here before me, and you're just like, oh my God, dude, AMD's now up 30+% and ripping. And there it goes, now up 35%. So yeah, we've got Obi in the jungle today.
I walked in the building. The first thing I told Sharif was like, yo, AMD 200.
Yeah.
$20 later. $20 later.
Oh, yeah.
It's at 220.
I know. Yeah. Did you punch
How crazy? No, I did not.
No, it's a tough one. These are tough trades, I think, especially in the pre-market when
because it was already up. Like I'm trying to like just dabble in the short a little bit here right now in the pre-market, and I don't think this is not the best right now. Just
yeah. Well, I was just thinking, what about just breaking the top right there?
Action. Yeah, there it is. That's what I'm saying. I saw it coming. I'm like, all right, I got to jump out of this one. This is clearly not gonna have me. Not gonna have the shorts.
Did you just have the short?
Yeah. So I shorted it like once already before.
Like it just popped 225.
Once already, 220s. That was nice. 220s. The first push of 220s, 223s was a high. Pulled back in. I was like, all right, if we pull back, maybe take a breather back down to 210s. That's a prior high there. But yeah, 218 halves held.
I'm catching really a short in this at some point today.
And funny enough, that 200, man, there was a 203.50 ARCA buyer that would not let go. I'm like, okay, we'll see what this guy does. I get up to go to the bathroom. I come back. This thing is pushing 210s, and I'm like, all right, well.
You and Neil have a lot in common. Both of you get up for bathrooms and miss like the best trades of the day. It seems like that always happens to my best friend.
You know, this is the kind of market where honestly, like, I feel like if you leave your desk, like the probability of missing something is so high.
Oh, I might leave my desk every day for an hour and a half. In the middle of the day, I come back, and yeah, you're right. Like sometimes either I'll have a small little trade on, or I'll come back and it's like, oh my God, Tesla's now $10 in the money or something. Like when they start to run, they start to run, and we're doing that right now with AMD. My question mark is, how in the hell is AMD going to pay for all of this? They're not even making money, or they're barely making any money whatsoever with this ChatGPT program. Sure, it's the most downloaded, most used application potentially of all time, I believe. At least started out as. And they're not able to monetize this. So I guess as long as the investors are lined up giving all this money, then they can put it all to work. I don't know, a little nervous about everything here. But I'm positive about AMD. I think it's a great run there that's happened. What happened to the bananas?
They're green.
Oh, they're green. Okay, the peaches have been
Thank you very much.
lately. All right. You know what I mean? They don't have the right color. Like this peach is just all.
Looks a little.
At least yours got a little color.
Faded. Yeah.
Faded. Yeah.
It's a little faded.
I'd chuck it that way, but I don't want to hit anything. No, we're not going to chuck food. We're not going to chuck food. Ooh. That could be good. Peaches, I like peaches, man. Peaches for me, peaches for you. You ever heard that song, Presidents of the United States of America, Peaches? No. Millions of peaches, peaches for free. You never heard that song?
What's that? Peaches down in Georgia.
Oh, Bieber.
Yes,
yeah.
That's the Peaches.
Yeah, Bieber is, I like Bieber, man. He's legit. That song, Daisies, is pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, lots to happen here. I'm not going to sit down and talk negatively about the space, but I am worried for sure. I think as we all need to be probably
frothy.
About, how much froth there is in this space. We just touched 225, we're down $3.
Get it.
Obi, we might have. I want a backside short, just like I think you probably do.
I'm getting ready for a little 35. I mean, here's the thing. The news is great. I think it's amazing. I definitely like the long. The long is working out well. Intraday overextension, yeah, a little bit. But you know what? I'm open to anything, to be honest. The reversion on Nvidia was
open to AI.
Beautiful. I am definitely open to AI, Sean. That was a good one.
OpenAI.
That was a great one.
What are you thinking about? I mean, I was trying to catch a long in Nvidia actually at some point. Were you thinking of shorting it with a
No. So the long on Nvidia was what I was thinking of. Again, like being like, okay, it's sold off. It's selling off into some prior levels here. I wasn't really watching it as closely as some of the AMD here earlier. So this was pure squeeze. Like that 210 push was so squeezy, and I was just like, oh boy, all right, we're starting to squeeze, and that's what gave me a little bit of conviction on the first back through of 220. I'm like, all right, if this is really squeeze, when that buying pressure starts to dissipate, do we really start to kind of fall apart? And the answer so far has been no. So,
Here comes right back to 223 right now.
Yeah, exactly. So the strength is definitely there. We're coming into what? It's still 8:40, right? We still got about just under an hour before the market opens.
We want people to start here. You know what? Let's start. Thank you, Randy. Randy, what a weekend for those Blue Jays, man. 23 runs, and that Trey is savage. I was at Magna Center, man. I was in Newmarket. Nice spot there over the weekend. We drew 1-1 against the Central York Panthers. But yeah, what a good.
Savage.
I didn't see either game, but apparently that dome was electric, boy.
Unreal.
When he hit that.
I saw part of one game. I was just sitting. It was just like. Toronto was winning like 7-1 against New York. I think.
Yeah. So they were. It was a huge 23 runs in 2 games.
Crazy.
And then now we got Bieber, who's comfortable playing in New York. So, but they rode on. Like, I think their pitching is a little bit better, but our bats are starting to heat up. I was yelling at Vladdy this whole time the last 2 weeks, and look what happened, man. This guy stepped up. That grand slam, his very first at bat of the playoffs, home run. Incredible, man. I mean, now he's 6 for 9 this year. The Savage is going crazy.
We need a broom animation.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't think this series is. I think the series is far from over.
No, I don't.
You're calling sweep. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Big call.
Yankee fans, there's a hell of a lot of people from New York watching this, so I'm going to reserve that opinion for later potentially on. But I'm going to do this right now just to get you guys going a little bit here early. I'm going to refresh this. So this is our stock visualizer, optimizer. What you got to do is you just got to put in here right now, and you got to put in like BBAI. And then when you put in BBAI, it'll float into here somewhere. There it is right there. And now we will start to. Is that MSTR's new logo? What is that? Anyways, all these logos, PayPal, A69. So now we'll start to get all these all populated here, and it'll include what we're up today, what we're down today. SOPA up, Rigetti's what? Are these the numbers from, how much is Rigetti up today? RGTI. Yeah, okay. So it's still taking, woo. All right, so these numbers that we're taking in right here, we're gonna look at this once the market opens up. They're not, I was like, is Rigetti's up, not up another 30% today? No, Rigetti's actually down. So, okay, so get that going. Obi and I will review the stock visualizer, obviously, as the day goes on and as the morning goes on to try to figure out what stocks are hot and not, in your opinion, because I've already asked here on Twitter, and I was like, okay, we have a huge deal. I'm gonna refresh this. We have a huge deal in the space here today with AMD and OpenAI. What are we looking at right now? So get over also into this fun, and we'll start joining. I just put it out there on Twitter. So, let me know what stocks you guys are thinking about here today on that post there as well. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. Any names other than AMD that caught your eye straight away?
AMD and Nvidia for sure, and ones I don't want to miss out on, and I want to keep an eye out on as well. From the end of day last week, were both Ford and GM. We saw some crazy bids come in, and they held prices, and they're holding those same.
Ford's up this morning, I believe.
Ford's gapping up a little bit. It's holding structure above its after hours highs as of right now. So for both Ford and GM, I'm going to be looking. If that bid is still going to be there, I do want to look for a potential continuation on either of those names. So I like that. I'm making sure I'm keeping eyes on that, not getting too distracted from advanced money duplicator over here. And 185s on Nvidia. That's all the way back down to prices from last week on Friday as well, I think. So going to be watching for the Nvidia bid. We see that Nvidia, whenever it pulls back for a couple of days, there's always a little bit of a bid that just shows up and kind of puts us back in towards that upper end of the price
echelon.
Action, upper echelon of price action
upper echelon
that it's been holding. So those are the names that I have on watch. Palantir as well from last week.
I'm just checking to see if I have any AMD shares. Yeah. Like honestly, you're short now. Okay, look at this.
I mean,
guy.
I'm trying to short.
All right, one guy that knows a little bit of something about price action, or at least he pretends he does, and he's been pretty good at it so far. So let's go over to one of our favorite guests and one of our original, providers of content to the show, and great ideas, easy to ask questions to. You can go find this guy all over social media as well. Let's go back over the desk. It's Michael Noss and Brendo.
Heyo.
Let's get Michael Noss' thoughts here to kick off a brand new week, and we're going to talk about, and I love this idea, Mr. Noss. Happy Monday. The top. Monday. A lot of people have been pointing to, it feels like we should be running into some sort of resistance at some point. I think a good point to make going into this is the simple fact that we're not there yet, and there doesn't have to be a top. We can just kind of float and float and float for the foreseeable future here. But if you go back in time, talked about a little bit anyways about what has happened in the past when we get to that toppy area.
Yeah, and I think this is important because, I hear all the time, and myself included, hopefully you've got a lot of investments on the go and they're working out fantastically. So our nervousness gets from what does this bear market look like to, where's the top? When do I have to sell it? And that's our job, I think, as traders and investors. Is we have to understand that we're probably going to give some back when there's that next kind of bear market and things pull back, but the job is as little as possible. So I think the easiest way to do that, and what I've kind of prepared for you guys today, is just go back and say, okay, let's go back. I went and I grabbed all of the major tops before bear markets from the year 2000, and let's just take a look at what they looked like. And, there's a whole theme to this that I'll get to at the end. But so this is the year 2000. This is right before the dot-com bubble where the markets went down, 50+% in a period of time. This is the S&P 500. If you look at the NASDAQ, it's obviously going to be even way worse than this. But the top is always going to be in these charts, these purple shaded area. And you can see with this one, right, we break down, we come back to try to reclaim that, we fail that, and then we finally start the downtrend and the decline. So then quickly over to the next one, which funny enough happens at the exact same area for those who I guess haven't been around, aren't as old as me, remember the 2008 where we came up to the old 2000 highs and then we flirted around for, you can see, almost 6 months plus, almost probably a year, and then we break down, and then we come back to try to retest that, and then we have a 57% decline on the S&P 500 because there's a lot of finance in the S&P 500. Next one here is going to be 2020, right? So this is the COVID, geez, how did I forget that? But you can see COVID being probably the fastest bear market in history and the fastest bear market that I've ever seen. We had this massive decline that happened really, really fast. But before then, you can see it just didn't happen all at once. You didn't hit a new all-time high and then completely fall apart. You had support areas that got broken. You've got early warning signs. You got big candles to the downside. Next one here is going to be 2022, 2023, call this the Russia-Ukraine or, increasing in rates or inflation or whatever it was. And again, we kind of see the same pattern. We get up to, and then we break down from a support area. This time twice we come back to try to break it, and we fail both times. And then a 27% decline. Last but not least is the one from this year. So April, it seems like forever ago. But the same kind of pattern. You had the initial sell-off. It tries to come back and retake, and then it fails, and then you have the fast decline. So the main takeaway I want to give to everyone here is an old Wall Street saying where bottoms are an event, which you can see on this chart. Usually you have an event that causes a bottom, but then tops are a process. And what that saying essentially just means is that it takes a period of time, and actually a long period of time, generally speaking, to churn through the top. At the top of the market is generally when you have the best looking news and everything looks phenomenal. And there is always an absolute top. You can always look back and say, okay, that candle was the top. But in none of these cases did we make a new all-time high and then just completely fall down like 50% without warning. They start with a little decline. They start with, trying to retake that old high and failing. And then there's some kind of rollover event after that. So that's just the main takeaway I wanted to give, is that, yes, there will be a top to this at some point. But I think going back in time and studying all of these tops beforehand just tell us that it's not a day that we have to worry about that's going to take back all of our profits and turn into a bear market. It will be a process. You'll see support start to break. You'll see rallies stop getting to new highs, things like that. So you'll have some, generally in the past anyway, you'll have some amount of warning to take place when it's actually time to kind of move to the sidelines.
The interesting aspect of that as well, every single one of those you mentioned came along with a thing, going all the way back to 2000, 2001, all the way through to this year, as you mentioned, with the tariff tantrum that the market had going back to April. So if we can tie it to a thing or an event or some sort of macro-related type of issue that the market needs to digest, it's almost worth just keeping an eye out for anything that seems kind of bubbling under the surface and might come to the surface at some point and maybe starting to take a little bit off if you feel like that time could be coming.
Yeah, and it's not only a thing, but it's the thing that no one expects, right? And I always try to look at that where if everyone looks and says, this is the thing, right? Quantum computers have gotten too overheated or something. It's generally not the thing that brings us down. During 2008, the beginning of it anyway, no one really was paying attention to these collateralized mortgage securities and all of this weird stuff, right? COVID just kind of came out of left field. I remember leading up to Liberation Liberation Day, everyone was, I don't think there's anyone that was expecting tariffs as wide as they were. So yeah, it's not only an event that also comes with the down of the bear market, but yeah, it's some event that nobody sees coming. So that's why I think it definitely makes sense to kind of keep your eyes out for what are people not talking about? What are the numbers that no one really seems to be looking at? And then wait for price action to confirm, because there'll always be things that kind of point to bear markets that never end up becoming a thing.
And more so on the other side of that as well, maybe not the time to, start chasing things that are a little bit, more extended than others as well.
Yeah, and if you look at all of those charts, it preceded chop. And to be honest, I think that choppy action for us active traders is actually more of a big deal, because you're right, people will start chasing breakouts and chasing new highs and doing things like that. Whereas the only way to survive these choppy markets whenever we get into one is usually, buying dips and selling rips and staying active and, like on this show and day trading and doing, shorter term things. And then when the bear market really starts, well, at least you're not the guy who kind of chased that all-time highs. You were waiting for pullback. So your exit should be closer to your entry anyway.
If you zoom in a little bit, maybe at the group level, sector level, individual stock level, not one-to-one, but it would be interesting to, apply the same sort of theory. So if you have something in your portfolio that might be a little bit overdone, per se, in Nvidia or something along those lines, if it starts looking along the same lengths and the same lines, maybe that's the one that you go to first.
Well, and if you look at those tops of the bull markets, that makes perfect sense. You had the dot-com bubble. You would have had internet stocks that you were up huge on. So paring some of that down made sense. And then when you have this particular pullback, it's usually one sector that starts it. And there's only a couple sectors that are big enough to matter. And that's, healthcare, finance, right now, semiconductors, not to disparage the quantum computers, but these could all go to zero tomorrow and it wouldn't affect the S&P 500 like 1%. So yeah, pay attention to the big sectors that you're in that maybe you're a little bit overweight on, because one of those, we don't know what, but one of those will likely start to decline. And it'd be good to be pairing some of that out on the way up.
As long as we continue to not get any economic data from the government that's on vacation, everything's fine. Michael Knotts, back with us after the close tonight. Good to see you.
I'll talk to you then. I guess no news is good news until then.
Now, what the heck? I was just looking at Rigetti over there, thinking about going long, and now we're going to zero on these things?
Oh, boy.
No, Michael didn't call that, but good points over there again. As we keep on looking at these markets, and it's a little bit of euphoric, right? When you look at some names like an AMD, and like the names like the way that quantum has moved, and we had talked about this. Like, I've been raising cash, and it has not been a good decision. I mean, the market continues to go higher. Like we got out of some some Intel. We got out of some Palantir, although seems to be a good decision. And I think that's what you have to do. You have to do exactly what Michael said there. See if there's some names that are maybe potentially frothy or exuberant and have maybe gotten a little carried away. And I don't want to say that Rigetti or the whole quantum space is completely falling apart or anything like that. But there are some, areas of, excitement that continue to be in the market, including like another move up another 4% today. And the thing about what I'm thinking about with as far as SMR is concerned and Oklo and some of these nuclear names here is that if this AI theme continues to play out, which it seems like it's going to at least into the end of the year, right? Then yeah, all this power generation is going to have to come from somewhere. And we know that nuclear names continue to be really hot. I mean, I think that you might want to just go into, and this is a play that Neil had as part of his year idea, and that's GE Vernova. And what a bang up trade this has been, although it's not right now catching as much wind as I thought it would back into these areas. So this is a play that I really like, GE Vernova, thinking that this could also create some nice little tailwinds for itself into the space, including, racks, powering of server racks and just everything that they're involved with over there on the power side. So I do like GE Vernova, and I really today like Tesla as well. Getting back to the upside. So there's a couple of different ideas that we have. AMD only 34 million shares so far traded there today. I see Obi's got a little bit of a short on, but
yeah, I'm staring this thing down, man.
Anything we want to talk about before we go over to Joe, or?
No,
you're just looking at AMD. So I think both of us are looking for the AMD backside trade. For what I was telling Obi, and I know he's taking a couple shots at this, but obviously we're not risking too much capital here in the pre-market, I would assume. I don't want to speak for you, but the other thing, well, even though I just did, the other thing, and I have no idea how many shares you're using, so. But at the end of the day, I was going to say I could see, which is what I mentioned Obi, because I know he's short, I could see us kind of blowing out the top maybe a little bit of AMD if it happens. Just had so much excitement right off the open, then people start exercising their options. And you had a story that there's a friend of ours that did have an AMD option that he closed on Friday. Wasn't it Friday expiration, or
No, it was
longer dated. Okay, so and there's going to be other traders that have held on to those and then realize they wake up today and it's like, wow, I was holding on AMD just for the ride, and now I get like the ride of a lifetime potentially. So
like if you had like almost $80 worth of premium from Friday to right now.
I mean, you're up 35% on $1 billion. Like, this is $1 trillion. It's not $1 trillion company, but one of these mega cap names that continues to go higher. The options, it's like on that day when Oracle reported, no one thought that their implied move was like 6% on earnings, and they were up 40-something%. So when you get options plays like this, and we're going to go to Joe in a second. I don't know if he's talking about options, but we do have upgrades and downgrades. I think that's a big piece of the puzzle today in the space, are options, because Nvidia, any calls on there, you're down 2 or 3%. Same thing on Broadcom, but the winner today is AMD. All right, Joe, let's go.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Hamster One, and good morning, Adam. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Let's get it started. Let's get rocking and rolling here, guys. We'll take a look at the upgrades and some of the downgrades. At the top of the list this morning, we have Johnson & Johnson getting that price target raised by Sanford Seed & Bernstein to $193. We're also getting a nod from Jefferies Financials, with Ford getting that price target raised to $12. Now, Affirm also on that list as well, too, guys. Price target raised to $101. Now, Micron Technology by Morgan Stanley up nice today. So following some of the chip names, 5.86%, getting that price target raised to $220. Now, guys, on the downgrade side, we have Dollar Tree getting it lowered to $100 by Sanford C. Bernstein. It's actually going from a neutral weight to underperform as well, to Boston Beer. So shout out to Samuel Adams there, getting that lowered to $235 by Citigroup, and American Express as well, too, guys, getting that price target lowered and the downgrade going from neutral to underperform. So 336 is that specific target. And then Abercrombie and Fitch by JP Morgan getting it lowered to 103. Now, let's take a look at some of the options activity. All right, we had Bitcoin tapping into 125,000 over the weekend. So let's take a look at this week's expiration cycle. Yes, a big bang to that one. Another one. We'll throw another one on that one for sure. That was fun. Hey, on the birthday, we'll take that for sure, 125,000. I was talking with Sharif. Anyways, enough of that. Open interest sitting around 39,500, volume 38,200 at that specific $70 strike price. Let's see if we can surpass that. There is some open interest around that $72 strike price. We won't be able to see it displayed right now, but we'll just take a double look to see what our delta is around 72, and that is not being displayed either. So we'll have to be a little bit more patient on that. One thing that I do want to be able to, hopefully, to display, if not, we'll have to wait until the midday, is what's going on with AMD. There is some data, so I'll pull that up momentarily, but the IWM coming up on the scanner as well, too, guys, with 14,000 contracts still currently open at that 249 strike price, and that's going to be expiring this week once again. SoFi hitting the list as well, guys. Volume on that 26 strike is going to be 16,900, and some relative open interest laying there. Now, let's head over to the AMD here and see if we see anything in particular. I mean, this is where we're trading at the money. Is absolutely insane right now. We're not going to get any data, but I mean, that's going to be the at the money delta. So you're going to see that around 0.6, 0.5, anywhere around that realm. And then wait until the open, and then you're going to see the open interest and that volume really start to kick in on this name, especially if it, like Katina Man said this morning, okay, there we go. So we're starting to get a little bit of data as we're rolling along here. At that 185 strike price, you got 22,900 currently open, and that's going to be next week's expiration cycle. Now watch for these numbers to continue to grow, and then the volume's most definitely going to be stepping in on this name, considering we've already put in a lot of shares this morning, guys. Go Jays, go.
Yes. And a big happy belated birthday to my guy over there. So yeah, what a great present everybody got there on Sunday. So wow.
Yeah, it hit my alert and I was like, oh boy, it's let's go. And it was I think it was Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Yeah.
If I'm correct, yeah, I think it was early Saturday morning, something like that. I saw early Sunday morning.
Yeah, I was going to say because I had checked my account. It was yesterday afternoon or something, and it wasn't like my account wasn't at all-time highs. So I was like, what the heck? And then I noticed that it was basically Bitcoin. Like Solana didn't get back to that 250 yet, and Ripple, but I think it was pretty much a Bitcoin move higher right there. Dogecoin started to go. Yep. Did you ever average into that, or you're just holding that?
I'm just holding that.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, I have a sub 10 penny entry.
Right, I know. Yeah, you have a great entry. I just didn't know because it got back down to like 13 or 14 again or something.
Yeah, I mean.
And okay,
I should maybe look into maybe, but I don't know.
No. Yeah, hey man, it's all good. I meant to ask you last week and forgot. So
that was just a buy and hold for me.
Yeah. I mean, I think you know what? I think that's the thing about crypto. I mean, we continue to talk positively about it. I mean, we've always, I feel like, been really positive about the future look of Bitcoin, right? And I think that, to your point about holding it, I think that's what's a lot of what the creation here has happened is we get this dip down and then we realize that it held these levels and people bought instead of sold. And I mean, when that wound up happening, then yeah, you did have this upside move and coil that with the government shutdown, which right now, I haven't looked at the Kalshi market yet, but it's right here. So let's do it now. Yeah, wow, okay, I wish I didn't. 21 days
20 days now
is what we're going at. We started this, we had that fun little, this was a few days ago because when it first started, it was at 10, remember? And we had that bet. It was about 11.2 days, and we had it on the chat. And it was almost 50-50 that people thought over under 10 days. Well, now you're at double that. And of course, I think we're in day, I mean, if you include the weekend, when did we shut down? Was it last Monday or so? I think maybe potentially, or Tuesday. So you're like in day 6 or 7, I would think right now of this. So, we've already, that's more like 14 days if you're going to take those days off. But yeah, it's not looking good, man. And not only that, the yes is a higher bet right now. So the odds are that it's 65%. This is how you kind of have to look at this. You got to bet 65 cents to get $1. So it's about 65% chance right there of this making a move higher through 21 days, right? So if they don't get anything settled today, then that yes is going to win, I guess, and it just keeps resetting. But yeah, what a move there for Bitcoin, which makes perfect sense in my opinion. I'm going to assume, and I'm going to throw it back to the desk because we got to go over our watch list. Oh, yeah. Make sure you do get the watch list. I do have one more little small promotion thing to tell you. So gold right there is up 1.25%. Look, these two. I mean, perfect pair, right? Match made in heaven. Okay, so got to hit the like button on that too. I got to refresh to see this. But you're just going to hit join right here. And this is the thing about it. Right now, you get this morning research note that is provided by the biggest guy here, Sharif, who's done much work on all of this. So you get all of this come right into your inbox. Right now, we know that we've had Nimrod and we've had a few other gifted memberships, but you can grab this, man, for pennies a day. You get the morning research note, and it's what Sharif goes over on the midday. We're going to be using that a lot more throughout the show as we go. So it's the in-depth detail there. They probably have a better PDF up there of it, but it gives you the trade ideas in there, the key support levels, what this means for the stock, what it means for both sides of the story, and just different categories all broken down for you. So it's. Again, Sharif's not writing it word for word, but it's generated. It's AI helped us out with all of that. Sharif writes down the ideas. It spits them all out, man. The key levels are right there as well. So you can play off your charts with it. And like I said, man, it's $5-6 a month. That's crazy. That is just, it's a link, it's a PDF. So that price goes to help with the cost of it. So definitely, I mean, unless you lower your billing rate, I don't think we're making any money on anything like this around here right now. So we want to thank Obi for coming in again. For Neil, as we'll have a couple different hosts this week.
I didn't even know I was going to be on today. It just happenstance.
Yeah, lucky guy. That's what I'm saying, man. Lower this rate, man. We're giving you
a little bit of luck.
Maybe you're too cheap. That's why we keep on calling you. Maybe you got to up the rate.
All I know is it doesn't matter. Like, I'm price ignorant, but I will provide the liquidity.
Okay, so then, unfortunately, Obi, you are taking a price cut. But we're not downgrading you. Though. It's not a downgrade.
Hey man, I gotta at least battle inflation. It's gotta be 8% a year at least.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, it's coming up.
We talk about inflation. I'm telling you, it's costing me more money to buy the same stocks that I like.
Obi,
dude,
listen,
AMD was 160 yesterday.
I don't know why
it's going to cost me $2 bills to buy some today.
Yeah, but the other idea is if you just listened to me in the beginning, you'd be long everything anyway, and money wouldn't even be a problem. But at the end of the day, no one ever listens to me. Shout out to my wife. All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what the big guys are up to.
67.84, guys. That's where we closed out on Friday on the ES December contract. We already cleared that level, of course, I'm sure, as you can imagine, moving up almost into that 6,800 point area, obviously as a result of the AMD news and the AI tailwind. So 67.94 is the overnight high. So we're going to use 6,800, nice round number, Brendo, as resistance. If we sell off for whatever reason, we have the overnight low, 67.67 as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, grab the free watch list as well. Down in the description of this video, top link will get you to the sign up page. All you need is your email address, and then that comes right to your inbox as well. We're going to find a way to, in the future, maybe put out all of this into one basket for everyone. So in the meantime, grab that. It's free. Real quick, couple things. Chart on the right is Verizon. That's a weekly chart of Verizon. Former PayPal CEO Dan Schulman, not the Blue Jays play-by-play announcer, but former PayPal CEO Dan Schulman taking over Verizon as of about 20 minutes ago. Stock did absolutely nothing, never does. Friends over at Silo Pharma with this announcement this morning as well. SILO, this was a couple weeks ago. You remember we talked about this briefly. The latest to go down the Treasury laneway, I guess, for little small caps. Anyways, they picked up Research Hub's native token, which is was co-founded by Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong. So the company investing in DeSci blockchain innovation with the purchase of Research Hub, a decentralized science platform co-founded by Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong. So have a look at SILO, and we'll jump into everything else we need to talk about here this morning. I mean, there's a ton to really look at. We can go really anyway here this morning, I guess. AMD is top of mind, I guess, for most people at this point. This is all-time highs, which is 227.30. It's tough to see there on the weekly chart, but we're at 224 and change right now for AMD.
Yeah, we're knocking on the door of taking out all-time highs, Brendo. Feels like maybe by the end of the week, if not by the end of the day, that may happen. And here's why, guys. So OpenAI and AMD have inked a multi-year deal, which could give OpenAI about a 10% stake in the microchip maker AMD. The agreement includes 6 gigawatts of AMD Instinct GPUs deployed across multiple generations of hardware. It's going to start out with a 1 gigawatt rollout in the second half, Brendo, of 2026. So we're not going to immediately see the products of this. In addition to the 10% ownership stake, AMD issued warrants for about 160 million shares. Vesting is going to be based on the deployment milestones as well as the share price performance. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. But the deal is worth billions. It positions AMD, obviously, as a core strategic supplier for OpenAI. Prior to this, we had already seen the agreement between OpenAI and Nvidia. This helps OpenAI diversify its GPU game with AMD as a helping partner. The tie-up comes just 2 weeks after, of course, that $100 billion equity and supply pack with Nvidia. And let's warn, though, the sector is facing systemic strain if any major player falters in the capital cycle. Computer supply, we're talking about that circularity of the nature of the AI game with, for example, Nvidia investing $100 billion into Nvidia investing $100 billion in OpenAI, selling them the GPUs, which they take to buy the GPUs back from Nvidia, as well as spend on Oracle. So if one of these many players in the circular system, Brendo, falters, it could have repercussions.
And this is what you and I were just talking about off camera there a little bit, from the standpoint of when does this become too much?
Exactly.
Of connect the dots and continue to connect the dots, or there's going to be a problem, guys.
Yeah, no, AMD absolutely crazy, man. I'm just I saw the deal show up like with the news on my phone on the way in this morning, and I was like, oh my god, I knew right away that AMD is probably blasting, and Nvidia is probably taking a little bit of a breather as well. And oh boy, that's when I came in and I was like, yo, Sharif, you seen AMD 200s. And then since then, we've projected a little bit higher as well. 225.36 is current highs. So let's just go define some levels for today. Again, one of the top ideas I would say on my list. I did already kind of dabble in a little bit of the shorts. Not really working, holding and sustaining really well. So something, some tape information that I want to point out, because I was sitting here and watching this since around this consolidation. There was a 203 half ARCA buyer that would not let go and kind of step this thing up a little bit. We got that breakout, then 222s right now, while we were talking, 222s reserve like crazy, and then Buddy steps up on the 223. So Buddy. But basically what I'm saying is that the buying sentiment is definitely there. We're seeing aggressive buyers on the tape, and we're seeing price action hold with decent volume as well. So with that, let's just go back to a higher time frame. Weekly, the 227s are all-time highs here. So 227.30s, we're just pretty much right there. So yeah, are we poised to push a little bit higher? I think that's well within range. But here's the thing, 227.30s highs. Let's just define some pre-market levels in case we take a little bit of a pullback. So right away, I just want to point out some support and resistances right here. I already have my anchored VWAP set in here. So one from off of the event, and then one from this breakout. Look at this volume increase of the breakout of that high. I pinned one to there so we can see anybody and everybody who's chasing this long. We heard Michael Noss talk about people who like to chase the longs. I love that as well, but I want to watch where that average participant is sitting as well. So that's that anchored coming in. So that's the high right there, and then maybe take this little pullback, and there you go. We got some pre-market support and resistances here, 225s, 218s, 211s, and 196s all the way down here. So those are some of the prices I'll be watching. Maybe we push that 227 today, and finally we get that 230. So I'm going to probably change the name today from, I've said this a couple times already, from Advanced Money Destroyer,
we need a new one, not
to Advanced Money.
No, we need
not
new
duplicator.
No, because you already used duplicator. We've used duplicator and destroyer. So I want to get an OB original.
All right.
I want to get an OB, so I want to task you to that right now. So just quickly, I agree with everything OB was saying. Just let's not forget about some of these other names, man. Taiwan Semi just continues to produce all these chips. Their hands are in all of this right now, and there it goes. TSM today up, breaking through $300. So a big time look here for TSM. I mean, unbelievable rally in this name. Year to date, I don't even really want to talk about what this is, but this is $104 on January the 1st. So you're triple. I wish I had gotten this one, Sharif, to be honest with you. But right there, $100 up to $300 right now. A triple this year alone for TSM. So let's giddy up on that one. And then, yeah, for me on AMD, look, it's on the sticky note right now. It's now out. I just said wait for a blow off top, basically. That all-time high, as the boys keep saying, in and around that 227.30 marker. I think that probably gets hit and maybe gets taken out. And then I was saying it, and we got a perfect super chat right now, so I do want to thank Ryan for this one. $50. I'll give you my opinion right now. He's just saying that these new AMD chips are are faster and cheaper than Nvidia. I don't know about that faster part, but maybe. I don't know the specs. If AMD have 25%, don't worry about this all if and all that stuff. It's just, this is the key thing right here. On Friday, you bought 25 calls, $75 strike. What? For AMD? $75 strike? Okay, well, that's going way up there. For $250, $175 strike. You must have said, must have meant, obviously. Expired for $250 per option. Sean and Joe. Joe's just coming back now, so he's going to take this question when he sees it in the chat. It's a big super chat, Joe, about options. So right there, how much would you take off market open? So I would just say if you have 25 calls and you're that much in the money, for me, again, and we're at highs right now. So to say to take it off immediately off the open, I would take off like 5 contracts, get that 20% out, watch to see what winds up. That 5 contracts right there will get out your cost basis, I would imagine, at least. Then you're rolling 20 for free. Your expiry is not till the 17th of October. So, I mean, if the story sticks and the market likes it, this could be 250 at least by the time those options expire. So for me, I always like taking some out, and we talk about that all the time. I got excited and real horned up.
227s. This is all-time highs. We are 30 pennies away from all-time highs right now. And here we go. There we go. All-time highs, 34s. We just printed.
But I think the thing is that you, just like me and you had talked about, you had taken some shots short.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering that if there's a bigger trader than us, like like a mutual a hedge fund or some sort of an I don't know, a sell side wants to wind up taking this short, it could push it down a couple bucks. So I was going to say, like, Ryan, depending on how price sensitive you are, I think you're going to have a monster winner for a while here. But I could see it. Like, there it goes. It rings top side, and now it's down $2. So we just went up and down $2 in 5 to 10 seconds there. So I would, just be really weary. And Joe's answering your question, I believe, as we speak. So let's go back over the desk. Thank you again for all the super chats. We're getting a little bit low on time here, but Bitcoin, Tesla, Nvidia, and UiPath, all big stories today. Let's go get number 2 of 5 with Bitcoin.
So Sharif wasn't wrong. We did get to 125 on Bitcoin. It just happened to be on Joe's birthday, not on your birthday.
But remember, I need the mathematical odds of what are the odds of that happening. We make an exact price. We say on the exact date, and it ended up hitting 125 on his birthday. I need to know the odds. Mathematicians in the chat, I need to find out what this is crazy. Should we talk about though
you
this?
weren't wrong.
No, I wasn't wrong. I was off by 6 months, but yeah. So leading cryptocurrencies, guys, rallied in October, of course, with BTC leading the way, climbing above 125,000. Yes, that is a new all-time high. With the total crypto market capitalization now coming, guys, a little bit more than 4.2 trillion. Bitcoin's 24-hour trading volume hit 76 billion. The highest has been in month, and BTC continues to dominate the inflows, 58.5%, signaling concentrated capital inflows. Also, short liquidations were an issue as well. $427 million over the past day. In the last 24 hours, the crypto fear and greed index, Brendo, is now showing greedy, with analysts from Crypto Quant expecting a continued push higher with potential, I should say, consolidation above 125,000 before the next move on. And the open chain data shows the open interest jumped about 2.5% in the last 24 hours, which is really kind of indicating that leveraged buildup.
If you miss it back on Friday, even Forever Bear, Jeremy Diamond over at JP Morgan saying 165 now possible as well.
I mean, I know all these jokers are now long finally, I mean, that's the whole point about it, right? So, we were both talking a little bit about crypto there when we came in, and just what a nice move that was. And I'm it's on my note today to buy more of it. So hopefully, we had some great calls on Ethereum last week and on IBIT live on the show. I know Joe trades either one of those as well as we go. I should have really wrote down. This is not today's note. Oh, yes, it is. There it is right there, IBIT. So $70. He hit his all-time high just as we thought it would. We kept talking about it on Thursday, Friday, that over the weekend we could do that. Now we have to wait to see what it does around that 125. Any pullbacks, we buy this name. So it's now gone. Bitcoin has solidified, in my opinion, with the 6 or 7 straight days right now to the upside. It is a government shutdown play. There's really nothing rallying this right now. I mean, this is what I said. You're always waiting for catalysts, either direction. With the NASDAQ going to print close to highs, Dow print, I mean, everything's at close to highs right now, so what a surprise. IBIT. We were talking, I mean, during this dip, even when we were right here, it was always that IBIT needed to catch up. The market and Bitcoin were separated. And now, they're much more aligned. And again, I still think it is a sell the top at some point. And if you got some money in right now, I wouldn't take it out. As Michael said, every market eventually comes to a top. And I think that once you get the government settlement here, or once we go back to work, I don't want to call it a settlement, but once they get the budget figured out, this will probably pull back, and that, in my opinion, it just becomes another buying opportunity. I mean, this 50 period is pretty great. Back into here. I just don't know what collapses this thing, to be honest with you. Now you get JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, speaking positively about it. That guy's very, very conservative. Obviously running the world's largest bank. You can't be super aggressive, especially with something like Bitcoin. You are going to upset your peers and things like that, because he was against crypto for a while. But I know they were developing some sort of a JP Morgan tolerance to it and even building up their own kind of base there on the blockchain and offering different products. I mean, we've seen what Robinhood's talked about, tokenization, and I think a lot of these other companies will continue to use the blockchain. Bitcoin's just one of the number one sort of talk about ideas, right? You're going to be building on Ethereum, you're going to be building on Solana, on Cardano and all that, but I think Bitcoin has solidified its home as, and I hate to say it, and I'm going to get people that are hating on this, but like digital gold, like I think that there's something there. So let's just wait to see if gold continues higher, Bitcoin continues higher. Gold didn't even have any dips. I like both of these ideas, and my play for IBIT, I'm already bidding $70.50. That's not going to come in, I wouldn't think, but if it does, I'm there. 70.40 is a 200 period. We really like that one. And then I just was sort of put down $70 as a pull back in, if that does happen. But of course, we're writing those notes early, and it's gone 50 cents the other way instead of 50 cents this way. So I still like IBIT down there. I think patience is going to be key. But yeah, Bitcoin's along. Just a matter of what price you take that leap.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that that sentiment. We can see how it's been stepping up, right? I think I was talking to Joe about this last week, and I was like, yeah, probably over the weekend. And I messaged him over the weekend. I was like, yeah, see, 125s. That was a great push there. 125. 750s, nice clean top there, and we're kind of grinding up as well. You can see this trend, this multi-day trend. This is what Sean was talking about, multiple days of a bid, and you can see how clean it's been and breaking out of a little bit of a base. So bigger picture continuation on Bitcoin. We did finally get past those prior highs at 124,533s, and yeah, I'm looking for that continuation. A lot of buying pressure across the board in this market, right? And I think let's see if the response is done yet. So what I just asked GPT. I was like, how has BTC performed in past government shutdowns, right? Oh, yeah. So I'm like, oh, all right. So the one in October 2013, it was up 10%. January 2018, it was down 6% roughly, and then December 2019, it was down about 10%. So it seems like it's kind of it just maybe just does its own thing. Those are only three data points.
2018. I mean, the thing is,
up 10%, down 10%. Down 6%-ish, but it seems like this time around we're going to get a bit of a rally. So
I was going to say, looking at Bitcoin back 6-7 years ago, I think
different
it's
beast.
Yeah,
like you said, there's different participants that are involved now, so it's going to act maybe a little bit differently as well, right? It's like people that actually have deeper pockets may be able to defend some levels.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I mean, back then we were talking about Bitcoin at like 15,000, 10,000, 5,000. So that's just one. Oh no, I shouldn't do that. Oh, my stupid kids. But anyways, as we go, yeah, I really like Bitcoin here. And by the way, AMD, as we were talking, just took out another level there. Just took out 227.50, bounced off 228. So we are hovering right now near highs once again for advanced micro devices. Thank you, Ryan, for the nice super chat. I know Joe's been in that as well. So
huge offer. On AMD, right?
Yeah, I was just watching. I didn't see the actual number there, but honestly,
224 lots.
Okay, but with 40 million shares, like I love what Obi's saying there, but I don't think the size is going to be too much of a factor here. But we are waiting for that level. If someone starts chasing this down, I think that's something that we can play off of until it's gone. So I think that would be there it is. So there's somebody else showing up right now, marking this down just a little bit. So here we go. There is a little bit of a move coming. The size keeps showing up, and then it just gets wiped out. Like it's gone already. So that was a nice little 30-cent retracement there through 226, but didn't last. There it is right there, but didn't last long. Like someone can eat that there, it's gone.
Oh yeah.
Like that 30,000.
He got taken out. Yeah, he got taken out right away. Yeah.
No size on the level, Obi, honestly, for me is going to matter, but at the end of the day, we'll continue to look stronger at this name. All right, Tesla, another name that's on my watch.
Yeah, let's go to Tesla here. Still higher on the morning, although we are starting to roll over a little bit. You kicked off the show talking about this a little bit. Is this finally the tease of the smaller, cheaper version?
Breno, he said we were supposed to mass produce it in the second half of 2025. We only have a few months left. Let's at least see what this thing looks like. So that's why I'm a little biased that we may get that mass market EV, whatever you want to call it, the Model 2, Model Q, whatever it's being called these days. But anyway, Tesla posted two short teaser videos on X showing mechanical parts and illuminated headlights with the date 10/7, fueling, of course, anticipation of a product reveal tomorrow. That's 10/7. The vague nature of the clips has prompted two main theories, as I mentioned: possible unveiling of that long-delayed next-gen Roadster, shout out to Marquez Brownlee, and that mass market EV. Just to give you some information on the Roadster, this thing's flying around in space. He did launch it on the Super Heavy. The old version of the Roadster was first teased back in 2017. It's faced years and years of delays with limited short-term financial impact, obviously, for this kind of car, Brando. It's going to cost like over $200,000. I don't anticipate them selling any number of these per year.
Just real quick on NVIDIA, just seeing OpenAI has just said we plan to increase our NVIDIA purchasing over time as well. So on the heels of this AMD note, we were going to get to NVIDIA next anyway. You can have a look at NVIDIA, Intel, some of the other semis downside initially on the AMD announcement this morning. But again, OpenAI just saying we plan to increase our NVIDIA purchasing over time as well.
I have both these. Both these names are two top ideas for me today. Literally the two top ones. Everything we wrote down on this board is what's there. NVIDIA, IBIT, Tesla. So I'm looking for Tesla breaking 445, and I'm looking for this NVIDIA long at 184. So it's kind of like dealer's choice. I actually started looking at the Qs as well right now because I'm excited for the NASDAQ in general today, obviously. But yeah, I was just thinking we're nowhere near this 445. Or we're near it, but we're not like knocking on it yet. But if you just look at this sort of and again, I can't get rid of this bar, which kind of sucks. But we talked about this level on Friday, and we missed that short right there at 445. So, whoopsies, wrong line. Why did it go that way? Nobody knows. There it is right there. So it's this line going this way. And just it looked like it was a top. It was a top. We've got some tops there. And then on Friday, we talked about this. It opened up and bounced around 445 to 446. And then just ho-hum went down $30. So now you're all the way back up. And what a great opportunity that might have been to buy that at 415. You want to talk about options and things like that. Grabbing that near the end of or the middle of the day would have paid you by the end. And now today you're getting that boon higher. Look, we didn't like the story on Friday as it came into some key levels there. I like the story for the pop today. Releasing a new product there tomorrow. It's tomorrow. So we don't have much more time left to get long Tesla. If it is that new car, potentially the Roadster, potentially the Model 2 or something small, potentially Robo-Taxi, who knows what's going on. Maybe it's a new power system or something. They showed the lights there. I don't know, but I just know that this is a big-time cult stock. And if it wants to get bought up, man, there is no stopping this thing. You saw it get sold off. There was no stopping the sell-off either. So I already have the order to go long, breaking through 445. So as long as that happens, I'm here for it. So that's the trade for me. Let's see if it winds up breaking 445. I have the trigger in to take it. And if it goes, then we'll see if we can hold it. And we'll probably give it $3 or $4 just to give it some room. But yeah, I really like Tesla here today. And I love AMD on those dip buys as well. Or AMD, yes, but NVIDIA I like at 184. So I don't know, any thoughts on that one? Only a minute and a half now.
Yeah, I think I like what Tesla's doing for a potential continuation. We kind of defined some levels last week, and you can see here buyers kind of stepping in at that 416, 420 level multiple times over again. So when I opened this up, and I already had lines in there from before, so holding above those levels, holding the range low as support. So yeah, let's see if we can get past prior day's highs. That's coming in at 446s, 447s, and with the market tailwind that we're getting right now, I think that's well within range. So Tesla, very valid there. Let's see if we can revert some of the selling that we got for the past 2 days on Tesla.
All right, let's go talk about UiPath.
Let's go here. Let's get through Path real quick. If you remember, I zoomed out here. Going back to last Tuesday, had a huge pop on a whole bunch of deals and partnerships they announced, including OpenAI, Google, Snowflake, NVIDIA, and Microsoft, just to name a few. Seems to be a little bit of follow through here. This morning, there's not much new.
Yeah, it's a connector tool, links OpenAI's models with UiPath's automation suite. Brendo, keep an eye on it. Nice move here in the pre-market.
Yeah, decent volume behind this too, guys. So another one to watch out for Path today.
It really slipped under the radar for me. I don't, again, a big name, and there's a lot of traders that are all over this stuff. So there it is, man, 12% right now again for UiPath, continues to move higher here. The NASDAQ right now continues to pump. It's up 1%. I don't want to fade this name, not in this environment. You are coming up to a UiPath level here at $14 to $15. So I would say watch out for that. But we only have less than a minute left. We just got we just got another super chat, Day Trader LA. Yeah, I would think for AMD, and I know that's going to be on everybody's mind. I don't think you do anything right off the open. Your question is, do you go long or short on the open? I don't. I would say long, if anything, off the open, because I do think there's going to be some exuberance here, and this thing does pop through. But I'm actually looking for a bigger trade to be short. We've had a hard time right now with 228s, so let's see if we crack that. Now we only have 10 seconds left, so there it is, your opening bell. See? It didn't go. Oh, there it goes. All right, so that opening bell is late on this. We have to brought to you by VinFast, ticker VFS. We are now open in 3, 2, 1. Go check out VinFast right now. Now we are now open. So here we go, man. There goes Tesla, 442. There goes AMD already pushing downside a little bit, 224 and change. Here comes the flush. We talked about a potential flush in the name. I didn't think it would happen right away, so I do think there's going to be some pickup to this right there. But here we go for AMD. You never know what's going to happen there, but now it's 223 and looking to go lower right now. Advanced Micro Devices. If you're going to pick something up, I always say when there's a gap, wait for VWAP, but that 214 didn't seem realistic to me in the first place, but now it looks like it is coming down, Obi, and of course you tried the short a couple times there in the middle of the pre-market and it didn't work out, but now it looks like it's coming in as the market is developing itself. So Tesla also a nice move down, and then the whole market now pushing, which may give me an opportunity. It doesn't look like it, but IBIT right now, I am bidding IBIT just like this might hit first, $70.50, which is right where the 200 period is. Let's see if that can come in. And here goes AMD, just broke through 222. Looks like it's coming into 220 right now, Obi. So is this the move to bounce off 220 potentially?
Yeah, I'm just, I think I'm staring this down here. The short, I was looking for the short a little too prematurely, but the false break of all-time highs from in the pre-market seems like that was the area to get in. But a little bit of selling coming in. Triple twos, don't forget, triple twos is, we saw like a strong reserve bid on top of triple twos in the pre-market. We're just trading below them. So I'm observing 220s, 222s, and then there was that guy at 223 halves as well. So we've broken through some of those prior bidders, recent bidders there. 220s incoming here.
I'm gonna try the short.
That's probably gonna crack as well. Yeah, 220s is an interesting area.
Yeah, I went short here. I mean, let's take something out here. We'll take 50 cents quickly. We'll put another bid a little bit lower to see if we can get that. But remember, like this is a trade that we now have on. We just took it out a little bit more. We only got out of about 15% down there below. We're only short here at 219.88. We just got two fills right there, one at 30s, one at 40s, and here we go. Let's take something at O's to make that first little dollar club winner right there. So there it is, man. We got it. Now it's really starting to go, man. So now we've got hell of a trade on. No celebration, but we're really happy with that one right there. Now $2+ on this trade as we continue to go lower. So Obi, we'll just sit here. We'll let our trading talk for itself again here today, but it's a nice little downside play for us here. Now $2. Obi, can we hear $3 potentially? We can. There's a nice
anchored
breakdown.
view up at 216, Sean.
Appreciate
and that's
that,
headed
man.
straight
Appreciate
for
that. There it is.
Let's
Daily
see. That's
goal.
the average participant is sitting at since the news 216.46. We're only about $1 away from there. So aggressive selling right into the anchored VWAP. Let's see if it actually holds, right? That's where is current VWAP as well. Current VWAP's around 216 as well. So currently maybe some buying coming in there, but you can
it is
see the
nice
market
to have
as
wins
well.
to celebrate, though. You know, I mean, shout out to Santander Jeet in the chat there, man. We love all that. There goes AMD to the downside. Okay, so we're just gonna hold this, man. It's now $3, but no celebrazione. Okay, we do have Tesla right now. It looks like it's gonna celebrate a nice little bid through right now. I like the 445. Let's see what the hell's going on with Big Bear AI as well. Big Bear AI is Moon City right now. All right, now we are long into Tesla. Can we throw all of our AMD is now $5 in the money right now and still like just murdering stuff. The long right now. There it goes. Sorry, $4 in the money as we just bounced off of 215. I got to take another piece out. Oh boy, we also have $1 right now on Tesla. What world are we even living in right now, Obi? We're $7 in the money. We have two trades. Both trades brought to you by yours truly right here. AMD short on here, Tesla long. Too much celebration. Let's go, Obi. What do you got going on over there? It's a nice little dollar winner.
I'm looking at that anchored. So we're chopping a lot in and around this anchored. So you know what? I like the idea of progression a little bit lower, but I do want to participate a little bit with the first bid that I see coming in because of the aggressive nature of the selling that we've had straight off of the open. Let's see if we can kind of consolidate here in and around that anchored VWAP. Again, holding that 216 as of right now. but that could be like, you know, this is anchored VWAP, right? I think I heard somebody or I saw someone in the chat say, oh, what is OB talking about? Just it's a VWAP, volume weighted average price, that you can anchor to an event. So the event was the pre-market news. So if you anchor an anchored VWAP to there, then you can see that that's coming in and around 216. This current day VWAP is also in and around 216. So basically, what does that mean? That means that the average participant since that moment in time is sitting in and around that price, both long and short. That's what that means. So it can give you a little bit of a perspective. I like to use it for perspective and reversions as well. If we're going to consolidate here a little bit, I'm willing to give it you know, some room and see if it actually holds in and around here. Let's see if there's any sort of defense. We saw strong buyers in the pre-market, so the question becomes, if the buyers are willing to defend some of those crazy prices in the pre-market, then does the average participant also take on some defense as well? So 216 is holding right now, and let's see if we can push back up into 220s. Opening prices were 217.5, so okay. Interesting.
Yeah, good
no,
one there.
217.5 on this current bar. No, open price of the day was at 226.5. So
I really like. Yeah, I really like that long down there. That was a great spot, and I'm glad we were able to cover a little bit of there as well. AMD shares are hitting right now 1-year highs, and there came. I mean, perfect. I know you just anchored VWAP that, but that was really just VWAP anyway.
Yeah, it was VWAP.
Down there at 215 and change. So a bunch of outs there, a bunch of outs when we got back going. We're just going to let this settle down. Right now on AMD, I only have 20% left, and it's actually the exact same number left here in Tesla. But Tesla had a good move and then the fade, right? So I'm going to wait to see what this one actually does at VWAP with our 20% left here on TSLA. So it is coming back in against us just a slight little bit here. So we're going to have to calm down and just give it that second. And, you know, again, thank you everybody for joining us one more time today. It's been quite the open, and we're only 5 minutes in. You know, hit the like, hit the subscribe and everything. Obi filling in once again here for Neil. So we want to thank Obi for that one. We already have 800. I got to put this to live. We already have 820 likes right now. So please hit the like button, hit the subscribe, and join us right now. Over 1,000 likes in the first 6 minutes. We like that one. We like it a lot. But here comes Tesla right now. So I'm going to try it at VWAP here just to give it a little bit to see if it wants to go. But it did blow off that top at 445. We had seen this happen before. We don't want to get too carried away with this kind of a play right now. So now we're back into here. 441 is your a decent area. I'm going to try to drop this. Honestly, if we break down below 440s. So again, it looks like, to me, anyways, a fail break, right? A 445. It's a good thing we took out some money there. We're still positive on Tesla, even if I were to get out right now, but it is dropping down, and it's a great trade over there on AMD.
That size on 220.
We busted this both
right
ways.
Through, buddy, right there. Oh yeah, my God.
Good hold there as the market tries to get going again. So we didn't see Adair yet today. So let's go over and figure out what Adair is up to right now on the big desk.
Biosciences SPRB, this one halted initially. Right now, looks like it is potentially halted again, but making a bit of a push to the upside off the open, receiving breakthrough, or saying that the FDA has granted one of their treatments breakthrough therapy designation. So good look here for SPRB. Also, META is going to be on watch. This one sharply to the downside. Started this move pre-market, continuing this move during the day. I don't have any clear news or clear catalyst for this push to the downside, but Meta incredibly weak this morning. Back to you.
All right, yeah. I mean, a tale of different stories here. I think Meta weakness would probably be because there's a lot of money floating into some of these names right here. I wonder what Microsoft's doing based on this OpenAI talk, right? I mean, Microsoft, you know, one of the early investors. Okay, so it is starting to go back up to the upside there in OpenAI. Almost keep saying C3AI right there, but this is that break that we had looked at as well for Microsoft, trying to break above 520. So it looks like that might be happening today as well. There was a downside play in Microsoft last week. They upped their prices of the Game Pass and whatnot, and that name did get hit to said downside last week. So, oh boy, it'll be a nice little $3-4 winner over there. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah.
And
kind of
you know,
this 220 right now. So.
Yeah. So I'm not averaging back into this, but we do still have 20% of this trade back in. So as it falls back in a little bit here, I heard you just got out of that one. So congratulations. That sounded like a great trade again. Yeah. Always nice to be.
Just like this is the thing, man. Like it's like I like the you know what I'm starting to realize, because I like reversions when things get really directional. For example, the AMD selling. I'm just like, I really like. I love the short. I love the short. I love pushing into it. And it's at the same time, I'm like, if I just wait just a couple of seconds, because it is overextended, it's coming in, and I'm like, okay, well, that's a very high probability breakdown through the 220. But if it's going to hold that 216 area, I think there's a decent high probability reversion, just a little bit of a breather. I'm not expecting it to push all the way back to 228s, 227s. But again, we were talking about this last week, just going with the flow. Like, what do you see? What are you seeing? And we saw Sean do that as well. Yeah, exactly. Going with the flow, getting short. You saw them hating the bid aggressively. We saw 220 coming in, and you saw Sean, boom, right through the 220. This is just like, yeah, getting with the flow when things are getting aggressive is the way I like it. Palantir, I'm getting an alert right now. So, oh boy, so Palantir, again, we defined some levels in the pre-market, remember, on AMD. Look at the confluence that came in on that 218 hold as well, right? A little bit of confluence, the VWAP hold plus a pre-market support hold. I like that. Maybe this holds and reclaims 220s as well, right?
You want to talk about a picture perfect?
Boom.
I mean, look at Tesla right here.
Nice.
It's not, again, we can't, when we talk about winners, we know how that sounds. But this right here, 440, that's VWAP. We came into VWAP, it held these levels. So boom goes the dynamite. We now just continue to clock out here on TSLA on big shares. So couldn't be happier with that movement. And then we got a gift as well, Obi. Just when you stopped out, which was perfect, or punched out on a great trade there, it did fade back and gave us many more opportunities to get out of AMD. So just listening to what you're saying, like fighting trends and all this kind of stuff, yeah, we don't want to be doing too much of that. So we will start to punch out a little bit of this AMD here again as we get some 219.30s there, back end up right there. And then here comes Tesla trying to take down 245 again. We're long at 241. We hit 245 early, then we got long again near this bottom. So we'll get out another spot right here at 445. The SOX L right now, the semiconductor index, now at all-time highs. We can look at SMH here as that just continues to climb higher. 347, oh boy, on these ones, Obi. Yeah, AMD falling like a knife right now, which is pretty good. Back into 219s, but no, actually, no, it's not. It actually battled back there. Actually, didn't see that bump up there into 220.50s. Nice move. Let's see if we can get some more out on AMD around 217. I'm going to put a bid there and go over to Adara.
Keep an eye here in CRML. That is critical metals. This one is around $800 million market cap. It's rallied in the past. Roughly a 12% short float on this one. Sorry, 14.5. Anyways, this morning they announced they've entered a securities purchase agreement to raise $35 million in gross proceeds through a private investment in public equity transactions. So securities purchase agreement here for CRML, 14% short float. Again, guys, I want to remind you, no economic data coming through to worry about there at 9:45 a.m. or 10 a.m. Back to you.
They're breaking the bid. They're breaking the bid. Coming right back into anchored right here. 216s. Excuse me. We saw buyers initially at 216s. We tried to push through 220. It was there for a bit. Now we're coming back in. Sellers stepping in. So sellers are very, very dominant off of the open. And once again, they're dominant on this little bit of a pullback into 220. So 220 holding and pulling back as of right now on AMD. Where is the next level? Remember, again, we defined some levels in the pre-market session. The next support and resistance, 211s. That's not that far away, about $5 away. Let's see if we can push into this opening range low slash day low coming in at 215 halves right now. So that's only 50 pennies away. And with both the ES and the NASDAQ looking like they're going to be pushing a little bit lower for the rest of the 2 minutes that are left in this 15-minute candle, I'm looking for that low day to break. And there it is coming in right now, 215 halves. Let's see if that holds. 211s might be the next place to look. But oh boy, is a short still on here on AMD, $220. Failure to follow through. Absolutely beautiful. They're pulling back into the 210s. Good Lord. Oh boy.
Yeah.
This market is absolutely crazy, man. So grateful.
Yeah, exactly. There's the AMD short, man. Possible pullback. I mean, it's exactly what we talked about. And then there's the Nvidia long, or sorry, the Tesla long. Let's go look at some other names. I mean, we are just absolutely pumping right now, man. This Nvidia, this AMD trade is now $6 in the money. I'm going to put another bid right here at 213. No, actually, I'm not. Let's just see how far this one wants to go down, man. The 200 period right now on this chart is 207. I'm going to put like a bid at like 20. Let's just go to 210. Right, 210, I mean, we could bounce off 210. Let's go to 210.50 right now on that one. And let's just get at another piece here of Tesla if we can at 80s. That's me offering 80s. There we go, we just get taken out. We're at our day's high for myself, obviously, right now. So we'll just continue to watch this out, man. $5. We might bounce right here off AMD. Let's take a piece out at 215. Okay, so there we go. We'll take another piece out at 215. Now we'll wait for 210, see if we do get that to the downside right now. But it's 944, 2 for 2 on monster trades, and we're pretty happy on all that. The stock that's halted right now, SRPB. Thank you for you guys in the chat. I do want to go over is that right?
Yeah, Spruce Biosciences.
SPRB. Oh, SPRB. I was going to say because it didn't show up there. Oh, this is a pink sheet? Name?
No. It's on the NASDAQ.
Okay, so we don't have this right. Okay, so SPRB .NQ. This might not be. All right, there it is. Okay, so it is halted on our system as well. This must be a relatively new name, right?
Yeah, I think. I mean, the boys were talking about it this morning. Someone just unblocked it for us this morning.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think it's a fresh IPO.
All right, so there it is, man. SPRB. The current tap right now, $43. So congratulations to anybody that's in this name right now. Closes out at 39. Now at 43. Was that a call for Adara, by the way? Then let's go.
Yeah, keep an eye on Robinhood here. HOOD super weak this morning. I think one potential thing to note here for this is Down Detector is saying that users are reporting problems with Robinhood. So Robinhood apparently inaccessible or hard to use for some users. HOOD to the downside here. Also worth noting, we're starting to see some of these analyst notes on AMD after that OpenAI deal. Barclays raising their price target for AMD from $200 to $300 after the deal. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, so just looking there, let's just check out some of its other stocks similar to this stock. But Robinhood Webull is a name there. That's down 1.3%. The difference between all of this is if Robinhood is down, I don't know if you can check Down Detector. I guess it's not a website, but I don't know if they do that for apps. But if there are some functionality problems with Robinhood, then I would buy this dip. You know, like those things get figured out. Like, you know, they have what you call it probably an IT department that's looking at whatever's down right now, and it does suck. But like, you know, it's not going to stop people from using the app. No one's pulling out money for anything like that. But yeah, if that's the reason, let's just let it settle down. Nice move down there. It's only down 0.42. The name that let's go AMD. Honestly, let's go. If SoFi comes down even further, I actually like SoFi. I'm going to get some more Tesla here at 443. I really like the lows for SoFi. If this can come back into $25, you're right at the 50-period moving average. You want to talk about a name that's got beat up over the last two weeks. Boom. So Bitcoin right now 124.5 and not doing a whole heck of a lot. So we do miss that 443.50 there on Tesla. We just tweeted this out. It was a big stock, but now we're underneath. We do want to make sure that I'll take another piece out right here if it goes back up, and then we'll try to wait for those 446s that we were sort of hoping for back on the end of this trade. But yeah, just 2 for 2 quickly right now, and it's really just Tesla that's bugging me a bit. I'm gonna, see, again, I could have just punched out. Now I just sit here and watch this thing bleed a little bit. It does suck for traders like Obi and I to even miss 20 or 30 cents sometimes, although you home gamers, maybe not as sensitive to those kind of prices, but we are, so I just missed that right there, so that sucks. So we were just, you know, a lot in the money, and now we're a little. We have a third left of our reload. But we're going to watch out for this at 440 Tesla, 440 break.
Yeah, I think great look there on Tesla, and a couple of bid snipes there too, John. So good stuff. I'm looking at Circle at the same time. I'm looking at I guess there was a lot of chatter on QUBT and some of the quantum names as well. So we'll just get to that in 1 second. But guys, I got something to tell you. The trade the pool. Sorry, 1 second.
Take your time.
Beta Pro by Global X. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more. All right, so we were going to look at some of these other names here. So Circle, haven't borrowed shorts just yet, but we'll get on that soon enough. But I like the selling. We saw that last week. Absolutely beautiful reversion that came in, 100% reversion all the way from 156s to 145s. So that was nice. So I'm like, all right, if you're going to bid up that much and pull back in, are there going to be sellers in and around the same area? Guess what? I definitely missed out on that. Okay, even if you saw the gap up in the pre-market, you're like, all right, maybe, I don't know. The breakdown of some of these consolidation lows kind of came in pretty clearly, showing us more of the same. Sellers coming in from 156 or high, roughly mid 150s, all the way down to mid 140s here, where there was some decent support prior day on Circle. So full Circle move.
You do have shorts now, by the way, Obi.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm going to be patient. I don't want to necessarily take it all the way down here, but again, if sellers are going to show us dominance, thank you very much for that, Sean. I'm going to look for maybe VWAP or maybe some other levels where potentially we can get involved with this one. Wow, 213s coming in here on AMD, continuing to push a little bit lower. We talked about that. 211 was that pre-market area, man.
Yeah, let's just go. We reloaded. No, we reloaded actually a banger of a trade here on Tesla. I mean, Tesla, we just took a 440 long right there. I mean, I don't want to talk too much about it, but there it goes. Nice little move there on the 440. So we're just going to like hover around and see it. It's not looking great for Tesla. I think it does eventually break. So we were emptying the clip a little bit here on this trade, right? I don't, once it breaks 440, it could be, thank you, Randy, so much for that as we trade Tesla right here. We took the longs twice and it was a monster trades. But now we're fading out just a little bit as the market's pulling back quite a. Here comes a 440 break. So we're getting out 339.50. If we break 339.50, we are gone. And then on this one too, on AMD news today, Randy, 220 down to 212 right now. So nice $8 winner on this one as well. So we can afford to lose a little bit here on Tesla, but we don't necessarily want to lose anything. Let's get some more outs here at 440.50. Thanks, Randy, for all that. We will look at Rivian in a couple minutes, but right now I got fish to fry right here. Hopefully it's not tilapia or anything like that, but there it goes. Some more outs on the way up there, Obi. I feel like this is going to break. So I'm out of hero mode right now as far as Tesla is concerned. I'm just trying to scalp some out, top up the day a little bit. It's obviously it's been a good one right now. Now $8 in the money on this advanced micro devices.
Great short there through the 220s, man. Yeah, definitely some fish to fry for sure. What's your favorite kind of fish?
Halibut.
Halibut?
Yeah, it's thick steak. You can barbecue it up.
Yeah.
There's probably another one I have, but nothing. No hatred
like
for
cod.
That. Cod
is not bad.
Yeah, okay.
Halibut's great. Yeah, like fish and chips is usually halibut's the go-to for the fish.
Yeah, that's
and
the
chips,
expensive.
for sure.
Like, that's like the ups.
It's nice, but I like the cod as well. But yeah, no, I was curious.
It's a little expensive halibut, but you know.
211s there. 211.70s is the low there on AMD. So we did come back down into this prior high there. Let's see if that prior high now does that resistance turn into support. That's the question I'm going to ask. Or is sellers going to continue to stay dominant here on AMD? We see, again, this was structure, this was structure, this was structure. We've been breaking it back to back. So what's the likelihood of us holding this? I have no idea, but I'm going to wait and see if buyers actually show up in and around these levels. Here's 211s right now. Maybe we look at a whole dollar and just call it a flat 210s.
I'm bidding 210
as well. So yeah, I like that. I like that look. Let's see if this potentially comes in. Again, resistance, strong resistance. This was the breakout level. This was where volume in the pre-market expanded and we got a strong push. And that was where I threw on that anchored as well. And we cracked through that anchored through the 222s. Those buyers, again, at 222s and 223s were pretty aggressive right off the open, kind of stepping it up. And once we get back below those, yeah, I think I do like the short through the 220. Let's wait for the next trade, man. A little bit of a bounce happening here right now. Let's see if that will potentially hold. Circle's kind of starting to bid up again after I started talking about it. It's good. Let's wait for that at VWAP. Another stock that we were definitely involved with pretty decently last week was Palantir. Let's see what Palantir is up to as of right now. Does this not have, okay, no, those are extended trading hours. So we got back up to some of these consolidation highs. So I really, really liked that's why I got that Palantir alert there. So it was shopping in and around this area. This was where selling came in pretty decently. Prior day, I was looking for more of the same, but if we're gonna gap up, kind of hold, sustain, and push back up, maybe we're poised for a bit of a reversion. And so far, off of this low, we've reverted more than about 50% of the move. So pretty decent stuff here. I'm going to be watching this 181, this consolidation high here on Palantir as well. There's 210s on AMD. Oh boy, man, this thing is straight tank city to the downside.
Man.
Great short, man. I'm looking for the next trade.
Got 10 bucks in this short right here.
What you got?
Just 10 bucks in it. All right, so. Yeah, so first
10 bucks.
Just 10 bucks.
Man.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, but right here, we've got Tesla. We dropped Tesla. And oh boy, that was a good one too, Obi. That broke through 440. We waited for 439.50s and then got out. So we'll go 2 for 2 on the ideas today. But there's 210 right now. I took a 212 because I was just like, what if we don't get into 210? But we did. So here it comes. Wow.
Wow.
The Bears are in on this one, Obi, and we're pretty happy about it. So there it comes in. I mean, I'm not happy for many traders. I mean, there were traders that even asked us what we should do about this trade. I mean, it's on my note. We talked about it. Shout out to Ryan Noel. I said right off the open, what you could do is take out 5 of those 25 contracts straight off the open, and you would have been able to do that in around 225. It did bounce around there. It was actually looked like it wanted to go, but then eventually it took down a key level. So we shorted that, and stupid saying, but the rest is history. Right there as we continue to go down. It's like yesterday we were on all these rides at Wonderland, and by the way, we took the family to Wonderland yesterday. It was a lot of fun. We talked about that Halloween haunt and whatnot. Here's me and my son right here. Yeah, Wonderland yesterday. This is the only reason. Oh, I'm wearing the same hat. I have lots of hats. Oh, I shaved. But yeah, I went to Canada's Wonderland yesterday. Had an absolute bang up of a time there yesterday, and yeah, just a lot of love for family life and doing things a little outside of everything. But what I kept saying,
so good.
It was amazing, right? And what I kept saying to the kids though was, good luck, like on before all the rides. And they're like, why are you telling us good luck? Like, we shouldn't need luck on these rides, right? I was just like, okay, it's probably somewhat of a valid point there with that. So, and then it was Halloween haunt, of course. And those of you that are theme park goers, I don't know if they do it in other spots, but here at Wonderland, they have various zombies and whatnot walking around past like 6 or 7 o'clock. So my kids thought that was a
lot of jump scares that happened.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. They were in line for they basically left lines to go and play around with these zombies because they're not allowed to basically, the zombies themselves, they can harass you.
Yeah.
But they're not physically, but they're right in your face, and they know when you're playing it up with them. So it's a lot of fun.
You know what I used to do because during high school Halloween haunt?
Yeah.
We used to try to scare those guys.
That's basically yes. So that's what.
That's basically what we used to do. So yeah, I was reverting before I knew what that was.
Right. You're reverting the mean there. Yeah, good for you, man. That's funny stuff there. But yeah, shout out to that. Yeah.
Good thing I'm
AMD is still going, man. Oh, you're long. Okay, my bad.
Yeah. No,
on that one. But right now it's still going to the downside here, and we have that short. So.
Great short, man.
Yeah, thanks, Obi. But I feel bad now that you have the long, but...
No, I have absolutely nothing. I was like, I know I'm kind of going against the grain, so I'm going to give this a few points, and,
we'll
it's
get out at
really nothing too insignificant, right?
We just took
or nothing significant is what I'm trying to say. Well, circle back at that VWAP here. 208's holding right now, so we did crack through that 211 pretty aggressively. So, okay, all right, you know what? Seller's definitely in charge. I'm out of there. Let's wait. I'm just going to be more patient there. I'm looking for a potential place to take the reversion long, and that wasn't really the place. But yeah, beautiful breakdown here. Aggressive selling. We were talking about 35% up, man. 35% up. Overextension, yeah, definitely. My thing was I really liked the shorts in and around here in the pre-market. I just think that I wasn't giving it maybe enough room, that 227 highs. But I think the better place to get in, which I didn't really re-engage. I think the issue was not re-engaging when we kind of broke those all-time highs and then pulled back in, or maybe again here at that anchored VWAP. I just didn't feel too comfortable chasing it too far low. But on the bounce, that retest was pretty nice there on AMD. Okay, so a little bit of a bid maybe potentially coming in here on these markets. How much time is left for this 15-minute candle to finish printing? It's only about a minute left, man. It is almost 10 o'clock. This market is absolutely crazy. We talk about the frothiness and the craziness that's been happening, and this is a great example of one of those things here. So 207 halves. I might just wait. Instead, because the price action, the tape is pretty aggressive. I might just wait for like a chart signal here instead of just staring at the tape for a potential reversion on AMD, because this thing is so aggressive. Sometimes it's not even worth kind of watching the tape because of how aggressive it is. Just watching a shorter time frame chart might be a little bit better.
I did my best, Eric Jackson here, and I just put out, yo, Drake. Like I even tweeted at him. Like I'm not in front of his house or anything right now, but let's go, Drake. This BBA army is so strong. We're strong. We are strong. So shout out to Big Bear Army that's out there right now. Obviously, that's not going to get Drake's attention. Just funny because I thought we had Eric Jackson trying to get this guy involved with Open Door, and now let's try to get him involved. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but right there, $8. So there's another one. And I gave the 650. I mean, we got super chats last week, Obi, and all about Big Bear AI. I stamped the buy. I said only get 20%. 20-25% or something like that of initial position there for Big Bear AI, because it did fall into the 50-period moving average. And I'm not going to be that guy that sits there and misses a trade by 5, 10, 20 cents. Like if you like the trade, take the trade. I mean, obviously swing trades and options, you're going to, things are going to matter exactly the prices you got and the amount of share size. But for such a small amount, I really like that for Big Bear AI. But remember, it just bounced off $8 again. So I know the Army's strong, and I know we talk like this, but at the end of the day, do what's good for you. Don't just hold on because you think everybody else is. Make sure that you guys are part of all of that. Did you hit that?
What's that?
Oh, that was your boy, Joe. What's up? Oh, AMD. AMD. Yeah, we're at $13 in the money. Thanks, Joe, for that. But I guess maybe Joe's Joe's maybe got the long. I was wondering.
You got the long. You got that long. Nice, sick. I pushed that as well. 208s, right?
Yeah. When are we doing?
Let's go. I got 207.99s, bro. I mean, the buyers did come in a little bit. I did want to dabble, but nothing too crazy than before. But yeah, 210. Let's see if we can push that 210 area. I love being here with traders,
guys.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, this is what we're doing, man. We've got a couple killers here to the right and the left of me, Joe and Obi. So yeah, Joby. Let's go and over the desk with Adara.
Here's the market. This market gapping up quite nicely, but giving back some of that move immediately off the open, though we are trying to form a little bit of a base. Now, of course, the biggest chip story of the day by far is AMD. AMD gapped up over 30% and actually brushed right near all-time highs around $227 after announcing a deal with OpenAI. But to avoid going through this story over and over, we'll take a look at another chip with a bit of a catalyst on watch. NVIDIA. NVDA getting a slight price target increase here to $210 by Goldman Sachs. But this note isn't quite as bullish as that price target would maybe make it seem. They said there's some concerns about NVIDIA's circular revenue. So interesting look there for NVDA. You can read more about that one on our Trader TV Live watch list. Here's TSLA, Tesla on watch. This name got a little bit of a gap to the upside after Tesla posted a couple videos teasing some new announcements they might make as early as October 7th, Tuesday. People are speculating due to the 10.7 that was featured in some of the videos. So TSLA, maybe with a new vehicle, people are expecting it might either be the long-awaited Roadster or a more affordable model. PLTR, great push here to the upside to start the day. Really weak on Friday after an internal Army memo warned of some potential security flaws with Palantir and Andros software, but that has now been apparently called outdated and inaccurate, that report. Palantir responded to it on Friday afternoon. And Palantir also has a deal with the small cap here, ONMD. That one is going to be on watch. And yeah, tapping Palantir to help with their AI healthcare push. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Out of my short. I was just telling Obi, thanks, Adara. I was just telling Obi, like, I have a stop at 210.50 to get some out of AMD. But right now, I just want to get everybody involved with this because you got to hit the like and subscribe. We have over 538,000 subscribers right now. We have over, how many people is watching? Right now, over 10,000 watching. Let's go. Let's get those likes going just a little bit. We've got Obi in the building right now, putting on some trades. We've got two bangers with Tesla and AMD so far, and we do have to go through still this list right here, which is now completely updated. So we're going to go over all this. Everyone wants AMD. We found you some Big Bear AI. We talked about why Robinhood was down today, right? And it's actually battling back. And I was commenting, like, I think it's a battle back story there. If they do have some software issues, that will get figured out. That Spruce Power right there now up 300%. We'll take a look at that. Tesla, we've already been trading. SoFi, I really like SoFi on this dip down. I'm actually going to buy some more SoFi. I know Neil just bought some Amazon in and around these levels, so that's back in again. That's a good price. Open Door up 1.7, Meta to the downside, Fuel Cell, F Cell. There's Archer and Aviation right there, up 12. I know up to $12, up 5%. I know there was some talk there on ACHR, and then yeah, we talked about this earlier, man. SMR and Oklo and all these names really starting to kick it off as well. So good on you for putting up some of these names as they look pretty spicy right now. I'm still waiting for some action. I do want to go in and buy some SoFi though there today off in my own account. So I think we'll spend some money that we've lost that we've sold some of our Intel shares and whatnot and got some of that. And there goes Tesla again. Really appreciating through 440 now 442 coming into play for Tesla as this market gets going. So all right, Obi, we'll you take care of some business and then we'll go back and we'll find out what your thoughts are about that AMD out.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys, so looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hitting costs? With plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account, start trading with as little as $100 with plus 500's powerful platform. You can access a wide range of futures markets: S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more, all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on screen to apply for your account today. Join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen plus 500. Oh boy, this market's taking a little bit of a bid, but AMD is still kind of chopping and churning this 207, 208 area here as of right now. So I'm watching it close. The sellers have kind of slowed down a little bit for now. I was just telling Sean this. I was just like, I'm just going to stay as nimble and as light as possible unless and until I see something that is that basically tells me to, okay, I feel very comfortable getting a lot more aggressive with the position now. So that's what I was saying earlier. And then, yeah, last week we kind of did that on Palantir, and I was like, I went over that trade, and I was like, I like that style as well. Staying light, staying nimble in the direction that you're looking for, and participating. And when you see it happen, when you see what you're looking for, how do you trade it? Just getting aggressive is what the plan is for me. So I haven't really seen anything too crazy just yet. I want to see some structure, right? I want to see this is just maybe just a tape turn as of right now. It could just be just the tape slowing down a little bit with the market catching somewhat of a bid over the past 30 minutes or so, roughly with about 7 minutes left to print on this 15-minute candle. There's a bit of a bid and a retest of 210s. Again, support turned into resistance. That didn't really happen. So let's see if this resistance stays resistance now as we were trading back below it. There were sellers there a little bit earlier, and we're chopping and churning in and around some of these levels. So 210 halves currently. So still kind of chopping. You can see that wiki action. So you know what? Let's go to a higher time frame. That's what I like to do to kind of clean it up a little bit. All right, so the 5-minute does look maybe a little bit better here. VWAP all the way at 215s. We did break prior bar high on the 5-minute here on this current candle with about 2 2 minutes left to print. So let's see if we take a little bit of a turn and a breather all the way up to the 215s for a potential reversion, or sellers could be very strong in still here at that 211 mark as they're stepping in, right? So I have no idea. All of those different possibilities kind of running through my head, and then I'm just like, okay, if this happens, then I'm going to do this. If this happens, then I'm going to do that. And hopefully we make some good decisions here. So I don't know what you guys are trading, so make sure you post it up in the chat. I know there's a lot of things that are moving around today, along with some of the chip sectors. We talked about was it GM and Ford? Let's see how some of those are doing right now. GM, nothing too crazy, just sold off of the open, and Ford kind of sold off but reclaimed. So just trading sideways on both of those, so nothing crazy. Palantir with a bit of a bid, still holding some of those consolidation highs that we just talked about a few minutes ago. Nvidia is doing absolutely nothing, just kind of chopping on top of 185. So 185 orbit is what Nvidia is up to right now as the market tries to find a bit of a bid here. Here's the thing though, Sean, NASDAQ is trying to find a little bit of bid. It's holding up, Nvidia being one of the top constituents, but the ES, oh boy, that's a bit stronger to the downside relative to the NASDAQ. So it seems like chips are holding up relatively well. Intel just kind of chopping around. It does have higher highs and higher lows today, but AMD is the one, man. AMD is the one. TSM with a bit of a bid. Micron had a bid, but that sold off pretty aggressively. And SMCI had a pretty strong bid as well, and that sold off off the open as well. So those are the things that I'm watching when it comes to the chips. When it comes to the Mag 7. Nothing crazy as of right now. Amazon, oh boy, that thing's been selling off pretty nicely in the morning session. Apple with a bit of a reversion right now, and the Spider, we just talked about the Spider. Spider just kind of selling off as well. So Nvidia, maybe that consolidation could be.
But now it's coming back. I mean, nah. So I was okay there. It just. Oops, that's still Tesla. As quick as Nvidia came in, it just came out. So we have to hit a fail on that one. We were long in the 30s, right there. We started the trade at VWAP. Right there, we did get out of some more AMD there, by the way, because it did break that 210.50, and then it just broke south side. So as this market pulls back quite nicely right now, yeah, you're starting to see this. I was thinking now that we've broken underneath some of these levels, I just wonder if the short's going to continue to play. The reason why I went long is I thought maybe AMD was about to go. So we took another piece out right now. Now we have just like 2% left of our trade on AMD, but we took our best out is 208. We just took a 210.50. We told you we were taking that trade. So now the play is downside, it looks like, in the market, right? So I was actually going to look over there. And again, I want to thank everybody for watching, man. I mean, and also, I had just an Apple Watch SE, and I think I got too much water damage in it or something swimming with it. So right now I'm looking to pick up on these Amazon Prime days. You just brought up Amazon. Yeah. I was looking to pick up the Ultra, Apple Watch Ultra. There's the, I don't want to buy the 3, that was just released. So if anyone has any experience there in the chat using an Apple Watch Ultra or anything to swim, let me know how good it was. Because I made
really good sensors.
I know, and I'm not worried too much. Yeah, so
like the biometrics are
I don't really
good on Apple.
Yeah, no, I don't really check too much of that, but just let me know if anybody in there, because I don't know if I should be paying up, because the Apple Prime Day is going to come through, so we'll wait to see what's offered on that for any kind of a discount. But I was thinking about either just getting the Apple Ultra, the normal one. They're reading kind of the same for swimming, but anyways. All right, so now that Nvidia's dropped down below, I was sort of thinking about maybe even a short now on Nvidia, but we're already now $12 in as this gets to the lows, AMD again. So maybe we'll just ride with AMD and see how that winds up playing out for us on the short instead of hitting the Nvidia as well, although we just lost on Nvidia. It's okay. Don't like losing on anything, but TQs, this is a great short too if we can get a 107. We initially wrote down 107 long, didn't we? Or what did we write down? No, we didn't write down. Oh, 107 was from Friday, key level there on the TQs. So that came into play again right there. So let's see if the NASDAQ has any love back to the upside. I still don't mind trying to find some Nvidia love down there. But yeah, Mara, Riot, some of these other plays really starting to move higher here as crypto really takes shape now today, breaking through that 125 and looking like that's going to be a key level there. So Mara up 5%, Riot blockchain upside as well right now. So yeah, lots of stuff happening obviously in the space now as we look at more crypto opportunities. So yeah, get involved, man. If you can't already, up 8%. Maybe it's some sort of a pullback incoming, but yeah, I really like what the crypto space is giving us there today. It'll be a lot of names starting to go upside. Riot, Hut 8, Mara, Coinbase as well. All these names starting to blast on what is again great positive news out of the crypto space, with Bitcoin reaching all-time highs once again.
Yeah, Bitcoin all-time highs is definitely interesting. We were waiting for that 125 for the longest time, right? Yeah, and we finally got it. And yeah, I'm curious to know what we do in and around these prices, in and around these areas as well. Should be interesting.
Look at AMD.
I think man, I'm staring down AMD pretty aggressively. Just the flurry. The tape is just a flurry right now. If I were to put a speed, I mean, it was much faster earlier. It's definitely slowed down a lot. Maybe it's more of like, I would say, relative to before, if the selling was like a 7, 8, maybe even an 8.5 in terms of aggressiveness and speed, relative to that, this is more like a 4 or 5, man. It's just, it's fast, but it's not as fast as it was before. That's what I'm saying. But again, it comes in increments, is what I'm saying. Sometimes it's really, really fast because there's just a lot of transactions going on, and then sometimes it just slows down a little bit there. And that ebb and flow of the speed of the tape, I like kind of observing that as well, and the relative difference as well, right? You can see that that's how sometimes I'm able to see, like, okay, well, buyers stepping in or sellers stepping in. You can see that it'll be aggressive to one side, and then it'll start to slow down, and then it'll start ramping up the other way as well. So something to watch out for here. So current day low on AMD is 205.74. We got pretty low on this current candle. We got to 206.30s, and I was just like, oh boy, this is potentially coming in for its lows. But the market's looking relatively okay here in terms of a consolidation, in terms of maybe potentially a bid here. We can see the first green candle there on the ES now. So the first green candle since the open has been printed, and a nice little bottom wick as well. So let's see if we catch a little bit of a bid here on the spider, or does it pull back in? This is VWAP on the SPY, not the ES, but this is VWAP in and around the SPY. So something to watch out for if sellers are going to stay dominant. Maybe I think VWAP is a good place to observe and keep a close eye on as well. Again, we talk about measuring the average participant, and that's what VWAPs are good for. One of the few indicators that I really do like, not many indicators that I use. Volume's the number one. I like price action and stuff on the tape is like tape indicators as well. But moving averages, when it comes to moving averages, I would say a VWAP and just regular EMAs or SMAs or however you want to use them. I think those are great. Other than that, honestly, I don't really use too many indicators. Maybe ATR, but ATR is maybe a little bit different. It's not necessarily like a moving average, but it's average true range. How much does a stock move on average? That can give you a good indication of if something might be overextended or not, right? So those are basically all my indicators. I don't use anything else. Anchored VWAP I really, really like as well. So nothing too crazy. Got to keep it simple, man. That's what it is, right? Well, over time you learn that as simple, the simpler the better. The simpler the better. So it's just like support and resistance. I know you use a lot of support and resistances, and that's bread and butter, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just got to go with, like you were just mentioning there, like a little bit about what you're comfortable with, right? And I think if you are comfortable trading, different, like I'm putting some orders out right now based on some of those support and resistance levels. We did miss out on Nvidia. I mean, that 185 could have been a level there for sure. So we're looking at that as a possible play here for NVDA. A name that's been really clocked lately has been DraftKings. And again, we talked about the prediction markets. There was a big South Park episode there that sort of rang true to some of the things that have been happening over there, as many kids and all that getting involved right now with Kalshi and just betting on everything. Not kids, but younger, the whole Robinhood crowd, sort of that generation now. And then yesterday, of course, in the NFL, another big day there. And, you know, you're looking for some upsets to happen. If the favorites keep on winning, and yesterday we did get some upsets. Neil's not here, but the Bills lost to the Patriots last night, which was definitely not expected. Philly lost yesterday as well. So I think that, you know, as some of the non-favorites continue to work out there, maybe DraftKings can get back going, and that's had a little bit of a day there. And I just thought about it because we mentioned support and resistance. Well, you're coming into some levels here, 33, 34 for DKNG that I think can, you know, be profitable there for some people if we take a shot right now on DraftKings. So just an alert to some DKNG love there as well. But you know, what makes sense doesn't necessarily make dollars. So let's wait to see what winds up happening there. And then now we have Apple as well. We just talked about it, and I didn't get too much of a chance to check the chat there, but I really like Apple again as well. You talk about breaking all-time highs. You're coming up to another one right here on AAPL. So watch out to see if that all-time high break is eventually imminent now for Apple. So we're going to wait to see if that winds up happening, breaking through 260 there. It looks like a good little downside take there for AMD. Good job on that one, Obi. Big Bear AI does fade off of $8 again. So we've seen this happen before. Let's wait to see what happens with Big Bear AI. We talked about getting back up into $8 and potentially taking some profit up there. And then just coming through on my watch list here today, just to find out like what's moving around, just sort of by percentage change. Looks like we got AMD near the top, obviously at 27% stock sell with a new record high today, up $42, close to it was here, there's the 52-week. Oh, actually I got to move these around because I want the 52-week high to come over, but I'll have to do that maybe off air as I don't have it right here right now. So we'll look at that again, but 52-week highs coming for AMD, SMCI as well. They're up 6%, Mara, Palantir up another 4%, ARM up 4%. On the downside, and we're going to go to a dairy right now just because we're going to talk about some more markets, we have Starbucks down 4% there, Meta down 1%, Nvidia down 1%. So not all is comfortable everywhere. JP Morgan down to 306 again, Robinhood getting hit a little bit. So some of the financials taking a little bit of a back seat today. But we're going to go over, talk with Adara. She's got small cap recap, so let's go over and talk to her.
Let's talk here about the IWM to start things off. This one, a little bit of a double top, at least right off the open here with our highs over from Friday. We were unable to sustain that strength. Right now, trying to push a little bit lower, though slightly green on the day, is the Russell 2000. Now, again, Russell 2000 is often known for being pretty sensitive here when it comes to rate decisions or economic data. And it's worth noting we don't have a ton of economic data coming through lately. So IWM, something to be aware of there. Also, I want to let you guys know, I just saw this popping up. AMD CEO Lisa Su is set to speak on Bloomberg at 11 a.m. So stay tuned for that. I'll cover any notable points from that interview. Let's talk here about SPRB. Spruce Bioscience is about a $28 million market cap and a float of roughly 470,000 shares. So very small float for SPRB, receiving FDA breakthrough therapy designation for one of its treatments. Then we have CRML, Critical Metals. This one announcing a purchase agreement here to raise $35 million in gross proceeds. CRML is a smaller cap name that we've traded before. It's around closer to $800 million market cap with a 14.55% short float. Last but not least, IRE. And this one's a lot larger market cap than the other two, about $15 billion. It's not a true small cap, but this one does have quite the propensity to run. It is a bit more expensive, around $57. And IREN is a Bitcoin play or crypto-related play, so this one's certainly on watch. With crypto's recent rally, Bitcoin actually reaching all-time highs over the weekend. Before we send you back to Obi and Sean, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Beat Ackman live trading competition is here with Trade the Pool. October 8th to 10th. Every day Ackman makes his move and your mission is to outperform him. Beat his return. Prove you've got what it takes. And then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV with the Trade the Pool, the team live in the studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 valuation accounts, and even surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman, win big, scan the QR code, and start trading. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Adara, for all of that. People keep on yelling about Tesla. I mean, I'm gonna slap a fail because we did get stopped out at 440. I just wonder if we should have retaken it once we saw that it was holding there. And I, first one to admit, obviously, that I was not able to see that and therefore missed it. So, yeah, I just didn't look at it. Kind of sucky to miss that. That's too bad. All right, so we're just going to continue to watch out for it. Affirm on a nice move up there today as well. Nice play there. I want to see if Klarna was getting any love back to the upside there for Klarna. Yeah, up 3% again. So Affirm and Klarna and all that. I mean, Klarna had a nice little bounce off of its IPO lows. Well, just because of recent IPO, but that low was $35. Now back up to 42. So maybe there's something there on a day when crypto is starting to go out. Expect a name like Bullish to become bullish, and it looks like that is what's happening here as well. Up another 4 and a bit percentage points. Watch out for a 70 break here on BLSH. I mean, that was a good level to come through there as well. Yeah, you're still fighting, not fighting them, but you're still, both of us are in this AMD. I have, just so everybody's marked this out, I know it's $11, but I'm going to wait for 214 to break, and so I just have that last 2%. I mean, I hope it gets back up there for Obi. He has most likely way more shares than I do at this point. So we're going to wait to see if that can go back up. I'm just trying to hold just to see what it wants to do. I need to do a better job of holding things, that's for sure. Would have liked to have held that all the way back in. So we'll try to do better over there. And I think that, you can always look to hold something, but maybe it is just this 21 period moving average, which is this gray right there. Because when it broke for Tesla, we could have got out. Which maybe would have given me a little bit of a fresh look there as well. So we could have done a little bit better for sure on all of that. But yeah, what's up, Unique Trading Group? Breakout pullback on Tesla. Yeah, there it is right there. Thank you, Unique Trading Group. You're always in here. Thank you for the super chats you give as well. We can get back in. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can get back into Tesla. That's why I just showed it up there. I do want to look at it. And then others were saying, I don't know if you have anything else on your mind, but SoFi right now. I bought more this morning. Okay. I just bought more SoFi this morning.
This morning?
So, yeah, well, we talked about it on the show. Nah, but it's in my RRSP account. So this is like, just bought, whatever, I'll tell you, I bought $6,000 worth. It's not, I'm just putting it away for a little bit there. We're averaging up into SoFi. We've had a good trade on SoFi for a while there right now. So we're just going to average up on it. Again, I like the name. I like what they're doing. I like the fact that there's got a younger crowd involved with SoFi. The new era in banking is here, right? We saw it with Robinhood. Yep. We're now seeing it with SoFi. And I just think that I say this to my kids all the time, is that when you get your new bank, like my kid just opened up a TD Bank account, and it's like, he's probably never going away from TD. Like, I don't know if you've switched.
I've never. So I opened an RY in early high school, and I've never switched.
Right.
Yeah, I've never switched. I've stayed with them, and RBC is great. And you know what I found out though. I never knew that Royal Bank is like all across the world, like actual locations, but they're kind of like separate branches. Okay. So it's still somewhat different. When I was in the Caribbean, they have Royal. Their RBC is a Royal Caribbean Bank, but it's the same bank. Okay. So it's the same logo, same everything. It is. They're affiliated. Yeah, it's affiliated. So I asked them. I was like, can I still access my account? They're like, we're just a little bit. The parent company I think is the same, but yeah. It's not this. Cool. It's not in terms of the system. It's not the same system.
And I'm not buying like SoFi here or Robinhood or anything like that, because I think the youth are like, loaded with money and willing to go in there. But remember, you do have the PDT rule that's going to get lowered, right, to $2,000. So I think that's going to affect Robinhood and SoFi and Webull and some of these other trading. Like Charles Schwab, I think, is a great opportunity. If you like sort of that opportunity and you want to get a little bit older crowd, Schwab, I think, IBKR, I think also is another great thing to buy. So I just like all of that, and it's the reason why is to the point that Obi had just mentioned there. I think that once you're in a spot, you may stay there. So that's my look there. So you're going to get, as long as they're buying a house, you're going to get a mortgage. They also have like 3.8 to 4% of savings interest just in there for your savings account. So I think that's also a pretty cool thing to do. You don't have to force your money into a high yielding account. It just, as long as you have a direct deposit, you're going to qualify for some of that. So I think that's
favorite Swiss bank.
My favorite Swiss bank. Oh no, what's this talk about?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
I don't have one. Okay. I don't know any Swiss. Well, I know some Swiss banks. I can't think of them off the top of my head.
I was just curious, for all those Swiss accounts.
All those Swiss accounts. I don't have any Swiss accounts, man. Mine are in Bahamas. There's no wonder why I can't hear back from the CRA anytime soon here, But fucking guys, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. But no, we're just playing around. No, all the banking is over here, of course. Yeah. I wish I made enough money to look at tax shelters and all that kind of stuff, but unfortunately.
You know what I found out? A lot of Apple's capital is not
in the U.S.
In the U.S. And if they want to bring it in, they have to pay taxes on all that. So it's just better to kind of diversify and build your brand around the world, right?
Ireland had some sort of a tax shelter for a while there, like the 80s, 90s, maybe even still now in the 2000s, which were creating a lot of American companies to get over there and bank and open up sort of shell corporations there in the UK and in Ireland. In Ireland specifically, I don't know about the UK, but Hawaii's a good tax shelter. Look, man, I don't know about all that stuff. So, but yeah, I think that everybody, money management, I think is so key these days, right? No one wants to pay taxes. But why is Starbucks down, Adara, today? Okay, so thank you, Adara. Starbucks down 3%.
They look like they need a refill or what?
I don't know if they need a refill. They need a shot of caffeine. I don't know what they need right there, but.
Absolutely nothing. They increased their quarterly dividend by 1 cent as of Wednesday, and that's the most recent story I have on Starbucks.
There's a lot of my hesitancy about all these kind of stocks is I don't believe the consumer is very strong. So I'm just waiting for a little bit more of a bump up to get out of some Lulu, take like a 5% haircut on that one maybe on Lulu there. But I don't. The fact that there is no news just kind of highlights that. I mean, we saw DraftKings down. Maybe there is less money. I mean, this goes against buying SoFi because there's a lot of money in young people's hands. But yeah, Starbucks continues a downside take there. I would say give it a chance. Brian Nickel over there coming from Chipotle does get a runway in my opinion, but he's been there now for about half a year, maybe 2 quarters, so or maybe even longer than that. When did Brian Nickel come on board? Adara there? She always tends to remember those things. I think it might have been into this area. Brian Nickel, when did he take over as the boss there?
So he started in September of 2024. Also, I looked further into this. Apparently, Starbucks had a whole bunch of job cuts and store closures. Okay. That was initially reported a week ago. Wall Street Journal released an article about it on Saturday morning. I'm going to keep looking into this, but apparently it was called Project Bloom, and as I indicated earlier, we already kind of knew they were going to be cutting stores. That was reported about a week earlier. Right. My local Starbucks is one of the stores cut.
All that pressure.
Okay, thanks, Adara. Yeah, so good deep dive there. Yeah, no, I was going to say, so that just goes with what I was saying, cutting of stores, letting go of some
I guess they have been closing some places.
Letting go of employees there. I mean, I thought it was the whole go back to work idea that might hit.
Oh boy.
Canada, some budget information here on Canada. It doesn't sound like it's nothing. They're releasing a full budget moving forward. I guess we hadn't done that in the past, but all right, here we go, man. Nice little take there on AMD. I can see maybe you're averaging up into that because you just had a 208.
Yeah, I want to see better price action. This is what I was saying. I guess people in the chat before. I was just like, we're holding that 208s, 210s pretty well, but I want to see some more oomph. I need to see the bid actually step in. Like, sure, the sellers have slowed down. Sure, we're starting to accept a little bit of price in and around here, but let's see, can we break out of this consolidation? Can we break out of some of these pre-market levels? Best believe a lot of volume coming in on these 2 candles. When I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, I'm talking about the 805 and the 810 candle. Aggressive volume coming in. So we're kind of knocking on the door of some of those breakout levels here as of right now after aggressive selling. So a little bit of turbulence, I think, is definitely expected. But I've been watching this consolidation for a while. I'm like, all right, if we get going soon enough, I like it. But we could still very well just chop around, right? We haven't necessarily broken this consolidation with any sort of like distinct push. So like I said before, just trying to keep it light. Let's see a bid actually come in. If we can get above this 211s and really push, again, VWAP sitting at 214s. That anchored VWAP is also sitting at 214s. And yeah, the shorts off of the open were absolutely beautiful as well. So something to watch out for. If we're gonna crack now, then that's. It is what it is. I'm more than willing to get out and reassess as well on this one. Like I said, gonna keep it nimble unless it actually shows me something aggressive where the buyers are stepping in, holding structure. Oh yeah, that was aggressive selling.
Yeah.
So not looking so great right now.
Yeah, no, good try there on AMD. I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying to get the back end of that trade to the upside, of course, as we let that settle down. I'm still in this trade. I'm not doing anything till VWAP. We talked about 214. That's my out there. So if we continue to break lower, fine. I have a very small piece left on this 2% left. That's it. So we did really well, though, on AMD to hold it. Basically, most of our outs are right around here, 213, 214. These are each about 2.5%, 3% outs. So we just hold that. Okay, there it is. Now AMD's at day's low right now. So let's sign off on this short. Again, watching out for that 210. Pretty comfortable sitting here in this trade, so not much to worry about right there as the market pulls. I was about to go long on Google at 245 and didn't, and that's too bad, because there goes Google right there, bouncing again right there off of the 50-period moving average. Didn't quite get into the 200. Looks pretty choppy in here, which is why I didn't do it, but it's definitely something I was looking at. So yeah, missed opportunity over there. The other name that I traded today was was Nvidia. We have Tesla, Nvidia, and AMD obviously on our board here today, but yeah, this could be a long. I'm thinking about a long. We had wrote down 184, but here it comes now cracking lower. I'm going to let NVIDIA do its own thing. Now, the other one that was weak earlier, we talked about the consumer. It's going to look like Amazon wants to drip lower here. The market flat. Well, the market flat on the day. If anything, actually looking down from open, right? But flat so far here trading. Amazon underneath. I mean, if we can get up to 220, the 200 period, I definitely like that short. But what else is hitting around some of your levels, everybody? I'm just going back to the well. Tesla 442. This could be something that we support there at 442 as well with VWAP and the 50-period moving average. Tesla, tough trading here. PALI, someone just mentioned there in the chat. Thanks for that, Julian. Let's have a quick look at this one. Palisade Bio, $2. This looks like one of those runners again today. Yeah, 20. So not doing much, Julian. It did have a nice move early. Now that breaks a little bit lower on that. I kind of want to go short the futures right now. So I'm thinking about TQQs. Also, this AMD, it's $12. I don't want to look at it and say, like, oh, it's $12 in money, I got to take it, because that's what I get caught in. Like, you should be looking at price action, not necessarily how much you have in or out of that stock. But yeah, just having a hard time finding somewhere to get in. So if there is anything in the chat there, Palantir plug, Archer, ACHR, thanks for that idea there in the chat, Supertainment. A good call on there. What was the Archer news today, Adara? Up 10%.
Okay, so people are speculating because there was something that looked like a propeller in one of the Tesla hype videos that was posted. Right. People think Archer and or Joby, not necessarily those companies, but that they could benefit from any type of eVTOL related deal with Tesla. Okay, thanks. That makes perfect sense right there. So you see Archer, the upside on rumor. So again, I sell the rumor, buy the news, sell. Buy the rumor, sell the news. So tomorrow, when October 7th hits and has nothing to do with anything like this, watch out for Archer to pull back in. I don't mean to talk negatively about it, but that tends to be what happens. So a good play up there for Archer. We just showed you the longer term look. Look, I mean, those of you that are in Archer, it's great, and Joby as well. There's a lot of good positive momentum here in these names, especially basing off some of these levels. So 15, 16 there, great level up to 18. So yeah, and you could. I just want to let everybody know that it could be a monster play there if there is something announced with either one of those companies. But AMD, Obi, cracking lower. It looks like that 210 rejection that you had mentioned there was a big one now.
Yeah, that was a place to get in, I think, for the continuation short, because we saw sellers come in pretty aggressively off of those references, and now we're almost pretty much at the day lows again. 205. 74's day lows on AMD, currently trading at 207. So yeah, we're still with it, just holding that consolidation as of right now, looking much weaker. Again, the markets, the NASDAQ is pulling in pretty decently as well. We attempted to push a little bit higher, and yeah, the NASDAQ is pulling in pretty decently. So that's something to watch for as well. I'm sure that's going to affect a little bit of the push in and around on AMD. 206s, man. This is, again, if the market drops in, and maybe we magnet to that 25,000 we were looking at last week as well. Again, coming into the beginning of the week, strong selling, and I always think about like candle formation, right?
Yep.
Candle formation on the weekly. Maybe we're making a little bit of a bottom wick. We know that we've been pretty strong and aggressive overall. Any sort of selling doesn't last more than like 2 or 3 days, even though it has been pretty aggressive. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm learning. I'm learning along the way. I think that's I can safely definitely say that I'm learning along the way, and hopefully trying to get a little bit better as well day by day on some of these crazy moves, man. We talk about this market. It's just getting. I feel like it's getting crazier and crazier every single day.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you were around during COVID. You were around during, I guess, like 01s as well. No.
Just after I started. So my trading career started in 02.
02. Okay.
Yeah,
So you're coming in the backside off of that, but still, in and around those times, like some of the trades that were happening post 01s were absolutely crazy as well. The backside of the move, literally.
No, I think that it was great then. I think now might maybe better. I mean, the trend is just so strong.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Compared to those times,
and just the trading opportunities, right? Like Sure, there's many more stocks available to trade right now, but like the recent names there that had some hot IPOs, this whole boon right now in the whole AI space has given us, like, we've been trading Nvidia for years now, AMD for years, and it's just like Tesla now. Like, there are all so many great opportunities right now in the market that, I mean, look, every time is great. I thought COVID was a great time to trade. I think a lot of you saw some huge gains and losses in your own portfolios during that time as well. So, yeah, I think it's just to suit your own sort of tolerances, right? And some people don't like these markets. They are too whippy, but, you know, the trend has just been beautiful. I'm getting out of AMD if we break 209.50. It's this 50-period moving average. The only time I was really scared, and it was when we sort of broke this 210, and it almost got going there. So I'm not going to give it, like that is now at 209. I'm going to give it to 209.50, so another slight break on that. Or we could go up here, but I don't want to go to 211.50. I think, like, that's giving up too much of this move. There's no way, like, I could sit here and take some out at 206. That's probably fine. But, like, I did it there already. So I already have a 207.50 or 208 or whatever fill right there. And I think that that's good enough. So, and then we punched out again on a 210 break. I'm just going to do it if we break that level and get out. Like, if anything, I'm thinking, like I said, about a short in the market. Would like to see that climb up a little bit right there. And then we've just talked about a couple different stocks, including SoFi, that could also be a nice little dip buy opportunity. So I want to sort of look elsewhere, I think, right now in the market. Let's go over to Adara.
Here's our sector board. Let's talk about what's moving right now. Electronic technology, the Meg 7s in this category are fairly tepid. Nvidia down 1% after a mixed analyst note from Goldman Sachs. Apple and Broadcom, another major company, relatively flat. But AMD up 26%, even after giving back some of its early gains, again, on this OpenAI deal. Arista Networks up 3%, KLAC up about 3%, and even names that occasionally lag in this sector, like Intel and Boeing, are also to the upside. Technology services, Meta and Google, a little bit weaker, but Microsoft nicely to the upside. Palantir up 4%, Oracle up 2%, finance a little bit mixed, retail trade pretty mixed with some notable weakness this morning in Home Depot and Lowe's. But health technology, Eli Lilly continuing to try to push higher after an incredible week last week. Producer manufacturing with some strength as well in applied materials and LRCX. Consumer durables being held up, it looks like, solely by Tesla. Again, they did release a video on social media with some people thinking that there could be a new event as early as tomorrow. Then we have communications, lots of weakness in the sector. I couldn't find any news on this, but I would say communications is probably the weakest sector on its face, other than consumer services. Again, Starbucks to the downside, announcing some store closures and layoffs. Those were announced late last week, but McDonald's and Booking Holdings also a little red today. Back to you.
Oh man, Micron. All right, so I'll talk about my trade. We just got out there of AMD, so out of now AMD, and we tried Nvidia at 185, does not work again, so we'll fall down on Nvidia, but that was really small. We tried a shot there, did not work, but yeah, out of AMD. That might have been the spot to not get out of AMD, but there goes the futures back down now again. So yeah, watch out now. Market seems to be falling out pretty good. I'm wondering if I'm ever going to go short here on NVDA. Because it's been a short. and we tried 2 quick longs on there and nothing going. So, watch out for that. And then look what's happening to Micron as well. I mean, this was up nicely today. This is falling back in and breaking through 190 now, MU. Potentially looking for bumps up in this to get a little bit more short. But yeah, the market's giving some up today on this OpenAI deal.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of, that Micron, we called that out earlier for a potential pop and drop, and what a beautiful 100% reversion back through the low, and it's giving you more, again, market is dropping, man, but AMD kind of doing its own thing relatively right now, just consolidating, chopping around, like this is the area, right? This is the area, it's chop, 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 chop. It seems like that 211, again, going to be interesting. That's where we initially saw, on the initial push of that 211, we saw sellers come in pretty aggressively. We saw them pull into some of the consolidation lows. So I have that, like I'm observing that piece of information, and let's see what it does in and around some of those reference highs where the sellers did come in to 1125s, and then this wick high from the pre-market is to 1118. So again, signifying that yes, it is in and around that area, well within 10 pennies of both of these areas where sellers have shown to come in pretty aggressively. If we pop up again, we overextended 227s and sellers were very, very dominant. Sellers were actually dominant. Let's just measure this from those all-time high tests all the way for a 9, almost a 10% pullback to the lows there on AMD. So a bit of a reversion to VWAP. I don't know if it's poised. If sellers are going to continue to stay dominant, then sellers will stay dominant, right? This thing has been kind of consolidating and pushing for a while, and everyone's looking for that all-time highs, and we finally got those all-time highs. So do people sell a little bit on all-time high pushes? For sure, and we saw that aggressive action coming in on the day today. So no real, no chasing for the long for me here. I liked the short, I liked the reversion. Let's see if this 211s will come in here, 210s, but staying in the middle zone of this chop. I like that. Just staying in and around the average price and being nimble, looking for that range break to potentially come in because we have slowed down and we are a bit overextended to the downside relative to opening prices. The thing is, sellers are still dominant. Technically, this is still, from the open, is still in a downtrend. Bigger picture, still very much in an uptrend. So it's a bit of a battle of the best here between the shorts and the longs. Let's see who wins off of this consolidation here. I'm just trying to participate one way because in my head, the probabilities are maybe slightly skewed, but I'm wrong more often than I'm right. And I'm trying to get used to that as well. So we were talking about last week about how some of the best traders in the world, they're only right 30% of the time. They only win like 30% of the time. But when they lose really small. Yeah. And that's what puts them out over the top. Or how I see it is like I try it a couple of times.
You have to lose so small and win so big for that ratio.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So wrapping my head around that is difficult, right? Because like losing over and over can definitely, it can pull on your strings, get you a little emotional, get you a little tilted. But guess what? The fact of the matter is some of the best players are willing to tolerate that emotional fluctuation. So that tells you something about the nature of how some of the best players' mental is. And I want to kind of reflect that as best as I can. I get tilted all the time, man. Don't get me wrong. I get tilted very often. But a little bit less, and how to control that emotion, or sometimes not even control it, how to use that emotion to my advantage. I want to get aggressive. Okay, save that. Like here, for example, I miss the short. I'm like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But when that bid comes in, I'm there. I'm getting involved in the bid as soon as it comes in, right? So taking that emotion and using it effectively is something that I'm trying to get a little bit better at. Mike Doon saying after 6 tries, I would say no. Yeah, you can have like a strikeout rule. I usually use like a 3 strikes. 3 strikes, you're out. But often I find myself getting involved in certain areas and I'll lose like 3 or 4 times before it actually works. And that stat kind of works out, right? For that specific kind of trade, I'm losing 3 or 4 times before I actually get it on the 5th time. And then if I'm getting it on the 5th time, does it look better? Is the EV higher? Is the structure looking much, much nicer? That gives me the ability to size me more aggressively as well. So when that confirmation comes in.
All right, so you've been wrong how many times today on AMD?
Okay, so I've been wrong, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you went 4 wrong,
5, 6.
So you went 6 times,
6 times wrong,
and then you
1
still
time is right.
Right. So how far now does this have to go to get back positive.
I'm not even looking at that or thinking about it because I don't know what it is. But like I'm looking for the move, right? I'm looking for the price
to your
action
point. Is what I'm trying to get at, right? Is that you tried it 7 times, 6 times, all wrong.
Yeah, and I haven't gone aggressive at all with it yet.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
Another
but are you aggressive with it now?
No.
No. Okay.
Not aggressive with it now.
So there you go. So all right.
I keep saying I want to see structure. Well, let's get above VWAP. Let's get above 214s, right? I still want to have inventory from down here if we're going to do that, and I'm willing to lose on that smaller amount of inventory as well, right? I want to try to pyramid into this position as best as possible. So we'll see how that potentially comes.
I do want to. So there you go. So we are now short. That whole 30% right, 70% wrong thing would never fly for me, period. And I know Obi's read a lot about that, but like I've trained thousands of traders, and if you're on a prop floor, that is a recipe for absolute disaster. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands. I think it's different if you're swing trading or something like that, but if you're wrong 7 out of every 10 times, your career is quickly over. All right, so just real quickly here on NVIDIA. We are now in the downturn right now. Hopefully we can get some. We did finally flip short. And to Obi's point, I was long there once, long there twice. Then I said, forget about that, man. We're going to flip short. So now we put some money back into our pocket. We're not up right now on NVIDIA at all. But, and again, everybody's trading style and your ability to use share size properly, I think that's, to Obi's point, I think that's the most important, which is why I asked him about that, right? About like, when is it time to get aggressive? And Obi definitely answered that. So I do want to say, I do appreciate that as well. We're already out of half of this NVIDIA trade because I'm waiting for this 184 similarly to the break higher on AMD when you're going to punch a little bit longer there or whatever you're going to do. I'm still waiting for a break lower here on NVIDIA, and I'm going to use this 185 or so, 185. Well, I'm going to go up a little bit more than that, but 185.50 or so. I'm going to try to get a little bit more at 185, but also understanding that the market is lifting right now a little bit. So good trade over there, Obi. Yes, nice little bounce back. We got out of our AMD already on that break right there, 209.50.
You were asking me like what it takes to get back to green because I've lost so many. So if I were to cover, so I did check after you said that. If I were to cover right here, I am green on the day. So like that's why I don't even care about that. I'm trying to play the move. I'm trying to play the price action. I want more. I've lost 6 times already, won once, and then technically if I cover right now, yeah, okay, fine, green. But I'm just trading P&L then. I'm like losing focus of the trade. The trade is going right now. We're going to that 214s. It is 213s right now. It's tapping on VWAP, right? VWAP at 214. So let's see if that potentially comes in. We're finally starting to see a little bit of what I want to see. Let's see if we can hold this structure. Remember what I said about that 211s? We blasted through that 211s right into 213s. So yeah, a little bit of an intraday offside through this consolidation high. Let's see if we can revert to VWAP. The buying is definitely much stronger. And if you've been staring at this tape like I have, it is a little bit distinctly different as of right now. Yeah, what's up, Daryl? Sorry.
Here's the US dollar. US dollar here, as I've said in the daily chart, is continuing to slowly make these higher highs and higher lows from that low year that we made on September 17th. That is, of course, Fed Day. No economic data today, unfortunately, and that's actually not even related to the fact that we don't have numbers, or at least we have quite a few less numbers because of the shutdown. We were never scheduled to have any major numbers today anyway, beyond the 3-month and 6-month bill auctions at 11:30 a.m. Tomorrow, though, we are going to get a slew of data, so stay tuned. We're going to get Fed's Bostic, Bowman, Myron, and Fed's Kashkari. That's all from 10 to 11:30 a.m., so 4 Fed speakers in a 1 hour and a half time frame. Then later in the day, we're going to be getting Fed's Myron one more time at 4 p.m. And then in the middle of all that, we'll be getting the 3-year note auction at 1. So tomorrow, very eventful. Today, a lot more ho-hum. The one kind of event to be aware of here is we will get Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, having her 3rd press conference in a week. That'll be at 1 p.m. today. And then AMD CEO Lisa Su set to speak on Bloomberg News at 11 a.m. I'll be covering that. We're going to take a look here as well at the Fed Watch tool because I do apologize again, not a ton of economic data to look for, at least for today. But 94.6% of participants still expecting we will get a 25 basis point cut, roughly 5% expecting that rates will be held at the same amount. But yeah, let's wait and see here if we do get that 25 basis point cut as expected. October 29th is the day here for the next Fed meeting. But again, there is a chance that we have maybe a bit of a surprise given that Fed speakers are not able to necessarily assess all the data that we were expecting to get because of the shutdown. Depending on what the shutdown ends, we'll have a very different amount of data for these Fed members to parse through. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, that's why I really appreciate Obi being here. It's a completely different talk when Obi's here as opposed to Neil and opposed to me or anybody that we have on here. And it's always great to hear different styles and then, the honesty there of getting hit and making it back and now going positive, right? We often
you got to be so good at losing, man. That's what I
the thing. It's like
you got to get good at losing. And that's a lot of people have trouble doing that.
I mean, you mentioned, you had a negative month or whatever and all that. And
yeah,
that's what
negative months are very, dude.
We often don't get as much honesty, so that's why I really
there are definitely negative months along the way.
Oh, man. No, I appreciate
that. I watched trader reviews where a lot of traders are very, very, I guess, open with their P&L, and they show their statements and they verify their statements as well. So I'm familiar with a lot of this. Yeah, and even some of these 7-figure-a-year traders, they have red months as well. They take swings, but they have months that totally outweigh those as well. So it's what I mean?
You're crushing it. It's great. It's like I said, it's great to have you here.
You still in that long, Joe?
Do that. I mean,
those 208s was nice, bro. Those first buyers that came in, after that, sure, we got a lot of chop and we got a lot of scary pullbacks, but it's like the action was still distinctly different from the initial selling, which kept me a little bit involved, right? So we'll see.
We love that, Obi. We love that. Yeah, it's great. So now we have both of us, completely, and as long as your trade keeps going, which it looks like it's going to, completely green on the day. It's always great to see that, and it's great when both of us can put up numbers, and it's I was actually, it's too bad because I was sort of thinking all of these outs were because we thought that there was that bottom there, right? And there's that 215. So I'm really glad that we were able to get out before it gets all the way up to VWAP as we took $12 or whatever. My best fill is 12 on AMD, but it doesn't really matter. We're near the highs of the day for ourselves, but a lot of that is because we just switched over into Nvidia and went short. So as AMD starts to rip, it's actually the Nvidia short right now that's now 40 cents in the money as we get down to the downside. So again, man, we've got it good here today. And the difference is I see some people here. We do have this live tracker here that we could be going over. The guys on the Midday show will do a little bit more than that. Obi and I, again, we have our own style. We've been trading a lot of the same names. And when you're making bank, you kind of just stay there, right? I mean, when the bank's open, you just keep on hitting it. So that's what we've been doing here today. But Spruce Power, definitely a name that these guys are going to look at. SPRB has been halting back and forth a little bit there today. Meta down to 700 could be a look as well. Big Bear AI, nice bounce today up to 750. It did get close to $8 though. But here comes Nvidia, man. That's a stock that I have on right now. We've talked a little bit about Archer for sure. Robinhood, we looked at that. I bought some more SoFi today long. In the old account there, so I'm pretty so far happy about that one. And there goes Nvidia, man. And that's what I'm saying. Make the money either way, whatever way you can in this market, guys. Make it right there because that's 50 cents now as we still go short right now on Nvidia. So we don't have that AMD from the bottom, but the thing about the AMD trade is we still got out when it broke 209.50. So we basically saved ourselves that because we almost, and look, we would have stopped out at 214. Right 214 was a great short area there for sure off of VWAP. So some of the lines continue to matter there, and especially with advanced micro devices. I'm getting ready to go to the gym. It should be a good one there. We're going to end the show at the highest spot of the day for myself, so that's pretty good. And it's most of it, obviously, it's all due to what's happening right there in Nvidia. Tesla's still hovering around that spot that we had bought earlier. Buy right there. So we like that one, but we'll have to wait to see what happens here with Nvidia. Trying to get lower. We're getting some more out here as we just have pieces left as it just keeps on coming back into these lows.
Yeah, no, I like it. So I did take some off at VWAP, arguably not enough, but again, we're starting to go now. Sellers might be stepping in on VWAP, and we could get right back through 210s, and that's fine. I'm more than willing to kind of give it again. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for $2 or $3 scalps on this. I'm looking for a full kind of hold of structure. But if sellers were dominant off open, sellers were dominant through VWAP, and on the retest, they're pulling back in on VWAP. So I do have to respect that information a little bit. And again, the great thing about being on a prop floor is that we have the ability to get in and out for relatively nothing. Sometimes even get paid on getting in and out as well. So just remembering that and not getting too attached to the position and being like, all right, well, should I really be kind of holding this back in, or should I wait and look for a structure hold? Right now, this VWAP is holding as a bit of resistance. We pulled back in through these prior highs, and sellers are stepping in pretty nicely here. We're back on 210s, so let's see what 210s do. Market's pulling back in here as well, right? So you can see that NASDAQ, a little bit of a top wick as we close in on this 15-minute candle. So we were looking at the 5, the move started to go. So you know what? I like to step it up a little bit. Let's go from the 5 to the 15 now and see how the 15 is looking. That's a nice little nasty top wick on the 15-minute candle. 2 minutes left until that's finished printing. So right there, let's see. I'm curious to know, do we close green or red on this? We're holding that 210 as of right now. Does this bar close above or below this prior support resistance level that we identified? That's another question that I'm asking as well as this kind of chart starts to form. The 15-minute looking pretty nicely. Let's go up. Let's go up one more. The 30-minute maybe potentially as well. But we did get a retest of that VWAP, and I'm keeping that information as giving it a little bit of significance, right? But the bigger picture, most of the selling, I think, we did get a lot of selling off of the open. So another question I'm asking is most of the selling done today?
No.
I have no idea. Sean says no. If VWAP sellers persist, the answer is absolutely no. So it is what it is, man. Great trading.
Yeah, really excited to go back. Whoa, just dropped the microphone there. Excited to go out, take a midday break, which is what's been really working for me, right? Like we put on these trades in the middle, at the beginning of the day, and it's tough to trade live in front of everybody. So Obi, good talk today, man. Obi. This guy, people saying that Obi is a real one. I don't want to say any more than that. I mean, you guys have already identifying that. There's reasons why Obi keeps getting invited back here, right? So congrats, Obi. Good job there. We really appreciate you filling in for Mr. Roberts. Hopefully he'll be back here tomorrow. And we'll get him coming through again. But we have to do one thing that we forgot to actually do on Friday.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, less than 1 minute left. Today we had some scrambled eggs and chicken chorizo to start off with. It was okay. The scrambled eggs were pretty nice. I just took a little scoop, had a little bit of that before. Got to get the protein. Shout out to my guy to my left over here. All right.
Salty. It was a little salty.
Yeah, it was a little bit. That's what I'm saying. There was a little. I don't add salt or pepper to them, but anyways, just one little quick one there. And I still didn't have. Maybe we'll have a Randy's little peach there afterwards. Okay, today's thing. Oh. I don't know what to think about this. This word in front of it is what's getting me right now. It's Mexican.
Okay.
Beef chili. So I think maybe a little bit of corn, maybe like a little bit of Mexican street food maybe action going on there. So I think there's a potential there for this to be pretty good, but we'll let you know what it is. It's Mexican beef chili on top of, or I guess with the side of, Mexican rice. So the theme today is Mexican, good call there. With cornbread and apparently the toppings here. So I don't know if you top your own here, I guess, is what we're talking about. Diced tomatoes, sour cream, green onion, shredded cheese, a hint of cilantro, and then with a side of salad, which I really appreciate that. We get salad all the time. So there we go. Thank you so much. Again, I sound very Canadian. Okay. So that is, I guess, what we sound like. And if we sound Canadian, we say, "Oh, Canada." And we give our hats off to the Toronto Blue Jays, who did their work this weekend, man. They did work. They beat the New York Yankees 10-2, then 13-7, and absolutely bang up a couple games there. We look for game 3. It's not over yet. The Yankees are a beast of a team. So we'll see if we can close them out. I think it's still going to go 3 or 4 games, or 4 or 5 games, as we head into game 3. And by the way, Obi, the last time I saw you, you picked the Thursday night winner, man. 49ers won.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
There we go. That was an upset, actually.
Yeah.
The Rams were heavily favored. I didn't want to tell you that.
Really?
And you still picked the 49ers.
I just got lucky, man. Sometimes I just get lucky.
Obi's the ninja. Sean is the OG. We'll take that all day. All right. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Don't go anywhere. It's the Midday Show. It's Sharif and Joe. Ciao till then.
Trade safe.
Ramble
What
out.
happened to our music?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. Boom! Right there is your boy Joey Options, and join me, everybody in the chat, to wish this handsome gentleman a happy belated birthday. This dude's birthday was yesterday. He doesn't look a day over 43. I mean 33. Shout out to my guy over here, Joey freaking Options.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. But obviously you're Libra gang, not like the other fake Libra to your left over there. But we're not going to bring that up.
No, we're not going to.
All right, who are we going to shout out here, Joe? We're going to shout out Tisha Perkins. We got Mark Susi. We got Everett. We got Buffalo, Glaze, Showtime, Roberto, Martin, Andrew, and Sal Bass. Shout out to 69 Judge Shack. You're in my good books. Dr. Shuttle and Dr. Shuttle Show. Shout out to Adam DeLuce, a.k.a. All Clap Adam. We got Hidden Riches Ministries and Uplift Market. Shout out to Henry S. and Jason Quingy, J. Haas. We got BP and the OG Other Dink, Other Zinc, Don Sharifo. We got TH Oxlong, High Vibrations, and 2 New York Sense and Ralph Woodward joining us as well. Alton, Kirk D, and Mr. Zen. How about Mike Lowry? I wanna be like Mike. Shout out to Jordy VWAP. One more, Joey. Buying dips and selling rips with Mike Jacques. Love the name. Love the energy. Good morning, Joe.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Man, thank you, everybody. Vinny, Andre, Arnaud. Thank you, everyone in the chat who wished me a happy birthday, man. Means the world, truly. Fantastic stuff, man. You guys are amazing and great people. So I couldn't be happier and more thankful to sit right here and get to talk with you guys and trade all day, every day, man. So, yeah, let's keep that party rolling. All right, guys. Enough is enough. Let's talk about what we got going on. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. We're going to take a step back. ADL, Adam DeLuce.
Oh,
you know the kitten candies? Yeah, the Eton, whatever they are, the kitten candies' brother went to the store, ate 3 bags of those for my birthday, and they're vegan. They're really good. So just to throw that in there, the kitten candies, straight from the UK. We're going to go to Adara here momentarily. We're in our second attempt here, long IBIT. We're trading AMD earlier. We're going to talk a lot more when we get back.
Bang.
Keep an eye here on PSQ Holdings, Public Square Holdings. This one pushing to the upside with some volume, posting a very cryptic post on X saying that big developments are on the horizon. Stay tuned. American flag emoji. So PSQ to the upside. This one has rallied in the past, and I will provide some context on this one as well for you guys. They do have a market cap here around $88 million, short float around 18.4%. PSQH, back to you.
Problem, chat. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it last. Mucho gracias, mi amigos. Gracias, mucho gracias. Thank you, everyone, for the birthday wishes. All right, let's get right into this trading because it's over now, right? It's a new day. Yesterday was in the past, and we don't want to get our feet dirty by digging it up. All right, there it is. IBIT second attempt. We do get stopped out of the majority. I was looking for the break of the high right here. We didn't get that, so now we're back involved in IBIT one more time. Michael Krabs, really? Okay, so we'll go over those super chats here momentarily, but IBIT, not too bad of a look right now. AMD was our best trade of the morning, and it doesn't look like much, right? But you get in there, you go, and then you get a couple points just right off the bat, considering the volatility is most definitely picked up in this name, up $45, 27.5%, insane stuff. And we took 3 attempts on Tesla, missed out on this one, but I'm like, you know what, let me focus on AMD. I don't want to be dealing with Tesla. I believe that AMD is obviously more in play than what Tesla is, but boom, attempt 1, attempt 2 doesn't go, and then attempt 3, I just get out. I'm like, you know what? Let's get involved in AMD, and that trade worked out fantastic for us. Now we're going to focus on some IBIT. Hopefully we can breach the volume-weighted average price, but that 125 touching into that all-time high over the weekend was absolutely fantastic stuff, and I'm looking for that to continue. Why? Because check out this open interest here on the options chain. It may not be today. It may not be tomorrow, but I think at some time during this week, guys, we might have the ability to run into 173, and that's going to be some fantastic stuff, Sharif.
All right, guys. We're involved right now in ONMD at 47s. We've taken some profits here in the mid-50s. It's a candle of indecision right now, basically being ensconced by the prior candle's price action. I've got my planned 233 and 225 dip trades to defend into the 10 EMA on the 5. It's ONMD, it's up 134%, 284 high. Looks like a second bull flag since regular trading hours. We did have an initial bull flag, price spike up at 7 a.m., which took us to about $1.85. Then we had a second bull flag at around 9.50, which took us, the bull flag continued about till 10:30, and then I'd say we had that 10:30 breakout. And that's the one we're involved with right now. So whether we get a fourth bull flag, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not just watching that one, though. We're going to bring in the side charts here in a moment, but I'm keeping an eye on FATE, F-A-T-E, touching for the first time the 10 EMA on the 5. $1.41 is the 10 EMA, $1.36 is VWAP. But this is what I've got on the set side charts right now. So GSRT breaking out with all sorts of strength. We got to keep an eye out on that one. It's a little bit more expensive and a bit more spready, right? 1427 high. It's showing me 09s at the moment. So we'll see how that one ends up doing. ORBS as well, looking like it's on its second bull flag here, up 21 1/3%. Also keeping a look, keeping an eye, I should say, bless you, Joey, on STEX. This one's not tradable on our system, but maybe we'll have it unlocked by the time I get around to it. STEX into the high day, 705. Was trying to pick this up off the 10 EMA and was just getting error messages. Criminal, CRML as well. Looking like it could be a flat top breakout through 14 1/4. Once, twice. He is the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Thrice breaking through that level 1450 high, but it does have a pre-market high of 4 a.m. at 4 a.m. of 1601. So it looks like that 1450 may be that critical area of resistance, but we'll have to keep an eye out on this one. I might have to make some exceptions. Now, give you some more information on Criminal. It started running at around 645 on Friday, and I have no idea why, and I don't really care. I'm going to keep an eye out on the technicals. So that's that one. Hive as well, HIVE. This one is, it's not really a small cap gapper to me. It's one that we keep an eye on for the crypto industry. Couple of bull flags. The initial one at 9:30, then we get a continuation one at 10. So let's see if we can get a third bull flag. And then KOPN, man, this one is steady state, higher highs, higher lows. It looks like maybe 350 was an area top, a flat top break, so to speak, with accumulation of higher lows with that same 350 area top. So we'll be on the lookout for that. And then ORBS losing $10 at the moment, coming back down possibly into that 975, 9 2/3. I'll be looking at 950 as well for that area high that we put in right at 1005. So those are the ones I'm looking at right now. We've got 40s on ONMD. We still have a planned DCA into 26s that hasn't printed. Let's see if this one holds up at the 10 and works its way into the highs. But look at GSRT. Taking out highs, Joey. This thing hasn't even glanced at the 10 EMA since it touched it at 10:15. We're going an hour deep here with no touches on the 5-minute chart for GSRT. It's very, very strong, but it is spready. This spread currently is tight. 2-3 pennies. I've seen it as wide as 15-20. You're going to need to account for that if you're going to trade it. Otherwise, you're going to be into some trouble. Okay, last but not least, I wanted to bring this one to your attention, STEX. Again, it's not tradable under a system, but you need to be on the lookout here for this one because it is taking out $7 with some aggression, and it's also quite respectful of the 10 EMA. I'm talking about that consolidation time from 10:05 to 10:15, and I'm talking about that same consolidation from 10:40 till 11 o'clock, all of which held the 10, and all of which resulted in newer highs and newer lows. Trade all these carefully, Joey Options.
Very much so. All right, guys. Now let's take a look at our trade, that what we got going on here today. So we have a definitive downtrend that we need to keep our eye out on. We've rejected it on multiple occasions, and if we knock on that door a couple more times and we don't get out, we don't break through, then we might look to take a little bit more out, okay? Just in case, because we don't want it to come completely against us here. You can see that there is a lot of indecision around the lows, and we need that momentum and that velocity to punch us through that trend line, and it's knocked on it, and there we go. We're going to take another attempt. We're going to go off to Adara, and then guess what? we're going to take a look at AMD's options chain, guys.
Keep an eye on INTC. AMD right now, Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, and then also Greg Brockman, president of OpenAI. They're doing an interview about that big collaboration today on Bloomberg. Well, the reason I bring up Intel is because Lisa Su was just asked during this interview, would you guys consider ever using Intel for your foundry? And she very diplomatically basically said no. She said, we're interested in working with the U.S. and building in the U.S. We already have partnerships with Taiwan Semiconductor. And she all but said that Intel was really not something they're considering right now, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I know they're like, yeah, we're not going to use that stuff over there. But anyways, as for IBIT, guys, I told you another rejection. We'll take a little bit more off just to play it safe and still leave approximately 65% for a runner, 60-65 just in case that it decides that it wants to break. Let's hop over to the chain on AMD here, guys. Now, I mean, I'm surprised. October 17th is going to be the expiration cycle. For some reason, I can't get anything, and I was looking at this last week as well, too, anything near dated, so you have to be patient on that one. But as for the open interest and volume, nothing substantial in what I thought it was going to be, considering the move that we've seen this morning, and then also at that 250 strike price. Like, that's not even relatively close to at the money, and that's where we're going to see the most amount of OI and volume at the same time. So keep an eye out on those levels. You can go down to 175, but those are already in the money. And then look at this, right? So you have that 185, lots of open interest there. Those guys are rocking and rolling. So hopefully that works out for them if they're on the right side of the trade. Hopefully they're not writing those, because if they are, they're having an absolute horrible time. I can tell you that for free. But at the end of the day, AMD at the money, IV up to 73%. I thought it would have been a little bit higher. I know Rivian Millionaire was talking about it this morning. He's like, yeah, he mentioned it. He's like, yeah, but the IV on AMD is going to be through the wazoo. I was thinking the same thing, but it's relatively subdued compared to what I was thinking it was going to be there, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're involved in criminal now. Let's see what this one is up to. It's got a lot of strength, and it's really looking like it might want to hit 15 sooner rather than later. We got 78, just went the beak there at 85. Let's see if this one wants to run. 84 is the high. The regular market hour high. It's been higher in the pre-market, which does concern me a little bit here, but it's up 85% and looking to kind of continue trend. It's got higher lows, higher highs. With that, I want to say about 14 and a half, a little bit less actually. It's more like 14 and a quarter ish flat top break. Now I do have plan for this one. I'm just not going to be taking a breakout trade. We're going to look to DCA into about the $0.50, and then we'll see what the 10 EMA is doing at that time. So involved in it right now, CRML. We'll see what that one does. I also weaseled into Fate. Now Fate is a bit of a slower mover over here. We're picking up a volume weighted average price retracement, 146 high. We picked it up, I believe, at 38. Showing me 38s right now, so really nothing to write home about here, but we're going to give it to 33. So it's going to be a tight trade, and the reason is because the volume weighted average price is higher, in fact, than 35. So I'm just giving it room to allow it to kind of just give it a bit of breathing room, so to speak, in case I get stop hunted. So that's my look there. Right back to criminal as we take out area highs again. So we're taking prints there on criminal, seller at 90, a large seller at 90, guys. Be on the lookout here. CRML. A bit of a bigger seller. Here we go, multiple lots. There it is into 94s. And here now is that $15 approach that we spoke about on criminal. I'm posting at 15, and then obviously I have to post north. 99s now showing up on criminal, prohibitively large seller, hidden order, nothing posted on the gateway. They just got decimated. Run for your life. They're coming after you, short seller on criminal. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
All right, we're going to take more prints up here as well. There it goes into 15s. It is a 14, area high. Didn't cross 15s. Let's just keep a look here on criminal. We didn't get that DCA, so we're going to continue to pack our patience for a pop back into that area. I'm waiting at 55s on criminal. Good look right now on CRML. And I don't even need to look at the daily on this. I don't even have a good short-term memory, but I can tell you for certain this one has been running all sorts in the past 6 months. Okay, with a name like criminal, it's kind of hard to forget, right, Joey Options? So we're going to keep tabs on CRM all over here. We got to do it live as well on ONMD. We got to take some prints as it finds a little bit of support at the the 10 EMA on the 5. We'll take some there at 36s. Let's see if it can pop back up and give us some of those resting orders we have at 40s. Let's not forget though that we've got FATE, FATE, which I don't really want to do a whole lot with at the moment, but I am alive to the fact that, you know, this one is not exactly bouncing off in an aggressive way off the volume weighted average price. It's also south of the 10. So that does concern me a little bit.
Oh, baby.
What's going on over there, Joey Options? You got the IBIT breakout. I want to hear more about it.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's see if we can get a little bit more off there. Sharif, all right. So not too bad. You're getting that little pop above the volume weighted average price. We talked about the options chain not too long ago. I think that 73 can most definitely be in the works for this week. I mentioned maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day, like Brandon Moreno once said, I will be champion. So yeah, I think it can. I could obviously be totally wrong. And we were talking about it last week as well, and I'm surprised that it came in a little bit earlier. Sharif messaged me on midnight on Saturday. He's like, brother, the irony.
Bro, bro, what the hell, bro?
He's like, if it hits your birthday.
Chat, what are mathematicians? Look, let's just cut the crap, okay? Yeah, we already did the math. We had to ask Perplexity. Yeah. We had to know, what are the odds that me and this guy strike a deal, okay? We say a random number of 125. We use my birthday, which is another random day. Bitcoin doesn't know crap about my birthday or his birthday, and it hits 125 literally on his birthday. I messaged him Saturday night, like 10 minutes to his birthday. I'm like, if this hits 125 on your birthday, and he's just like laughing it off, right? He doesn't care. I need to know the mathematical odds.
You want to know what I did? So when you weren't here, Sharif, I was talking with everybody, and I prayed. I'm like, to the trading gods, let it hit. I swear, run it back in. And we'll see. Yeah. I'm like, to the trading gods, hit 125 for my birthday. And sure enough, there it is. But bang, 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 bang. There we go on IBIT. Oh, man, yeah, this is man, we just got to keep taking it off. Man, do we hit that 73? I don't want to start calling too many things out because, I mean, when you're right, it makes it look like a genius. And then when you're wrong, everybody's like, shh, they don't really say anything. So, I mean, at the end of the day, let's see if we can continuously cook up here on this IBIT trade. We're looking for the break of the high of the day. I don't know if that's going to come into play. One thing to know, let's take a look at our volume profile here, guys. As we're starting to push up, we want to look for those anomalies and genuine moves, right? So when we have a big engulfing print like this, we want to see the volume supporting the move, right? So that's going to fall into your effort and result. So as of right now, what is our result? We have this massive candle, but the effort, i.e. the volume, isn't really there. So keep an eye out on that just in case we start to sell aggressively. That can do a little bit of explaining, but if the volume does really start to pick up, then maybe we'll be okay and we can punch through that high of the day. But right now we're experiencing a big time engulfing print. Lower time frame, same thing. We're not picking anything up there. So keep your eyes out on that. AMD is still hovering around. We took an attempt on those lows. So that was a good attempt right here on the 1 minute. We'll display it here momentarily. 1 minute, uno momento, portable. So this is where I was long at the break of that, and we got this move up here, and then eventually we were just all out. It gave you multiple opportunities, and I was messaging Obi on the side. I'm like, way to have diamond hands on that, my friend, because that's what you want to do. I took a little more off there on IBIT, and he held it all the way through this consolidation. He can see that level was holding really, really well, and then eventually he got that pop right up into the volume weighted average price. So beautiful stuff there from Obi. And I mean, the guy, he told you straight up, he's like, he started the name 0 for 7, puts on one trade, and then he's now green. So, I mean, that's really, really tough. I'll tell you one thing right now for free. I couldn't do that. For me, I'm a strikeout guy. 3 strikes, that's just my system. Obi has his system, I have mine. 3 attempts, from a data standpoint, I'm usually wrong. And I was saying this to Sharif. If I'm going more than 3 times, 3, 4, 5 attempts, 1, I'm usually not thinking straight, or 2, my thesis is just completely incorrect. Yeah, sometimes you will get it on the 4th time, but if you collect enough data and say, hey, after X attempt, I'm usually wrong after this point, then I just avoid the stock. And I'm glad that he got that working out for us. Man, there goes Bitcoin. This thing's really starting to work out. Ethereum, a new high of the day as well, too. So watch out. We have JP Morgan saying 165. We have Tom Lee saying 200K. And then we have some other slightly modest, I guess, base cases of 130,000. I think that can most definitely be in the works for the near future there, guys. Bitcoin, let's go.
You've been struck by, you've been hit by a smooth criminal. Oh, bro. We're back into criminal, obviously. Otherwise, why would we be singing? Go, criminal, go. It's breaking out. We got back in at 21s. There's 60. It's a 59 high. Excuse me. It's a 62 high. The breakout is on criminal right now. Traded carefully. It can turn on you quicker than you can sing criminal by Michael, of course, the OG Jackson. So we're taking profits to the high side, 1564. We got 21s on at the moment. We were originally in, recall, at 1475. I got back in because the breakout was still on. It is on now. Now it's zigging, it's zagging right now at the $0.50. As I mentioned, 65 penny area high, showing me 58s, 59s right now. So I'm gonna keep my eye certainly on this one. I want to jump into a little bit more if we get an aggressive breakout. Here's back the high of the day again, back into 62s. High of the day is 65. Looks like we're going to encounter some selling in the low to mid 60s, at least for the moment. But you already know, as soon as we get into the 60s, we're going to be taking 69 area high. You know that's already going to happen, Joey. And now we're going to set up at 77s because I like that number as well. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Now showing me 74s. The breakout is on criminal. Again, though, traded carefully because I've seen this story before. Now, I expect resistance. I'm going to say at 16 bucks. That is the pre-market high at 4 a.m. So if there are bag holders, oh no, it's taking out 75. If there are bag holders there, I do expect them to start selling into that $16 area. In addition to that, if short sellers are looking to take this one down, they're going to be alive to that level as well. It's not just me who looks at the pre-market, obviously. So trade this one carefully, guys. I'm going to keep saying that. I don't care how annoying I sound, but they're around for a good time, not a long time. Still holding multiple pieces over here. So we're going to continue to watch that and let it do its thing. 25. FATE, I've still got some shares on this one that we haven't wet the beak at, so let's go ahead and do that while we refocus our attention on criminal. Now, we just talked about that $16 area as an interesting area of resistance. So let me tell you something. If it comes down anywhere below my entry, 1521, we're out. And we'll get back in if it is warranted. So if we're going to go ahead, 15, 19, we're gonzino on this one. So we're moving up the stop. Prior to that had been below 15. Now here's the other deal. We talked about 16 as resistance. Now, if 16 goes and it's cleared decisively, and I'm not just talking about a wick or two, I'm talking about a decisive clearance of $16. I'm punching in as a breakout because I don't want to say it's a blue sky setup or anything like that, but it certainly would be a nice move through technical levels, and it would also be ahead of Friday afternoon's high. So coming back down into the mid 30s now, as I said, I've moved up my stop into 19s. That by definition gives me a 2 penny spread from my stop, or from the current from my entry to my stop. Let's wet the beak here as well on my very good friend Fate. Why isn't it giving me that print? Let's go ahead and do that one, Joey. Fate. Options. We're going to do it. We're going to do it live. Brother. It's fate, brother. What a guy. All right, so continuing to watch here. It looks like as if we may be losing trend on the 5-second on criminal. As you know, I've been using the 5-second chart as an area or as sort of a tool to gauge support and resistance, local support and resistance. And we're using the 50 EMA on the 5-second as support all along the way up. And now we're below it. Now we're using the 50 EMA as resistance. So I'm flattening out there. We're going to take the profits. It looks like it will lose that level. If it doesn't, I'll just get back in on that. So keeping an eye here on criminal, looking to weasel back in, but also got a position on FATE that I would not mind to manifest in a nice way, showing 41s. I'm waiting at 41s. Let's see if this one clears. Sorry, guys, I really haven't been looking at the chat at all. I'm going to get into it right now. I was managing these positions. You know how it is, right? When we start the show is, when the small cap gappers are having part of their their best day, and then they start slowing down as the day develops, and then they don't really start picking up again until that power hour into the close, because, well, of course, in the aftermarket is like the pre-market, there's no volatility halt perimeter. So all the degens, their hands start shaking, and they need to punch into positions after market. I'm included in those degens. So, I don't mean to bring down anybody. I'm part of that.
Well, in the aftermarket?
My hands start shaking, Joe. I gotta pin it down.
Brother, I told you, that's why, this is how bad it is, man, is because I resulted into sports gambling a couple weeks ago.
That's crazy.
I'm just like, yo, I need to put
Hold on, did you make any money?
No, man, I lost 30. Remember, that was the last time I.
No, but didn't you have money on this weekend's fight?
No, I didn't take anything. No, I'm like, relax.
Because you had the right guy.
Right, yeah. I'm like, relax a little bit there. Right? We don't need anything. But yeah, 13 seconds. Man, well, I mean, you put a couple $100, and then it's like you need the fight to go to the third round.
He whooped his ass.
Oh, Pereira? Yeah. I'm talking about the one I lost. Remember I showed you the video of Buddy getting spinning elbow with 13 seconds left? Yeah, that was it. No, but yeah, shout out to Poeton, man. I did not think that he was going to win that fight.
Not in that way.
Not in that way. But
that right hand,
bro,
and then when he stumbled, he barely even stumbled. But that's all you need.
It was the delay. It was the delay, right?
Usually
you get him behind the
shot.
Yeah, you get him behind the ear, and it's just like boom.
Bang.
So you'll probably see a third fight in that one. I think you'll see the third fight there.
Right?
Yeah.
There's money.
Because you got to think about it. The third fight there, there's one apiece, but then the fight before the co-main event was Yuri Prohaska. Let me put it to you this way, guys. As a massive fan, Yuri Prohaska, if there was no Alex Pereira, Yuri Prohaska would still be the champion, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's one of my favorites. He just whooped Khalil Roundtree's bum in the finals there. But yeah, all right. Let's get back into these markets, guys. I know we missed some super chats, so let's go over those. I'm gonna pull them up here. Oh, wow, we got a boatload here, Sharif. Wow, did we go over those? Man, okay, John F., $2
Get it, John.
super chat. Happy birthday, bro. My B-day was yesterday, too. Wow.
Libra gang.
All right, brother. Hey, let's go, man. There's my birthday twin right there. Thank you very, very much. G-Talk 5150. What's going on? We got a $2 super chat. Help me out with Apple. You didn't put anything. What would you like to have some help with? Let's take a look at it right here. We got a lot to go down here on the list. You can see, we'll pull up my screen there. Bang. We take a little bit off there on IBIT. The volume is starting to pick in, step up, and it's to the downside. So just remember what I was referring to earlier in the likes of effort and result. All right. So now as for Apple. Bounce off of those lows, beautiful hammer candle on the 5-minute. I have no direction. I have no idea what direction you're actually going in, but up may be the way. This name has been in a fantastic run. You're still hovering around those previous highs. Haven't put in a new all-time high just yet, but I think that's only a matter of time until it comes into play. So hold your horses. Stay in that trade. Diamond hands Deontay Wilder that if you have the ability to do so. Thanks for getting us. Chat GPT, what's up? Another $2. Thanks for getting us all 125K on BTC for your birthday. No, that was you, Chet. That was not me. That was you. I heard you were buying up a storm. Thank you for that. Much appreciated, my friend. $9.99 from your girl KC there, Sharif.
Dang.
Going to be a great day. Let's get it, y'all. Bang. Let's go. I hope you're having a fantastic one. Love the hairdo and the lipstick in there. Looking fantastic. Let's rock and roll. Papacito.
See what Poppy said yesterday about the Yankees?
No, what did Poppy say?
Well, you know Poppy doesn't like the Yankees, obviously, right? David Ortiz, right?
David Ortiz
from Boston.
Poppy. Man, I can't believe he got shot, eh?
I forgot about that.
Dominican,
I totally forgot that he got shot, the poor guy.
Yeah, you got it.
Joey, the fact of the matter is, the Yankees caught hands the last couple of days, Joey. They've been catching hands. They've been catching feet.
Yeah.
They've been catching. I could use other words.
That's
right?
the thing, though. It's like, take a step back because those are monster runs. Let's get through the Yankees and then maybe we can take that next step.
Hands, Joey. They're catching hands.
Exactly. Papacito, I think this one's more or less your realm there, Sharif. Papacito, hello, Michael Craps with Ultra Bid today. BURU, GPUS, Femi, happy. Comprianos, mi amigo.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, we'll go over the other two shortly, guys. I believe we're going to be going over to Adara here momentarily. But other than that, thank you guys once again all for the birthday wishes. Means the world, truly.
Get it, Adara.
Let's talk about Bitcoin and these all-time highs. I wanted to use a chart we don't often look at. Usually we use either really short-term time frames, or on this segment I'll pull up a 1 day. I want to pull up the 1 hour to really just give, I think, a larger zoomed out view of this incredible push to new all-time highs. And yes, ironically, in time for Joe's birthday and not Sharif's, as the bet foretold. We have this beautiful hold of that 108,000 level. That starts around Thursday, September 25th. Then it continues to extend over the next day. That level holds really well the next day. And then after that, we just start this uptrend, higher highs, higher lows. And then as of Sunday, this push above 125,000 for the first time. We are near and close to breaking all-time highs one more time here for BTC. Let's see if we get another push even higher. We'll take a look at Ethereum as well while we're here for this segment. Ethereum on the hourly chart, not at all-time highs, though we're near all-time highs. But again, from that Thursday, September 25th low, we have that beautiful uptrend. Right now, around 4,700. Now, it is worth noting, we did have a projection from Citigroup last week. They said they see Ethereum around 4,500 to end the year. Right now, we're already above that. Let's see if ETH can continue this momentum and follow Bitcoin in making new all-time highs. Back to you.
Joey, criminal is really going, so we're back in, guys, at the $0.50. We just wet the beak into 94s. It's a 95 high. My position remains the same. If it loses the $0.50, I'm out. I've got my out at 49. I'm in at 55. I've got one beak wetter left. Criminal is up nicely. It's stair-stepping up in a way, you know, that there isn't too much in the way of bamboozlement. And look, one thing that I really, my trading game suffered from was adding to winners. And, you know, there was some psychological reasons behind that, obviously, of wanting to lock in profits, not wanting to give back. One thing that I've really been trying to work on lately is to add into these winning positions, and I'm happy with how I've done that so far. In criminal, we're in at 1475. We added on the breakout into 1530, added again into the breakout into 1523. So let's watch. Let's see now, can it take out $16? I don't even have any orders ready here. I just want to see where it goes. But I do have a bias that 16 will be a staunchy little resistance level, just because of that 4 a.m. print, okay? That 4 a.m. pre-market high is $16, I think, on the T. There's 96s, Joey, 97s. Can we get a little bit higher? 97s were 99s. That's it right there. That's a $16 area high for me. We're spinning the money on that one. I'm happy with how I traded this. I could have certainly done better by getting in a little bit more. There is $15.98 is a $16 to the penny high. I don't mind adding if this one comes back in to an area of support. Currently, the only area of support I see, $15. But there it goes again, Joey, into the high, man. 16.17, new area high. This one's got a lot of strength behind it. It's over triple digits now, 103%, and it's really breaking out. Now, if the shorts are going to start punching in here and the longs catch them offside, watch for a short squeeze, especially because, number one, now we're up over 100%. This is going to be a lot of people's radar for a mean reversion trade. So that's case number one. Case number two, we're clearing the pre-market high where shorts and or profit takers are going to be looking. It wasn't just me looking at that level. So now watch this as it really turns up now. 1636 high and really going here. CRML, traded carefully, Joey options.
Good, look, beautiful, beautiful stuff. I'm curious to know if OB's still an AMD, man. That thing's moving up relatively well, but there it is, bang. Watch out for this, right? Like, we have this big-time isolated volume print on on IBIT and an inverted hammer candle. But I mean, I like our chances to continue to climb. And it's almost double top, right? Like, you just get that extra push up to 71.35, and then now you're starting to come back in. I think that might be it for the day, to be honest with you. And if you go back to the actual underlying, you're just on consecutive days of just going straight up. So at some point, you have to cool off a little. And maybe today might be then before we continue our northeast trajectory there. Now, let's pull this up. Bang, bang, bang. Bum, bum. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this isn't even really a crypto gauge, right? Like we still have some missing days, but it's just consecutive moves to the top side. So I suspect that at some point we might cool down. May it be today or maybe another time or not. So other than that, we're going to ride the wave. Thank you there, Red Sport, and thank you to everybody once again. Much appreciated to all of you. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, we had a couple more super chats here. Let's go through those guys. Sharif did the Papacito one, so thank you for that. Zabo or Chabo, whatever it may be.
El Chapo?
No, it's not El Chapo. He's still locked in there. Just in case you're watching, he is watching Trader TV.
Don't antagonize him.
Sorry.
He's got power outside those gates, Joey.
I'm his friend.
Don't antagonize him, Joey.
I don't got no issues with the Suns or anything like those. I like you guys. Anyways, other than I'll stop now. Plug could be a decent gap fill. Might be worth a look. For Sharif, as soon as you're kind to set up happy birthday again to the options king. No, I'm no king, my friend. I'm just here to just...
El Jefe, El Options Jefe.
El Jefe, yeah, exactly, El Jefe. PSQH is going to zombie brain calories. Okay. Tell me what you ate for lunch then. Let's take a look at PSQH. Never heard of this name, PSQ Holdings. This is definitely Sharif's world, and there's liquidity issues obviously as well too, so just keep that in mind, but not too bad of a look on the 5 minute there, guys, and daily you're really starting to break out, so we like that. Holding those bases, nice big strong move, but you can see that the sellers are stepping in a little bit more aggressively, so just keep your eyes out on that one. Gentlemen, should the tush push be banned in the NFL? Asked Paul Thomas. $10.
The tush push?
Yeah.
Isn't that just an illegal block in the back?
I don't know.
You can't push at all in the back.
Block.
What?
I think the tush is that for the 1 yard line? Maybe the tush.
Oh,
when you're on the 1
so
yard.
Similar to a leverage.
Yeah.
Okay,
right?
so similar to launching somebody.
Yeah, so maybe that's what he's referring to. To be honest with you, Paul Thomas.
But they've always been doing that quarterback sneak.
Yeah, I don't see an issue. I don't see
running back.
Yeah,
I
don't see an issue with that, to be honest with you. But honestly, my love for football died many years ago. To be honest, I couldn't watch it anymore for some reason. The reffing was just getting horrible, and I wasn't playing. So I was just like, you know what? I know everybody still loves it, but yeah, I used to be a massive NFL fan. But aside from this, happy belated birthday, LSTDZ0507. Happy belated birthday. My mother's 95th birthday was yesterday also. Hope you had a good day, brother. 95th?
That's crazy. Okay, so that's fantastic right there. You see the super chat showing up on the screen?
Are they? Where?
You didn't see it?
Oh!
You didn't see that?
Wow.
You know who's responsible
man.
for that, right?
I wouldn't even guess.
The Chilean Nightmare.
I was going to say Ram. No, obviously I know it was Fabian.
No.
You got to give credit where credit is due, and thank you for that very much there, Fabian. That's another wicked feature that you're bringing onto the show. Just absolutely crushing it out of the ballpark like the Jays over the past couple of days. And once again, thank you guys all for the super chats. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. It means more than words can ever explain, truly. Thanks.
All right, guys, I just wanted to let you know this is where to find the morning note. So a member was asking where to find the said morning note. So here's super easy, guys. All right, if you're at the Trader TV homepage and you're a sub, right? You've already hit that join button, which would be right here. In case you guys are wondering, just give me 1 second. So if you guys are already on the home page, you just hit that join button right there. It's right below the video, and I believe it's like $6.99 US. I think we're looking at fixing that. Anyway, so you click posts, and then you scroll on down, and it'll be the one that says members only in green, right? That's how you know which one it is. And usually you know by the time as well. I usually post it at 8 a.m. And then you click read more, scroll down, and then there it is right there. So you'll be able to click that bad boy right there. It shows up. It'll be every single morning. As soon as Adara sends out the other watch list, this one will go with it as well. So make sure if you're subscribed as a YouTube member of Trader TV, get that watch list sent to you every single day, guys. So I just wanted to shout out the individual in the chat that was just asking me that. Casey just dropped 10 memberships. Oh, I like it. Shout out to Casey, always doing the most and absolutely great way. Shout out to Casey. I appreciate you, Casey. I don't click bad boy, says Ozan. Click whatever you want, Ozan, as long as it clicks the watch list. Shout out to the OG Ozan. Yes, sir. That's it, Camille, right there. Camille, I'm looking for Sharif watch list, please. I just showed you, Camille, my man. I just did the entire instructions right there, my friend. So make sure you're going to the Trader TV YouTube homepage. You're clicking under posts, and then just work your way down to the one that says members only in green right there, brother. And then it'll be all there. All right, guys, just wanted to let you know criminal is still going. CRML 1668, high of the day. We're going to pause for a second. Adira's got news at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on any of these chip-related plays, NVIDIA and AMD specifically, and also FXI, KWeb, any China AI plays. We do have commentary coming from David Sachs, who is the Trump administration's AI and crypto czar. He said that there's a case for selling China-deprecated AI chips. So once again, we have commentary coming from the Trump administration suggesting that they do not want to sell China their best AI chips. Again, commentary from David Sachs and Watch. He's made a couple other comments about the AMD and the OpenAI deal. Nothing really market moving or massive here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adira. Yep, the crypto and AI czar. Dropping some hot lines. We'll be interested to see how he feels about this entire thing. Joey, needless to say, I was quite surprised.
For the new one.
Want it there?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. You just give me a couple.
What does she want?
I just need a couple percentage points.
Oh, charging your battery?
The script has flipped. She usually asks me for a charger this morning. I asked her for a charger.
Well, at least she brought something.
Yeah.
So I was super surprised about Altman taking a 10% stake. Well, reportedly into AMD.
Yeah.
Because, we talked about the circularity of the whole business model. NVIDIA invests, Altman takes back, buys back chips. And now it's Altman investing into AMD. So it's not AMD trying to sell Altman their chips and investing. So
10%, that's huge.
10%, reportedly again, right? We'll see exactly how it all ends up being. But yeah, warrants being discussed here, guys. So, and apparently those warrants are like at $0. We'll get to it on the rundown. Shout out to Paula Malone, $20. Hello from South Carolina, USA. Happy birthday, Joe. Love you too, Sharif. Look forward to 11 a.m. every day. Paula Malone, we love you back, Paula.
We love you more.
Appreciate you, Paula. Yeah,
we love you more
20 bucks. Thank you, Paula. We got to stop for a second. Adira has breaking news at the big desk.
Yeah, more commentary coming here from David Sachs, now specifically talking about NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. He is saying that Jensen Huang is a strategic asset in the AI race. So unclear if that's going to mean anything going forward, but either way, worth noting that Jensen Huang is being called a strategic asset in the AI race, quote unquote, by David Sachs, who is again the Trump administration's AI and crypto czar. Back to you.
Definitely. I would have to agree with that. I would rather Jensen Huang be on the North American side of the AI trade than on the Chinese side. I'll tell you that. Like, just as an individual.
That's like trading the best player.
There you go.
And getting nothing in return.
There you go. Nobody ever does that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gretzky got traded.
I know, that's why I'm being sarcastic. Nobody ever does that.
But look what happened after, you know what I mean? What year was it like 99 or something? I think he got traded, or a little bit. Wayne Gretzky to LA.
Yeah, I forget about that. That was really interesting.
Man, I don't know how you do that.
Gretzky, yeah. You see, he's losing his popularity up here. You notice that?
Wayne is.
Wayne.
Why?
So political associations.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's just the way it is right now.
Is that
politically charged environment?
Wow. That's insane.
All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch here any small cap gappers. They're all pulling back on my watch list. So if you guys have got ones that are breaking out or, testing highs, I'd love to hear about them. I'm still involved in Fate. I'm probably not going to be involved for that much longer. It put in a lower high, and it looks like it's a flat bottom, break candidate through that volume weighted average price at $136. So I am kind of concerned about my trade on Fate. I don't like lower highs off the VWAP because that typically means lower high, descending wedge, flat bottom break candidate. I'm not about that life. I'm seeing people say SOPA. I'm seeing other people say SPRB. So let's go ahead and load those up. Let's take a gander at what those bad boys are doing. Let's bring in the side chart over here. and we'll load that bad boy up. Let's start with SOPA. We'll just take a quick look. Okay, so this one's putting in lower highs, guys. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Off that, yes, pre-market high, which topped out at $4 on the dot. And since that time, it couldn't put in a higher high to save its life. So it's going to have to change trend for me to get involved in SOPA. But there's others. You guys were saying SPRB. Shout out to Peter. This one, I think Adara and Brendo were talking about this one in the morning. Yeah, 35 bucks and change, double top into 47. Eek, yeah, and a couple of down halts, but it is holding well above the volume weighted average price. So I would wait. This one looks like it's a possible accumulation zone here, and I want to say roughly between 32.50 to 37.50, a $5 accumulation zone. And if I could really kind of try to gauge this, it feels like maybe we're putting in some higher lows, but by that token, we're also putting in lower highs as well. So it's kind of hard to gauge how this one ends up trading. But yeah, I'd be on the lookout here for a volume spike, supported by a technical breakout above this trend line, this upper trend line over here on SPRB. Who are we going to take off over here, Joey? There's got to be somebody we can take off. STEX. I don't think we can punch in on that, but that's a really good look there. So I don't want to take it off quite yet. I'm running out of room here, so you guys are going to have to let me know if this one ends up breaking out. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw an alert. If it takes out 38 bucks, I'll be made aware and I'll get involved. So it's not a bad look there, but it's just certainly not setting up in the most advantageous way. Yannick also saying SLDP. Let's take a quick look at SLDP. Is that one that we got on the side over here? The answer to that is no. This is a good look, Yannick. That is what I'm talking about, my guy. I don't know why I didn't have eyes on this one. This one was a creeper. I guess coming in a little bit later on. Anyway, so that one, we're going to have to remove somebody here. I just don't know who. Again, Joey, we're going to take off ONMD. We're going to put in SLDP because this one looks awfully good. Great call out, Yannick. 36%, nary a red candle to be spoken about or even observed over here on the 5-minute chart, pardon me, on SLDP. So let's throw in the ticker there. And here's the deal. I don't want to punch in near highs. So we're going to have to figure out another way to get in. Now I can base it on prior bar low. Current bar has another 3 minutes. 590 high, the current bar low is 570. Prior bar low, 560. So you're going to have to give this a little bit of room. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait for a move down, possibly into 5.5. So that is my look there on SLDP, but it probably behooves us to load it up on a trading screen so we can get in to this one if it is warranted. SLDP, let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to have to put it on the side chart over here as well. Or I mean watch list, excuse me. So we've got that on. All right, let's continue to watch over here what SLDP has to offer. What do we got on the 5-second chart on this thing? Yeah, it's a dang rocket ship. That's what we got, Joey. I mean, we're approaching $6, so you assume maybe some psychological resistance coming into play here in a matter of 7 or 6 pennies. That's not a hard and fast rule. It can blow through 6. No problemo. It's just about trying to put the odds on my side. So maybe something off another higher low, 575, a 580 dip. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go 582. Let's go ahead, 582 dip trade here on SLDP, and we're going to give this one the old college try, and we're going to give it we're going to see what happens. All right. Corey Ewing, $5 super chat. Joey Options, my guys, QUBT has news of 75 million oversubscribed private placements. Guys or Adara, what does this mean for the stock going forward? Do you want to take a look at that for Corey Ewing? Because I did see that headline this morning, Joey.
Subscription private placements.
I can pull it up.
Adara, what does this mean for stock going forward? That's a great question. I honestly don't even know if I can answer that.
I don't know why it's freezing on me. Here it is. Here we got it. All right. So give me a sec to load this up. I don't know why my platform is freezing over here, but
this is a.
Go ahead.
I mean, 75 million oversubscribed private placements. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to give you a solid answer. But one thing I can do for you is we can pull up the old chain on this one. Yeah. Oh, Charlie Taft, brother. I'm so sorry. Yeah. There goes the Nasdaq. All right, guys. Anyways, there's a lot of open interest here. Sharif, as soon as you find an answer, let me know on that one. Oh, you have it right there. Okay.
Yeah. So here it is, guys. Let's just read this article out loud. So the company. It planned to raise about $750 million in an oversubscribed private placement. The company said Sunday evening it had entered into agreements with institutional investors, not retail, institutional, for the purchase and sale of more than 37 million shares of common stock. Titan Partners Group, which is a New York-based investment bank, they're going to act as the sole placement agent for the offering. That's at least what QUBT said. The offering is expected to result in gross proceeds of about $750 million before expenses and is set to close on Wednesday. It plans to use said proceeds to fully fund commercialization, which is what you want to hear, obviously, because, well, I'm not investing for a science experiment. There better be some commodification to this technology. It also makes strategic moves as such acquisitions, increasing its staff. It's establishing the capabilities to produce quantum hardware at scales. The shares did slump, though, on the news, snapping a 3-day winning streak. The CEO of the company, who assumed the role earlier this year, so he hasn't been at the helm for that long, well, he said the company raised about $1.64 billion since the election, which is when quantum started breaking out. In fact, it started breaking out before the election, which led me to believe there was some insider stuff going on there, because that was before Google dropped its news. It gives the company, QUBT, the strongest balance sheet among publicly traded quantum computing companies. The company said in the last 6 months, just in the last 6 months, it planned to raise another $500 million in private placement with large existing shareholders, and then one new investor after that. We're going to have to pause for a second because Adara has news of the big desk.
Keep an eye here on SOUN. This one being flagged as a long idea by the street. It's been pretty rangy, not a huge reaction here, but basically what the street is saying, and they're just a website that posts market-related news and information. They're saying that buying SoundHound AI is on watch here, as the news with AMD and OpenAI could fuel speculative action. So SOUN apparently on watch is a speculative long play here by the street. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Joey, I just want to cover quickly here.
Go ahead.
SLDP, forget about $6 acting as resistance. It's just leaving my resting order there to try to catch prior bar low in the dust. It is really going here. Shout out to Yannick for calling this one out. This is a Yannick special. Bovin's got plenty of specials. He's talking about OMEX right now. So if you're on that Bovin special list, OMEX breaking out. But this one here is a Yannick special, and it's got Joey, there's only 2 red candles on your friend over here since the breakout. The breakout started happening at 10 a.m. There's 1 red candle at 10:30 and another at 11:10 on the 5-minute. It doesn't have another red candle anywhere else. Obviously, we were trading consolidatively earlier on. I'm talking about from the breakout onwards. So, yeah, SLDP has got the juice to let this one loose. Let's see if it's able to stay above 6. It's a topping tail candle right now into 619, coming back into 6. Some information for you guys. Current bar low is 596. Prior bar low is 570. So if you're going to get in, 570 is prior bar low. I'm leaving my order there in the 580s to trigger, even though there's an ugly topping tail candle forming right now. Adara's got more breaking news, baby.
Yeah, this one actually is related to a stock you were looking at, Sharif. CRML on watch. This one pushing lower, and there is news on it. I do want to clarify. Apparently, White House officials are saying that the U.S. is not considering an equity stake in CRML. So I'm not clear if these White House officials have in fact said this or if they're just reported to have said it. But either way, the U.S. Reportedly not considering taking an equity stake in CRML. That is right. CRML reportedly not in consideration to get an equity stake from the U.S. government. Back to you.
I was just yelling at Joey. Just like that, it is gone. Adara brings you the news, but before Adara brought us the news, we were already halted down. It is a $14 hard on CRML. Halt, calm down, Sharif. And that's why I always annoy you by saying the same phrase over and over again. Trade them carefully. They're around for a good time, not a long time. And all of a sudden, we talk about this one, respecting trend. Oh, it's making higher highs and higher lows.
Bang.
Smack. All the way down. Joey, we're trading at 15.61, and in one 1-minute candle, we were halted down at 14.
That's crazy.
One 1-minute candle.
It is literally criminal.
It's
yeah. That is literally criminal. No, I like the fact that, like, honestly, Sharif, I like that you just keep repeating the same thing because people, even if you get annoyed by it, you're going to do it the one time and you're going to be like, oh, I wish Sharif said that to me. And it's like your parents, right? It's like whatever you're going to go do something, your parents tell you, make sure you wear your seatbelt when you go out. And the next thing you know, you're driving when you go out, you get a seatbelt ticket or something along those lines. And you're like, oh, I wish they told me that, right? But it's like, hey, they've been telling you this from day one. So listen up. Even though you may get annoyed, I think it's for the benefit. And I personally don't, because it's a reminder. Me personally, I need to be reminded things on a daily. Just ask Selena. This guy doesn't remember a thing. But anyways,
who?
Me.
Oh, yeah.
Not you. I was saying I
didn't understand
dates,
it.
Yeah, like dates, not like going out dates, but like anything that is like revolved, like Milo's got an appointment, someone's got this. I am horrible at that, and I need to be reminded on a daily basis. But anyways, all right, guys, let's take a look at Tesla. Yeah, I don't know if
get him,
right
Assassino.
We'll put this one up there, Assassino. No, but okay, so we got Green Guru. He wants to talk a little bit about Tesla, and then someone else in the chat said that they're long some TSLA calls. Let's pull that up here and see what we got. All right, bang. This is what we like to see, considering Elon's going to be releasing some news here momentarily. I mean, not today, but in the near future. If he does, and it's like, hey, Model 2, pictures of the Model 2, anything, I think this stock is going to absolutely go nuts. You have this massive engulfing print here, but now you're starting to form a little bit of a hammer. But one thing to note is that the buying pressure pushed it up here, and then it eventually closes. So that's not a genuine print, but not all of them are going to be the exact same thing. I like Tesla for a potential bounce. The key level is going to be around that 471 level, obviously, right? Because that's where you pump on the delivery numbers, and then you sell down aggressively, and then you had back-to-back days of selling, and then now you're just slowly starting to grind higher. So keep an eye out on that one. I think we're going to be okay and just fine in Tesla, considering we're only about a couple percentage points off the previous ATH. 10%. Okay, so a little bit more than what I was expecting. At this peak, we're only about 2.5 or something along those lines. Now, as for Apple, individuals in the chat were asking about Apple. This consolidation, I don't know. I don't know if it's a POC right now.
Okay, stop for a second, Joey. So my mom, her iPhone got stolen by UPS. So I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but she ordered the same day I got it. She didn't.
Yeah.
So she did an entire case, investigation, blah, blah, blah. The phone's gone. So I'm like, Mom, let's just get you another one. Let's forget about the one that got taxed.
Yeah.
Joey.
Yeah.
Second week in November for the 17 Pro Max. Second week in November, it keeps extending.
So the demand is there.
Just saying.
Right. So yeah, we're just gonna be keeping our eyes out. Anything north of 10 or 12% on iPhone sales growth, watch out. Watch out. Watch out. I almost set it there, but I was going to say, yeah, so, yeah, that sucks. And what, is she going to get a refund or anything along those lines?
They gave her a refund, right? Like, so they threw the refund her way, but now she wants a phone, Joey, and that's the thing is.
That's right. At least she got the money back, right? So, I mean, in the so maybe I might have to get Ms. Gabriel on the phone with Air Canada so I can get my freaking money back there, all right? So we got to get somebody on that. Anyways, enough of Air Canada garbage. So guys, check out this reload. Assassino, you're just rubbing it in today.
You keep doing it, Assassino. It's very good work today.
No, we're obviously messing around with them. Bang, we're on the reload, guys. So you can see our average has been moved up to 71.05. That's where we're going to be getting out. We've been taking multiple attempts to crack through this previous pivot high, and it has not been coming into play. So I'm going to be thinking double top-esque, and maybe we're just not prepared and haven't absorbed enough liquidity. Once again, I mentioned how many times we were on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like an 8-day winning streak here. Hit the freaking October there.
No, absolutely. You don't have to invite me to do that.
We need to call it something else. It's just parabolic October, I think, at this part
here.
Bro. Some good stuff, but now running into some support levels that I believe that are going to crack here momentarily. But I'm still looking at some other names. I want to get involved in a little bit more. Not too bad of a session. 71.05, we're out of that trade 100%, and I said it again, I'll say it one more time, I think that 73 at some time this week can be in the works for IBIT.
All right, shout out to welcome to Tom, welcome to Trader TV, buddy. Hope you're having a great day, Tom. All right, SLDP, I got involved in this one. I had to scalp out because it was losing trend, okay? So this current candle has a lower high and a lower low. I was trying to catch it off a key area of technical support, and I did okay on it. It's nothing to write home about, though. It is having trouble clearing and holding back above 6. Now, here's the deal. If we can get back and hold above 6, I'll get in, right? So I see a second bull flag here. First bull flag, 10:10 a.m. breakout on the 5. We move up, we consolidate for 15 minutes, right around 5 and a 5th, and then we rocket right back up. So we're in the second bull flag because we've been consolidating since that 11:45 candle. It is now 12 o'clock. So we've been consolidating for 15 minutes, 620 high, technically 619. We're putting in yet another lower high on this current 5-minute candle, though. So the prior 5-minute candles got what as an area high? 607. Here we go. We're showing 4s. Now we're showing 5s. Can we continue the trend? If we can continue the trend, I'm going to get back in. Simple as that. But let's just get it to prove to me that it will continue said trend. So I'm keeping an eye here on SLDP. Let's see what this one has to offer us. Gary F. NPK on TSX. Okay, Gary, I just have to keep my eye on SLDP because it looks like it wants to break out again. But let me load that bad boy on for you. So Gary's asking about a Toronto Stock Exchange listed ticker called NPK. It goes by, is it on the TSE? So Veride Agritech. I'm assuming that's what you mean, right, Gary? Gary, tag me again. Is it Veride Agritech or whatever, how's it spelled? Veride Agritech. Yes, it is. Okay, so he is right. So this is a good looking name. Look, you're not getting, this is a penny stock, to be fair, first and foremost. It's got a low of day today of around 50 cents, but it's up big. For a 50 penny name, it's up to 80 pennies. So if you realize that, this is a nice little move there. It's a $45 million market cap, and it's got, what is this? Agriculture technology company produces potash fertilizer. Anybody who knows anything about the Canadian economy, baby, potash is a big export from the great province of Saskatchewan. But obviously, not everybody is profitable selling that bad boy. So this is the 1 hour chart on NPK, and we're coming into technical areas, very important technical areas, Gary, because look at that area spike in early July 7th, I believe. Yes, July 7th. We got right into 84 pennies. We rejected. We dropped all the way back down to 45. So be on the alert here, Gary, that we are coming into an area of technical resistance. That's the hourly. Let's go to the daily. So we're coming from, much higher areas. But as we know, the COVID area highs, have a way of possibly never being seen again by some of these names. So it looks like we've broken the downtrend more locally, though. We're still on a downtrend, Gary. I want to say we're still putting in some lower highs here generally. We're above the 200 EMA, which is good, but yeah. Let me know more about this. I like this support at 45 pennies. I like the approach into a local area high. I'll like it a lot more, Gary, if we can break and hold above this 85 penny area on a closing basis. That to me says it's not just an intraday trade where we approach area highs, but we're going to close and hold above those highs. That's more of a secular run. We'll keep an eye out on that, and we'll report to you guys back. But for the moment, Joey, tell them about this before we send it to Adara.
Yes, absolutely. Looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hitting costs?
Yes.
With plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With plus 500, powerful platform, you can access a wide range of futures markets, S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more, all in one place, folks. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen plus 500. Yeah, so really good. Look, thanks, all things Trump. I appreciate that, brother. I don't think I was gone, though. I don't think the last time I left was in, where did I go last year, man? Chicago in August. That was the last time I think I've been absent. But anyways, guys,
what are you talking about? You went to the cottage, bro.
That was before. That was before Chicago.
Didn't you go to college for your buddy's
bachelor party?
Yeah,
that was before Chicago. Yeah, that was before Chicago.
No way.
Was it?
No, man, you had that wad right after Nimrod, and then you went again after.
No.
This guy. He's trying to convince. Well, okay, I'm not even gonna say because he had a lot of ones. That's all I'm gonna say.
Brother, they're not.
You guys,
they weren't all just ones,
know.
brother. They weren't just one.
Yeah.
So no. Okay, so here's the timeline. Jamaica, February. Dallas, April. Cottage, July. Chicago, August. All right. So there we go. All right, this guy's memory. Hey,
it's not that good. I got readily admit.
The short term is gone. I could tell you that for free. What did I just say? No, I'm joking. Obviously joking. Hey.
Get him, Joey.
Exactly, or Alpha. You got it. No, in all seriousness, guys.
See, Darwin knows what's good, bro. You see what Darwin wrote there?
Or Alpha. What did Darwin say?
He knows exactly what's good.
What did he do? What did he say? I didn't see what hitting the shin. Oh, I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you. But obviously being a little sarcastic there. But no, guys, you can see that we're all out of the IBIT trade. It treated us really good here on that second attempt. I'm going to be honest, I was really frustrated at myself that I didn't take this trade, but I'm like, you know what, patience. We're just going by... We're just going by what the options chain is telling us. 73 might be in the works for this week, but it's not just going to be a straight up line, all right? So we had this initial leg higher. We didn't participate. We wait for the pullback. We get out. We did get stopped out 80% right there. We didn't get frustrated. Shout out to Obi. And then bang, we hop right back in, and then we piece it. We go with the reload for the break of the high. Didn't come into play. We just get out our last bit at our break even right there. So yeah, not too bad of a look. I mean, if it wants to engulf and just continuously chop and slowly grind and put in these newer highs, then we're going to be all about that life. So we're going to be participating, blah, blah, blah. But now we're starting to look at some other names, right? We're swaying from Bitcoin and heading in towards AAPL. Let's see if we can get this break. Why am I involved in some Apple? All right, I'll tell you right now for free. Bang, right there. Here it is, nice hammer candle off of those lows, but the initial one is really strong. The wide range and a wide wick there, so you got to be cautious and wait for that to potentially fill some of it, which it didn't. You go off to the races, holds that 255.82 base to a T, and then now starting to climb higher, pulls back, lower volume, and then you have another indecision print. We're going to aim for the volume weighted average price. I want to add some more, so if I get into the lower end of the range, I'll actually get into the full size of the position, and then maybe we can go and test some of these key levels over there, Shree.
All right, guys, SLDP back involved in this one. We got 19s on now. Show me 24s. Let's take some profits here and see if this one wants to test area highs. It's 29 pennies area high. So let's see what we can get here. Kind of a zigzagger. It did break prior bar high, and it also took out the high of the day, which was previously 19. But it's not exactly rocketing up over here. So let's continue to watch, see what we can get on this one. I'm probably going to flatten my trade on FAT, F-A-T, because coming back into my area. So I'll get to that one in a second because it's not really a fast mover, but I want to keep my eye here on SLDP. There's a seller at 22s, and now we're kind of rejecting the 22 penny area. So let me load up the 5-second chart. Takes a little bit to load up. We got 19s on now. Now it's back into 19s. Current bar low, by the way, is well south of where we are, 588. No continuity quite yet, and I'm seeing us now trend a little bit lower. Now we do have an area of local support at 1718. Let's see if we pop back off that area. Right back into 24, 27. Boom, into the high again on SLDP. Now we're waiting on the north side. We're going to wait at 33s. Let's go ahead and wait there. So that, by definition, means another high of day. Whether we get it or not, 30s now. Seller at 30, and it's a hidden seller again that we're showing up here on the price, because we're certainly not seeing the order on the gateway, hence why I said hidden seller. It's a 31 penny high. We've got 19s on at the moment. Let's see if we can get the continuation here. Again, packing my patience. We're waiting at 33s. We're looking for a $0.50 squeeze. Clearly here, we can't start talking about the whole dollar quite yet. So let's see if we, number one, we can get above that third of a dollar, obviously by 33s, and then whether we can get into that $0.50 area. Now, seller at 29s again. That's the local area high. We're waiting for a clearance of that 30 pennies, but the high of the day is 31 on the dot. It's up 44.25%. and zigging and zagging here in the low 20s. So I'm trying to pack my patience because it seems like the buyers are stepping in on every little, descent down into a local area low, like the low 20s, and then they're stepping up, boosting this one again. So I don't want to get caught here trying to look at the micro trend, trying to keep my my eyes really focused on the macro trend, and the macro trend is certainly higher lows. Again, I want to bring your attention to the local area of support around 617. There's been a buyer around 617, 618. So if we do dip into those levels, I'm not saying there's going to be a buyer there forever and ever more. And here we are again, touching those levels. Do we have that same buyer step in again? It's showing 18s, 19s. Let's see if that buyer steps in. Back into 21s again we go. So that same buyer, at least for the moment, has enough shares to prevent this one from bleeding down and losing the mid-teen area, but not enough, at least it looks like for now, to touch back that 31 penny area high. So I'm trying to pack my patience on this one, but you just know with these small cap gappers, I've just seen too much. I've seen too much. I know what they're capable of and the pain they could cause if you catch them on the wrong side at the wrong time. So we'll keep tabs on that. Mike P. He's back in the chat, baby.
If it was anybody else,
he'd be immediately
blocked.
No, but Mike P, he's got that energy, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Mike P got that energy.
But see, he texts like me, right? So that's how I send messages.
Oh, you send multiple messages?
Oh, my friend.
Immediately mute. Immediately mute.
Cannot stand it.
I can't stand that, bro.
Like 2 words per text.
Can't stand that.
Send. Yeah, that's
my buddy Alfred. God
me.
love him.
Yeah.
God love him, right? But he has that nasty habit like you. And let me tell you, bro, when we were trading in COVID and he'd be messaging me and I was in a bad trade and it's constantly, I want to kill him, right?
Yeah,
it's just like, stop. And he has nothing to do with him. He doesn't even know you're out of the money or anything like that, right? Like,
that's
just more my problem than anything else. But guys, we're right back into that 618 area again, and we keep getting that same buyer stepping in 17, 18. But this time, we're not making area highs. We're making lower highs now. We got to get above that $0.25 to break that trend. Let me tell you, there's somebody selling here in the low to mid 20s on SLDP. I don't want to be caught on the wrong side of this. Here's 25, 27s. Can we continue up? But look at the short sellers. Step in aggressively there. So yeah, that one popped up, but the short sellers pushing it right back down below the area trend. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, Joey. I don't want to, give up the position that I have because I have a decent one here, especially if we squeeze into the $0.50. But for the moment, we are in a nice little consolidation. I want to say we started consolidating around 1206. It's 1212 now, with no real decision as to whether we're going to make higher highs or higher lows. So packing my patience.
Good look there. All right, so yeah, someone was asking me about serve. I like it here, right? So you have this constant base that's being formed, the consolidation, and then now you're starting to pick up and break through some of those resistance zones. I think this might be sustained, right? This is going to be a key pivot at 1535, so keep your eye out on that one. But other than that, I think you're looking pretty good. And most definitely from an intraday standpoint, you're rocking and rolling. 15-minute, you only have one red candle. So bang, bang, bang. Nice look there on SERV. Now, as for Apple, guys, our Apple trade is not doing what we wanted to. That's okay. We started at half a risk, essentially. And then now we're starting to kind of come back into the lower end of the range. I have no issues with adding a little bit more, getting into that full position to bring my average down approximately 20 cents. And then if that's the case that we want to continue this rebound, then I think we'll be okay. But I don't want to go in full size just yet, okay? So patience, patience, patience. The market is starting to pull back a little bit. Charlie, way to wait and not chase that. We're right back to where we were talking about before the break here. You just had to wait 30 minutes, so not too bad of a look there. Now let's see if Apple's going to hold up that specific level. Guys, what have we not done today? Yes, you've guessed it. We have not taken a look at the best performing sectors of the session. Let's do that. I think the crypto, should we put crypto should be added into here maybe.
What happened, Joey?
As sector performance, don't you think that cryptocurrency should be in here maybe?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've got to talk about the creators over there on this website.
Who is that, Joey?
I know who it is. I'll tell you after.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Technology sector, guys, up 1.4. Yeah, technology up 1.4% approximately there, guys, 1.37 to be exact. And then we have we have the energy sector up 0.9. I'm going to get out of this Apple as it's cracking through some of these lows. Utilities up just under 0.6 there, guys. And then also the bottom three, communication service down 4.5%, and then we have the consumer staples down 5.6%, or 0.56%, sorry, real estate down 0.81%. So, I mean, there you go, tech sector performing. Let's go back to the weekly and see what we got going on. Leading the way is IWM up 1.86%. The Q sitting in that second place, 1.27, SPY 0.9, and then the Dow in last place there, guys. So that is your best and your worst performing sectors of the day. Now, as for our volume, let's take a look at some of these names. We already know who's going to be at the top of the class, guys. That is going to be Advanced Money Duplicator with 180 million shares traded on the session. I mean, this is a big time move. I looked at him. First thing I said to Shreve this morning is, what the hell? And he's like, yep, deal with OpenAI. And that will do that. So not too bad of a look. I know some people were talking to me about BMNR. That was a nice gap up here from 56. You trade all the way up to 62. And that's the thing with these leverage plays. Man, oh man. I have a hunch that this thing is going to go absolutely bonkers. Keep an eye out on BMNR. I'm fully sized in, guys. I got a contract.
He was on, what's it called, Worldwide Exchange this morning.
Was he?
I forget the dude's name every morning, but before
Sorkin and
at
before
6,
then?
the guy on from 5 to 6 a.m.
Yeah, I don't know that guy.
Man,
Yeah.
Frank something or another,
Something,
man.
maybe.
Frank the Tank?
Frank the Tank.
The chat will know.
Chat will know. We'll get that.
Yeah,
So,
he was on anyway. He was
you talking?
yeah.
Obviously Tom Lee saying X amount of price there on Ethereum. He's probably going to grab some more. Now, as for MSTR,
Frank Holland.
Thank
you, John.
MSTR, yeah, not looking as good as BMNR. I think BMNR can absolutely go nuts, considering it's still a successful treasury, right? Why? Because of the yield, good stuff there. And RKT, let's take a look at that when that name Katina Man was trading this not too long ago, and then sure enough, it's just been absolutely tanking. Shreve, I seen you have some interesting stuff there.
I wanna show this, but we have a very important announcement with the deal.
I'm gonna go full position on Apple here, and if it cracks 256.80, then we'll get out.
I have to talk here about AMD because we have some commentary coming from noted supply chain analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, and he seems a little bit skeptical about some of this OpenAI and OpenAI and AMD deal. He said that there really hasn't been any significant change to some of these AMD 2026 orders over the past 2 weeks to align with the timing of the deal. He also said that this deployment doesn't really align with their wafer orders either in terms of the timeline they have for the deployment. He said that the main beneficiaries of this deal are actually more likely to be suppliers related to HBM and UA-Link. Apparently, the HBM for the MI450 is mainly supplied by Samsung. So Ming-Chi Kuo is saying Samsung is more likely to benefit from this AMD-OpenAI deal than either company directly. All in all, he's a little bit skeptical about the rollout and the timing of this deal here. Again, Ming-Chi Kuo commentary here on AMD and OpenAI. Back to you.
Joey, guess what?
All right, let me
Beta
guess.
Pro by Global X Canada. And now for some exciting news, of course, out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, Joey. They just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs. They're offering you guys 3 times bull as well as 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60. You're going to get to semiconductors as well as U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate. They're dropping those pesky management fees down to just 65 basis points, all until New Year's Eve of this year, December 31st. Plus, the U.S. focused strategies use currency hedging, offering you potential for pure performance and exposure. So, if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, and you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to the good folks. Beta Pro. Joey, I got questions for you.
Yes, sir.
We all know that the iPhone has different prices depending upon where in the world you are.
Canada, most expensive.
No.
I don't even have to look.
Straight to jail.
All right.
Assassino already knows, bro. He already knows what's good. Joey.
Yeah.
Here is a chart of the different prices, the effective price, Joey, of the most basic iPhone. Your friend Brendo sent me this, and I thought it was very interesting. This is the 16 Pro 128, okay? We're not even talking about the 17, Joey. 16 Pro 128 gigabyte. If you're in Turkey, that's how they're saying it now, by the way.
Turkey?
You get canceled if you don't say it the right way. Yeah, I don't believe in the canceling, but I'm just exaggerating for effect. $2,182. If you're from where our very good friend Assassino is from, Brazil, you're paying $1,835. And then if you're from my home country, Egypt, you're paying 41.3% more. You're paying $1,525. That's nothing to do with Apple looking to rinse you.
No.
It's the governments there that say, look. You got money?
We're going to take that.
Bring it over
We're
here.
taking that joint.
Bring it over here. And so you're getting taxed bigly on import, and what do they call them? Duties.
I thought that in Turkey it would be a little bit cheaper considering everybody's going there and getting their hair done. I thought the good business is
well, you know what, Joey? You go get your hair done, get your teeth done, but just don't buy an iPhone.
Don't buy an iPhone.
From Turkey.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That is
yeah, so there's some of the different areas there, and a lot of it has to do, like as you can see on the top right corner, it says Turkey's high price is due to a 50% luxury goods tax and a value-added tax on top. We know what a luxury goods tax is here. Just ask your very good friend Justin Trudeau, former prime minister of this country. You got money?
Tax.
Leave it over here.
Tax.
So any cars over $100,000, we know what that is, Joey. Luxury tax. You want to buy a boat? Luxury tax.
One more.
You want an airplane? Luxury tax. No, man, it's a good time. Good time. We're having a good time. No, seriously though, guys. So that's I just want to give you that little tidbit there to get an idea. But I hear you guys say Tesla's breaking out, and I see it at the high of the day. It's about to take out 450, 448, 56. Let's look at the Cybertruck and see what it's up to on the day. Great looking bull flag here on the daily. Look at this. We didn't spend too much time, guys, last time around in the late fall, early winter at these price levels. And now we're spending plenty of time at these price levels. To me, that means they're more sustainable. In fact, when you look at it a little bit more, generally, you are putting in higher lows and higher highs. Generally, you have outsized days that do retrace, but this looks like a great setup for Tesla. I cannot wait to see what's in store for tomorrow. Widely anticipated that it could be either, the Model 2 or the long or cheaper EV, as well as possibly the Roadster, which I think is less likely. Also being floated around there is a possible collaboration with an eVTOL company like Archer or Joby. We'll have to see if Tesla throws their hat into the eVTOL ring. It'd be like the only thing that they don't do, maybe other than motorcycles. But yeah, here's what I see, guys. 47, generally 47.80. There's been a lot of rejections at that level. Have you seen Tesla, Katina, man? It's flying up, Miro. 448.56 area high, generally holding the 10 or the 20 EMA on the 5, up 4 and a 5th on the day. It's not one that I'm typically going to trade, but we'll keep tabs on it for you guys. Yes, and so this is what I'm talking about over here. They're teasing an event tomorrow. It was posted on X yesterday on the Tesla X account. One of them had a spinning wheel, which caused people to think maybe it had something to do with like an eVTOL or a drone. And some other people are going a completely different way. We'll obviously have to wait and find out. But I got to tell you, I love this kind of wait and see excitement from our very good friend Elon Musk. All right, let's go back into SLDP over here because it looks like it's destined to take out area high. I'm talking about SLDP. Where's my SLDP screen? There we go. It's a 631 high, drop back down, held 6, and now it's trying to take out area highs again. So is this the move, or are we going to give up the ghost at this level? So I think I'm going to work my way back into SLDP for a move into that third of a dollar. I'm just trying to get in at the right price. Let's see if this one wants to defend 6 again. We're going to pause for a second. We got to send it to Adair.
This one is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. The Trade the Pool Beat Ackman live trading competition is here. October 8th to 10th. Every day, Ackman makes his move. Your mission? Outperform him. Beat his return. Prove you've got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV. With Trade the Pool team live in the studio, over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 evaluation accounts. Plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman. Win big. Back to you.
Budera.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Did you see your friend Criminal, Joey?
No, what's it doing? Is it back up there?
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
It was halted for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And then
opens.
down,
Down. And then, it's like, look at it.
Was that gap
look at this,
down, bro?
though, Joey.
Like
look at this. You're not going to convince me this is by accident, Joey. We consolidated here and now. All of a sudden,
and then now you can't even get past that level. Yeah,
shocking.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles here, guys. Let's take a look at some of our charts here. Bang, bang, bang. See what we got going on. We're looking at the NAS here. Tesla starting to put a couple topping signals in up here, but no volume supporting it quite yet. Serve, we were looking at this one. I'm about to get this off my chart, but I don't have anything really to replace it. Oh, I'll do it for my guy. Healing pain naturally. That's going to be Adam. So very good look there on SoFi. All the way up to 2680, man. We had this on the options chain not too long ago. So yeah, not too bad of a look. Consistent downtrend right here. So this is kind of the exact same thing that we were experiencing earlier in the session. We can remove this line. We can draw ourselves a new one, and then what we want to wait for is potential boom. What a beautiful pop there on IBIT. We want a 5-minute candle to sit on the other side of that, right on the back side of this trend here. We took Tesla, SoFi, Ethereum, AMD, still starting to cool off a little bit. So this one's going to be a little bit more grindy, considering it was up 30+%, I think, at some point throughout the session. So it's just like, are you going to continue on that trajectory? Patience, patience, patience. I guarantee you, sometime this week, it's going to be massively in play. Just be patient and wait for those opportunities. We're still in this Apple trade here. We bought a little bit more, average around 257.20s. If we crack this base, then we're going to get out of Dodge on that one. We could stick to the crypto names because look at Ethereum. We're starting to form a wedge, bull flag, whatever you would like to call it. And I think we're going to be most definitely going to be hitting some all-time highs in Ethereum. I don't know how soon, but I think relatively soon, right? There's a good trajectory that we're currently on. And I mean, ETHA is only a couple dollars now off of that previous print, 35.56, and then also about, we'll call that 137 flat. So what did I do? Full disclosure, I botched. I wouldn't say I botched, but anyways, I gave away too much unrealized gains on my Ethereum trade, guys. You know, I was in that in early August is when I opened the position. We were doing fantastic, and then I sold a little bit after my trip, and then it started to tank. So I did give a lot of unrealized gains back, but that's okay. We were still positive on the trade, but the way I managed it is essentially unacceptable. Don't be greedy. Just take a little bit more off. Lock in those profits because you never know what's going to happen next in the market. But one thing to note is that with that Ethereum trade, we rotated into some IBIT calls and then we went substantially heavier, and that's been working pretty good for us. So we're going to continue to hold on to that. I'll tell you guys my average price right now on those calls, and then we can take a look at that specific chart just to see. They're still very illiquid considering the expiration date. So my average price is $8.71. They're now trading at $12.80, which is pretty good. Now let's pull up the actual chart of these. Can I bring this out over there? No, I cannot. Why is that? Let's actually unlock this, and then now we can start to rock and roll. So this is, okay. Oh, no, I wanted to pull up a chart on that, but it changed it. I can pull up.
Bigly. Okay.
Oh, you see that? You see that, eh?
I see a bigly.
Yeah. I mean, but see, the thing is, though, Sharif, if I look at my performance, and I mean, by no means, like, am I bragging? Like, we can always do significantly better. You see my 100%. Ethereum position? I was good. I gave away probably about 50 to 60% of unrealized gains on that. right? So for me to just be thankful enough to get back, put on the position, and then be nicely on that, then I think I'm not satisfied or anything along those lines. I'm just happy that the fact that I made the right decisions, and I'm going to leave it at that. But you can still see how illiquid this contract is, and it's also expiring March 20th, 2026. But we're not in too bad. 80.71 is the average price, and then it's just consecutive updates day after day, day after day, and it's positive. But again, just be prepared for something, a pullback or anything along those lines. But I do believe by the end of the year, we'll have the ability to reach some of those JPM targets, 130, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Enough rambling on about the crypto space. Ramble on. Let's take a look at Critical Alt Escape. $10 super chat. I got 30 contracts for SoFi, 1017. Shout out Brick Squad for $27 strike price. Joey, you reckon I make it, or should I sell and roll them by Friday? Okay. Breathe. Give me a second here, Asis. You know, I got a lot in my hands right now, brother. We got some serious options talk to go on about right here.
Get him, Joey.
I got him. Okay, one more time. 30 contracts for SoFi, expiring 10/17. Brick Squad for $27 strike price. Let's pull that up right there for all my Gucci Mane fans and know what I'm talking about there. I don't think anybody really does, but that's okay. Sometimes you just got to satisfy yourself. Let's go over to the SoFi. So I'm so random, brother. I know. I'm sorry.
Fabian.
Oh, what's Fabian doing?
I don't know.
Causing trouble. All right, so let's get over to those 1017s and take a look over there. Why can't I move this now? Come on, get it together. Bang. So 1017 on SoFi. We're going to head over to that expiration cycle. That's going to be that $27 strike price. So they are currently trading at the money. Where's the bid? Why is it 26.98? And you only gave yourself about a week. Yeah, I'm going to go with what you said. I think you got the right idea. Roll them. Roll those bad boys. Give yourself a little bit more time. Let's pull up SoFi's daily and see what we got going on from there, and then we can determine a lot more. Okay, I like your idea. I like what you got going on with those 27s. Off of those base, you experienced that hefty pullback here. Off of those $30 all the way down to $24.84. You're down 18% off of those peaks. For me, roll them, roll them, roll them. Now let's find an expiration cycle before we send it back to our guy Sharif there. We got a lot of option stuff, so now I'm just continuously going on. Now let's head those over to January 16th. Why? 102 days. We don't want to worry about theta. We're leveraging our system already. Let's do it correctly. Now, 25 strike price, you have 54,000 contracts, 27, the liquidity is there. That's what I would look to do. Just roll those over, exact same strike. I think you're going to be doing just fine, especially if you give yourself 102 days.
All right, guys, I got to remind you to vote. I mean, I completely respect the fact that AMD is the number one today. What I don't like is why it only has 120 votes. I mean, this thing was up 35%. Give or take in the pre. Let's show AMD some love. And Tesla as well. Don't forget, we got some sort of special event that Elon's been teasing tomorrow with TSLA. And if you're about that life, I certainly am. As a shareholder, I want to know exactly what the hell is coming tomorrow. Is it going to be the Model 2? And how much is he going to charge? And how long is it going to take? And how many are they going to make? Like, I got a lot of questions here in case you haven't noticed. So get your Teslas, get your SoFis, your hoods, your Plug Power. Shout out to, I see you, Dinkelberg. Plug Power looking nice. I was just telling Brendo that this morning. Anybody seen Bloom Energy lately? BE, it's about to take out $100. Shout out to your boy Money Mitch who gave you that like 3 months ago. How about Plug Power? Also another sympathy play. It's flying up now. I have a bit of a checkered history with that piece of crap. I lost $1 a share on it. Now, forgive me for having, a bit of an angry memory here about it, but I'm going to cross my T's and dot my I's before I get into that hot garbage again. And I say that, obviously, to exaggerate for effect. Clearly, it's breaking out, and I obviously had it at the wrong time. So that's just my little 2 cents there. So get into the chat. Every day, guys, it's super easy. Throw in that $sign, whatever ticker your heart so desires. I see Oklo on there. Amazon's getting some love. Meta's barely holding on to $700, and it, I think, lost it at one point today. But I see you guys also talking about Archer Aviation, and Archer Aviation's got a lot of love today in the chat. About 45 votes. It's up 12 2/3. I'm not in Archer, but you guys know I'm involved in that eVTOL life. I'm in Joby, right? So yeah, get into the chat. Throw your tickers in there every day. You're going to have Obi covering it with Sean on the afternoon rundown today because Neil is taking a day off. I guess he was just too excited yesterday with the Blue Jays putting another spanking on the Yankees. I'm sorry, guys from New York.
I'm not sorry.
You guys are just getting decimated.
I'm not sorry. Yeah, I'm telling you that right now because you know why? I know for a fact the New York Yankee fans would not be apologetic to us. So I am not sorry.
You see what Joe Buck said about the Yankees?
No, what he said?
And it had Aaron Boone all angry.
Oh, yeah?
He's like, they're not a good team. They make too many mistakes, and Boone obviously had to talk
about
I
wouldn't say they're not obviously a good team.
Well, I'm just saying what Joe Buck said.
Yeah, Joe.
So yeah, guys, all right, throw in your tickers every day. You can vote basically from 8:30 on, and then basically I think Assassino cuts it off at around 2 o'clock. Give or take. So a little bit before 2 o'clock. So you have a lot of time to vote. But his Bills lost last night. And another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Yeah, so I haven't had much time for football. I know the Cowboys won, but I didn't even watch the game. Katina, man, what was the score there? Well, we put a hurting on the 13. We're talking about the Jets? Yeah, no. The Cowboys and the Jets. Oh. It was a whooping, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, we won, but I just don't remember how much. Yeah, I feel that, brother. All right, so I'm involved in SLDP right now, but I want to bring to your attention. Bills lost, though. I know. That's what we were talking about. Yeah. They literally just said that in the chat, Katina, man. Yeah, Katina, man's getting on that Bills lost theory as well. Shout out to my man, Neil. All right, AAOI is breaking out right now. It's all sorts of strong. It's up 18.25%. It's a bit more expensive, right? $33 and change, but it's got the goods right now. It's taking out all the key levels. Let's zoom out a little bit here on AAOI. Let's go to the 30 so we can kind of gauge where we're going to encounter resistance. Well, we're going to have to go farther back than that, Joey, because there's no resistance to be spoken of at these levels. And this goes all the way back to February. So I feel like this is 52-week highs here on AAOI. So yeah, now we're looking all the way back into November, encountering these area highs. So AAOI taking out that $30 level. I'll submit to you it was probably a $30 level that was important here. You've got a whole bunch of higher lows as well. This looks like an obvious upward channel. How high we get on the day, we'll have to wait and see, but keep your eye out on this one. AAOI, the ticker, trading in today's highs. I've got SLDP with a bias that this is a bit of a bull flag here. Now, we've got already a few bull flags, so I don't want to overstay my welcome. Anything below 6 ends the trade for me. I'm going to keep an eye out on that. I see you guys talking about criminal. Shout out to Matthew K. Sonic. We were all over criminal, my man. When it was breaking out, alas, Adara brought us this news that the White House came out and basically discredited some of the rumors that were floating around online, and then it halted. It in one 1-minute candle was trading at 15.25. It dropped back down to 14, halted for about 20 minutes, opened at 980, popped up to about $12, give or take, drop back down to 915. Now it's trying to work its way back above 12. The volume weighted average price for me is a little bit higher than 13. It'll have to work back above that level for me to get involved as a long. If you've been watching the show for a while, I'm a long-only small cap trader, so I won't be looking to get these bad boys short. So even if they're breaking down, it's not really going to have the same effect on me anyway. I won't be looking short on these. Joey, what do you got?
Good look there, guys. All right, so look at this pop there that we're experiencing on the crypto space. Bitcoin punching through that downtrend. We want to see the volume start to pick up. Engulfs all the way up to 71.23, starting to come back in a little bit. So we want to see if that move can be sustained. How do we determine that? Great question. The volume. Right? We're going to keep an eye on the volume. We can keep our eyes on the prints as well, but this goes back to the fact of me talking earlier about effort and result. So if you have a big time spike higher and then there's no volume, there's no effort within the spike, then the chances are that it slightly increases to be a potential fake out. And then if that volume is there, then hey, you want to participate and look to continue in that specific direction. Chase the packs. My man, happy Monday to you, sir. Did you see Amazon 216? Wowzers. Let's take a look at Zoni. I haven't even looked at it myself this morning. Oh, okay, bang. Ooh, how? Yeah, I want to get involved in this name. Apple's really, really sucking the bed right now. Stinking the bed, I guess I should say. You can have 257. consistent downtrend on the 5-minute. Once this is breached, if we have the ability to sit on the backside of this trend, then maybe we add a little bit. So that's what I'm looking at right there, and we're still sitting in that position, still currently 15 cents out of the money, 5 cents after that pop. So yeah, there goes Amazon, right? Really weak to the downside. Now chase the packs. This is a name that if I hit my targets, so by the way, my targets on my IBIT contracts are going to be 135 on the underlying asset, so that could be a ways away. I mean, it's still 10 grand, but that can happen relatively quick, especially if you kind of get that short squeeze. Shreve was bringing us last week the fact that there's a lot of liquidations going to be north of 118, et cetera, and we're now trading around 125, 126. So yeah, I have 135 as my primary target, where we're going to remove about 3 out of my 5 contracts and leave the other 2 as runners. All right, but yeah, Amazon is my next name. Why? Because this is a mega cap. This is a hyperscaler. We like absolutely everything that they do. I don't even really care about the e-commerce business. I'm all about AWS, and AWS. And I think something that's kind of holding us back is obviously the tariff uncertainty behind China and everything along those lines. So once that's sorted out, I believe that this name is going to go absolutely nuts, considering cloud, AI spend, this, and that. I think we'll see some nice growth in some of the big names there in the likes of Google Cloud, Amazon Web Service, in Azure. So that's something I'm going to be keeping my eyes out, but this is going to be my next victim. I don't know if I should put it like that, my next stock trading victim. Anyways, no, I'm just saying that Amazon is going to be my next victim, and I don't know if that was the best choice of words, but anyways, it's essentially irrelevant. You guys know what I'm getting at. I love this name, and if you could have the ability to grab any dips on it, then sure enough, I think you're going to be doing just fine. Patience. You're forming this consolidation. Obviously, we know that this is going to be a key support level. So if you get anything south of 216, then just keep an eyes out. You might get a little bit more selling, but what do?
What?
We look out for more indecision prints like this.
Okay.
We wait for more engulfing candles like such, right? The volume signatures, et cetera, et cetera. I'll tell you guys this. This was one of my best. So what I did here, I think this was, I forget what this was. It was earnings. Something happened. It was earnings or Black Monday or whatever it was, July 31st. Essentially what happened was you have the aggressive selling, and for like literally a month and a half, what I was doing is I was selling 150 puts. I was selling 150 puts off of those bounces. Why? One, because you had the heightened volatility, so you're going to get more premium on that front, which was absolutely beautiful. Now, it was a really good trade for me, but one thing that I learned is that, and I think it's simplistic option stuff, is that the appreciation of the stock will always outweigh the amount of premium you're going to collect. It doesn't matter. You will never collect more premium than the stock continuously rising higher. It is physically impossible. The options writers and the market will not price that in. But one thing to note is that selling those 150 puts for a month straight, just continuously rolling them, was a fantastic time, and I learned a lot specifically from that one individual trade. So not too bad of a look. There goes Apple, starting to grind a little bit higher for us there, Shreve. Now 257.26, 10 cents in the money. We're going to let this rock and roll. Hopefully we can sit on the backside of this trend and climb into maybe 258. That's going to put us exactly at the volume average price.
Katina, man, you know what I was telling Joe before when you were at the gym? So my mom Dukes ordered the 17 Pro Max the same day that I ordered it, Katina, man. But hers got jacked by a UPS driver, so it's lost, Katina, man. And they can't find where it is. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is she got the money back. Everything's gravy there. So we're like, let's get her another phone. So Katina, man, we looked at the expected wait time. Can you guess when the 17 Pro Max is first available just in Canada? First or second week of November, Katina, man. It's not slowing down. You can't go to Best Buy. Right.
No way.
No. You can't do it, Joey.
So
to me, it pleases me greatly.
So you're thinking super?
I don't want to use the word because, you know, like your super cycle, this, you know what, that's not really the point. The point is, maybe we didn't see it right from the get-go. 2-3 week delay. But what is keeping me interested, Joey, is that the delay is not subsiding or getting smaller. If anything, it's getting a little bit wider.
It's increasing.
Right? So maybe you didn't have that crazy 2014, 2015 demand for the 6 Pro Max like you did like a decade or what a change ago, but it's like increasing a little bit, right? That's not good. From the jump, but eventually, you know. So
that's fair.
To me, it's good news. We'll see if, you know, if that carries or what the situation is, but we'll have to see with Apple. I think it continues to dance at this level, Joey Options.
Until?
Because it's coming into all-time highs at 260. It's not going to be a quick breeze through that 260 level.
No, so that's essentially what I was asking. Is like, do you think that we chop around this specific level until what do you think can be that?
I don't know. I don't know what it would be. I don't know what it'd be. Maybe an AI release or another
a partnership or something.
A partnership, or you know, we're getting into earnings season again.
Yep.
Right.
Just
if we get the banks I think are the second week.
Yep.
Of October, and then we get Apple. I don't know exactly when. I can check. It's quite easy to find out. So we'll have to wait and see. Chicago says only reason. Go ahead, Derek.
With Apple, I was just going to say, usually Apple earnings are the very end of October or one of the first days of November. It's usually like that range between October 3rd.
So not even too long from now,
November 4th. Yeah, it's like roughly a month. That's
Thank you, Adara.
Sharif, I know we've been talking a lot about Tesla and everything along those lines. I started to sway from a thing. Hold on, what is the freaking ACHR? Archer's going.
I see it.
Brum, brother. I know you've tagged us a million times. We're getting to it right now.
I see it, brother.
Thank you. Yeah. Elon is going to announce partnership with Archer. Check Archer chart, please.
We don't know that. It's being speculated. Archer. Yes, it's being speculated. We talked about that your friend Elon was possibly getting into the eVTOL game. We'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Do you think that's a good play for him?
Look, I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility. One thing that he's kind of shut the door on is what we spoke about, motorcycles. He doesn't want to do it. I think one of his family members died. And he's kind of just made that very clear. But he really hasn't made any pronouncements about eVTOLs or drones. And I can completely see him getting into that, dude. But, you know, in what time frame and what capacity, I have no idea.
If Tesla made a crotch rocket, I think that would be a huge game changer.
You're joking about that, but he wants to put like what are they called, plasma rockets on the Roadster. He's serious.
No,
he wants
rocket,
to
like
get it.
The bike is.
No, but there are actual plasma rockets going onto the road. If you believe what he says, because he wants to get it 0 to 100 in under 1 second. Right. So the only way it does that is if there's plasma rockets. Believe it or not.
That's just going to be a menace to streets, like society. Everybody's going to be ripping that thing. Archer's daily is phenomenal. I mean, look at that breakout volume stepping in. So. Maybe something behind the scenes is going on there, Sharif, with Archer.
Good point. So. All right. Archer has been a good one. I mean, you can't invest in them all. I got into Joby. Archer's having a great day. I mean, I like the space, period. I probably should invest in both because I think that one of the things about investing is trying to pick winners, right? Or do you know the company well enough and how it's being operated, the vision of management to really say, no, this one's going to be the winner over this? I personally don't. So maybe buying a little bit of both with a bias towards one kind of helps you hedge. Just thinking out loud over here. This is the world of, I do think the world of Blessed Fern. I think he is a once-in-a-generation type person. Absolutely. I realize he's not everybody's cup of tea, and I respect that. I don't force my opinion on anybody, but I hold my opinion pretty firm.
How can you be, like, he's such a prolific figure. How do you think he's going to be?
People don't like him. That's fine. I can accept that.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. But do you expect these types of individuals to be normal people? No, they are not normal.
I don't think
that is the thing. That is what makes them different, is that they are not normal. And you have to accept that. It's like some of these fighters. Like, you expect these guys to be able to integrate into society after beating each other's faces in for the past decade. No, they're not normal individuals. They are who they are, and that's what makes them great, in my opinion. All right, Apple, there we go. We're starting to slowly grind up on here. Let's see, we're on the backside of that trend. 5-minute time frame, boom, we like this. We're gonna start piecing out at 257.80 if we have the ability to get there. 40 cents from now, let's go AAPL. We are now on the backside. I think you can add an additional leg to this overall market. Here comes my dearest love of all. Actually, well, I take that back real quick. There it is, IBIT. We love this. It's looking really good. I told you 73 is in the works. Let's see if we can punch through that double top. It looks like we might have the ability to do so. We need the volume to step up once again, Sharif.
Andre in the chat says he's going to the bathroom and he'll be right back, Joey. So we're going to pause the show until he gets back.
Okay, all right.
I've never seen anyone announce that they're going to the bathroom in the chat. Shout out to Andre, and not Andre Assassino. He's got to be on the one.
Make sure you let us know when you're back so we can start it up again.
Yeah. We're going to pause right now for Andre to get back from the bathroom. Shout out to Andre. Everyone stop messaging. Like, he can't miss anything. No, I'm playing. I'm exaggerating for the fact. SLDP, guys, we just took out the $0.25. We didn't quite get into highs, though. Toilet brush. Why is there a guy named Toilet Brush in the chat?
Yeah, don't forget to wash your hands after. Don't come back too quick.
Oh. All right. Here's the deal. We're going to start the news pretty quickly here. I just want to give you guys this last little... Andre, thank you. I'm using my mobile phone.
Oh,
no, Andre, don't do it. Don't do it, Andre. No, man. So SLDP is coming back into the 10 EMA on the 5, and this is where I added initially. And so I'm trying to keep my eye on this one. We've got 7s. I just went the beak, as I mentioned, at 25s. Let's see if this holds 6. My stop is below 6, but if I've got a bias, if this holds a 10 EMA, I should be adding into the 10 EMA. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to add small share size just to kind of get into the habit of adding onto these areas that I believe are going to be good technical areas. So that changes my cost basis now from 7s to 9s, and that's just the cost of doing business. So let's go ahead and move the stop and adjust it into that area low. So let's go ahead like this, and we'll give it to that, and we'll go for that many shares. So we're good to go now on that. Let's put some profit takers as well for a nice little upside move there. Possibly 15s. Let's go ahead and wait at 21s as well. So that's my look there on SLDP. I also want to mention AAOI was very strong, and it still kind of is. 33.57 high. Put in a couple of red candles. We were talking about this one barely having any red candles on the 5-minute chart on the day. It's coming back. It's got a double bottom here at 32.50. So there's a buyer here at 32.50, not even having seen the time and sales or the level 2. I can just tell you from the buyer over here that bought it at 32.50. I'm talking about the 12.30 candle, and then I'm talking about the 12.45 candle, and yes, I'm talking about the current candle, the 12.50 candle. 32.50 has been bought up multiple times, 3 different candles on the 5. That area has been defended. So let's keep an eye out on that one. And if it's warranted to take a print, we'll take a print there. Capital E, he's dropping Canadian dollars in the chat. $5 Canadian. Happy womb eviction day, Joe. I love it. I love it.
I've never heard.
Shout out to Joey Ops' birthday yesterday. It's my old man's birthday today, so I want to send my old man some love, bro.
Yeah, happy birthday, Mr. Gobio.
I worked with him way too much, and he's a solid guy, bro. Solid guy. You know, it's a lot. It's really easy to not see eye to eye with your dad.
Oh.
Because you think that you have the better ideas. You think that you understand how the new way works.
Yeah.
And he's an old fart, and you don't know, right?
You don't know.
But the fact of the matter is, bro, I've been taught many, many different times. Yeah. Don't discount experience, especially with my old man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I've been slapped by life.
That's one thing you cannot buy is good old experience right there, and the older generation most definitely has that. So shout out to Sharice, that happy Earth strong, my friend. I got some mic issues going on over here.
Oh, okay. So let's just get right down to it. Adara, you good to go? Adara LePage. Hi. You good to go? Yes. All right. Sounds good. All right. So we're going to start the news here. Martin Shkreli twisted long SPRB, flatten immediately. SPRB, is it halted up or down? It's halted up. How come I didn't get my notification? Shkreli just posted that he's going long on SPRB, and now it is halted up. 2 halts, and it didn't trigger my alert. I had an alert on this. Remember, I put that on there. I guess because it halted up. I guess that's a nuance of the platform. It doesn't trigger if the alert if it's a halt. So SPRB, get it, Adara. SPRB is the one we're talking about here. Shout out to Shkreli. Well, I'm not going to shout out that idiot, but you know what I mean. I'm looking for the news blotter information that he posted something about it. Adara is going to share it right now, so she's already got it. But SPRB up 389.25%. It is still below the double top that it put in at 47 and change. 43.15 is the halt level. Before we go to Adara, I just want to take a look at the time and sales, so we can look to see exactly when it halted and what to expect. So the tap, the theoretical auction price, we'll be able to see this because trading on the NQ is $50. That is almost $7 higher than the halt level. We halted at 1249.05. It is exactly right now, looking at the atomic clock, 1254.09. So at earliest, we will open. We're not going to open at 1254.05. We are going to open at least the earliest 1259.05 because it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. It looks like it will be a little bit longer. So that is the look right now, Joey. SPRB, your boy Shkreli, posting about this one. We're sending it to Adara.
Yeah, so here's the details. Sharif and Joe and everybody, I have to tell you about his price target on this stock because it's pretty lofty. As Sharif mentioned, right now halted around 43.15. His price target is $500. So he clarified that as we know, we call him the pharma bro for a reason. His, I guess, is really going to be diseases in healthcare. He said specifically that his specialty is rare diseases and that he believes that one of the treatments will be actually approved and become the new standard of care. Obviously, you know, health-related causes are always positive. He is very bullish on this drug and this stock, and that is the detail here with that SPRB. I am not making up that $500 price target. That is really what he posted. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, we're going to continue to wait over here. Again, the earliest this will be open is 1259.05. I'm assuming because he's now tweeted or something's gone, you know, a little bit differently than had been the script earlier, we may be in for some longer halts as the exchange may want to know more information. So be on the lookout for this to switch from a volatility halt into a news pending. We'll wait and see. It's not always the case that that happens, but I just want to bring you, I want to make you alive to that fact. Now we are over $10 higher. The tap is now 54.86. We halted at 43.15. So, you know, typically, and we've talked about this not being a hard and fast rule, but typically when you stay halted longer, the tap starts going down as people start panicking and want to get their money out because basically you can't touch your money while it's halted. That is not the case here. The case is that the tap is actually going higher now that it's been recognized. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. So I really want to stress again, guys, SPRB, traded carefully. It's already at about 400%. And likely will be a lot higher when it does open, given that the tap now is showing 54.60, 54.55, whatever, in and around that area. We'll keep tabs on it. We're going to stay involved here in SLDP, Josie. Yes, Joe options. My bad. Do you have anything you want to mention before we jump into the
No, I'm still sitting in some Apple, guys. We've been talking about Bitcoin all day, Fox Gaming. We'll touch on it throughout a little bit more. I think with the crypto space is going to be in play for the next couple of weeks or so. So yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's get into this news. A lot to talk about for sure.
All right, I'm just loading it up on the side chart over here. Guys, I also want to bring to your attention, right, that the morning note is now live. And if you were a viewer of Trader TV, then the way to get it, so this is the morning note is going to be around, it's going to be released around 8 a.m. But it's the basically the same note we're using to do the news, but you're going to have it at 8 a.m., not at 1 o'clock. So it's super easy. If you're a viewer of the show and you're watching the video, it's right below the video. It says join. You click that bad boy. You hit join. Brendo pops up. Only, oh God, I can't do it because I'm in the actual show count. But you hit join. Brendo will pop up. It'll be like a nice little introduction video, but what you're going to get. And let me give you a little more secret. My watch list, my morning note, is the first product that's going to be available to members only. This is just the beginning. It's going to be a lot more value adding, let me tell you, okay? There's a lot more coming from that.
So what do they got to do? What do they got to do?
They got to click that join button right there, Assassino. Hit that join button right there. Then once you're joined and you're signed up and you're good to go, then You go to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV. You click post, Joey, and then you scroll down. You wait. You look for that one that says members only right there in the green. You click more. You hit that Google Drive. Boom.
Just like that.
Just like that.
The first thing.
Straight to jail.
What you got to do is.
The option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
There he is, baby. All right, so let's get to work, Joe. Let's start about exactly what's going on over here. Let's talk about the AMD news.
I don't even want to talk about AMD.
No, we have to talk about AMD, bro. I mean, I'm sorry, bro. I know you got to do a. No, I'm not doing OnlyFans, Sharif. So stop, bro.
Who asked you that?
I don't know, man. Let's talk about this AMD OpenAI mega deal, Joey. They're calling it the trillion AI power play. So OpenAI and AMD, as we know now, have signed a multi-year deal that could, underline that word, could give OpenAI a 10% ownership stake in the chip maker, AMD, of course. The agreement includes 6 gigawatts of AMD Instinct GPUs, which are going to be deployed across multiple generations of hardware. It's all going to start, though, with a 1 gigawatt rollout, and it's all going to take place in the second half of next year. So don't be quick to want to see the fruits of this deal, like we're already seeing the data centers being built out in Texas with Stargate. It's not going to be that quick, or maybe it is. We'll see. AMD, for their part of the deal, they issued warrants for about 160 million shares that are going to vest based upon the deployment milestones as well as just share price performance. So I do like that. It's tied in to some metrics there. Very good look. The deal, worth billions, positions, of course, AMD as a core strategic partner to OpenAI. Prior to that had been Nvidia. There really hadn't been any talk about OpenAI utilizing AMD's advanced AI GPUs. Now we hear about it. Despite the fact that Altman had spoken about the desire to get into business with AMD, but he hadn't really done it. So this marks one of the largest GPU partnerships in AI history. There hasn't been that much of AI history quite yet. This obviously helps OpenAI diversify its supplier base, moving away exclusively from using NVIDIA's GPUs, as well as, of course, their CUDA software, which is integral to linking these GPUs together. The tie-up comes 2 weeks after OpenAI's $100 billion equity and supply pact with NVIDIA. But Joey, there's one distinct difference between the deal here and the deal with NVIDIA. It's OpenAI taking an ownership stake in AMD, not NVIDIA or AMD taking an ownership stake in OpenAI. Does that make it better or worse? What do you think about this whole deal, bro?
I don't know. I think it's insane, to be honest with you. And we've seen Sam Altman just striking deals left, right, and center. As for AMD, I'm really surprised with this. We got Lisa Su releasing the MI300, I think, at some point next year. So keep an eye out on that. But I'm surprised. I thought it would have been the other way around, to be honest with you, Shreve. AMD taking a stake in OpenAI, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Right? But that doesn't seem to be the case right now. So, I mean, what is Sam Altman seeing that maybe we're not? What does Lisa Su have down the pipeline that can help, obviously, continue its AI build-out? He wants to get his own infrastructure rolling so he's not so dependent on Azure and some of the other names, which I think is extremely, extremely important. But yeah, Sam Altman making moves. And it's funny because we talk about the AI bubble. Sam Altman is the bubble, essentially. I think so much of this hype around AI is around OpenAI. It's like, okay, we got the perplexities, we have everything else, but what else? What are we really, really talking about here? And it's Sam Altman and company at the forefront. But Assassino, I'm ready whenever you are, my friend. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, okay, we're not doing that now.
Okay, that's crazy.
All right, fire it up then. Bang. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NIZ-listed Oragenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Now, yeah, Sharif, I think this is a big-time deal. Now, as for... It's crazy to think that in March of 2024, AMD hit this top. I remember I was sitting at my desk trading at home. This was the epitome of VPA signals. Now, for X amount of time. Think about how long this is. Let's get actually a precise number here, Sharif, because we got to get involved in this. We need the details, right? 395 days. 395 days, the stock fell 65%.
Wow.
Right? I did not think that this thing was ever going to recover at the pace that we're currently trading at right now.
That was great.
So, from where we're from that bottom, half the time, 181 days. So that's a big time move. You literally rejected that previous all-time high peak. Literally, like almost to the penny. That high was 228. You gap up an insane amount. You close on Friday at 170, and guess what? You open up at 209. That is an absolute phenomenal move in AMD. Is it going to be sustained? We have no idea. We want to be patient on that one, but that was a big time move, and I was not expecting it to recover as fast as it has, considering from the April lows, it was definitely one of the better performing tech stocks.
Oh, yeah.
Semiconductor.
Easily, dude. Right. What'd you say was up from the April lows?
It's 192%. Right? Like,
wow, yeah. A $3 trillion company, you can, 200% in a few months. That's crazy.
Oh, are we going to the next story? You still got this one
we got to go to Adara.
Oh, yeah, go to Adara. And then we got a super chat after.
All right, Adara, this is an interesting deal. I'll put the same question that I put to Joseph. What is the difference here between Nvidia taking an ownership stake in OpenAI, which we know Jensen Huang said because he feels that it's going to be the next hyperscaler and he's trying to get in on a good investment, etc. Jensen made his position very clear. But what motivates Altman now, other than just diversifying your GPU supply chain, to want to invest in AMD rather than the other way around?
I mean, the most obvious answer, I'm not sure it's the correct one, is, maybe you want to stake in the company, right? Because that is the option they have. Now, yeah, it's an odd deal, and as I mentioned earlier, supply chain analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, and believe this or not believe this, it's completely up to you, but he did say that, and again, he analyzed the supply chains. He said that the orders for AMD's wafers for the first half of 2026, which again is when we start getting this gigawatt deployment, he said there's really no change in that to suggest that the timing is going to happen as it is. So, I mean, again, take that as you will, believe it or don't believe it, but that is something interesting to note. Now, I also want to say here, with regards to AMD specifically, to move off the OpenAI track for a bit, Intel reportedly was interested, or was actually negotiating with AMD for AMD to be a foundry customer. Now, Lisa Su, very, very diplomatically, but still, she basically denied that was happening, and she said, we're very much still a customer of TSM. She didn't even name Intel in her denial, but it was enough for me to get the sense that, AMD is going to be sticking with TSM here, though they do, of course, as TSM expands in the U.S., they do support U.S. manufacturing. So that was an interesting kind of element that came out of her post-announcement interview on Bloomberg with Lisa Su, and then, of course, also Greg Brockman, who is the president of OpenAI. So nothing really actually about the deal that was super interesting with that interview. I was kind of expecting more details. It was a lot of tech speak. But either way, the biggest thing that came out of that was, again, the idea of Lisa Su denying any kind of AMD-Intel relationship. Here's what Sam Altman's had to say about the partnership, because as I mentioned, he was not at that interview. That would have been the president of the company, Greg Brockman. He said that he's excited to partner with AMD chips to use their servers, and he said that's all incremental to their work with NVIDIA. So again, it's weird. AMD is kind of getting sidelined in Sam Altman's own excitement by their work with NVIDIA, and then just saying in general the world needs more compute. So to get back to it, Sharif, to answer your question, I think that this is part of a much larger game for Sam Altman to continue to grow compute. I think the fact that it's AMD almost seems a bit incidental. I also want to let you guys know Caroline Levitt is set to deliver a White House press conference shortly. It's supposed to start at 1, hasn't started yet. If there's anything market moving there, I'll let you know.
So I think that basically the idea here is if Ming-Chi Kuo is trying to track Taiwan semis supply chain and he doesn't see any change in the supply chain, if that's what he's tracking, Taiwan semi, which you have to assume he probably has more of a beat on the Asian market than he does on the North American market. If there's no movement in that regard, then maybe it's another chip maker who may be carrying the load for the build out. Now the question is, who else has the capacity to do it? Well, we know Samsung is definitely involved in the chip manufacturing game. They're obviously there. But obviously Intel is another one of those ones. And with the reshoring push of the administration, as well as the administration's desire, obviously, to have everything domestically manufactured, whether she admits, Lisa Su that is, that Intel is going to be a partner in the foundry business or not, it's really not what these business leaders say most of the time. It's what they don't say. I think that what the market reads into. If it was so easy just to take people's words and to trade on and invest on that, then everybody would be a millionaire. The market is forward-looking. The market is a discounting mechanism. It's about what hasn't happened yet that the market price is in. So I think that this actually would be really interesting tie-up if AMD could actually use Intel. I'm not saying they will, because we've seen Intel and how they've floundered in the past with some of their foundry business. But that would be super interesting. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I agree with you. Obviously, we know that they're striking deals as well, too. They got their first customer. Or I shouldn't say first, but they got a big-time customer. But I agree with you, Sharif. Just being so heavy reliant on TSM isn't necessarily good. You want to be able to diversify. And then obviously with Donald Trump wanting to onshore a little bit more, as you previously stated, I think it's only good for the American chip makers. And as Adara was talking about, the compute and AI build-out, and that's what you want to do, especially if that's your primary game plan, is to just build as much as you possibly can in America. So I think that's really important and should obviously be noted.
I mean, it's all we hear about from, you know, and all the actions of the administration, 50-50. We'll exempt you if you start building here. You know what I mean? Like,
but we also know what Lutnick did as well too. He's like, hey, you guys want to gain some part of our consumer. You obviously want a part of the American GDP. Well, guess what? You're going to have to invest more in America as well too. And then that's why you've seen the likes of TXN increase their investment in America, Taiwan, Semi, right? So all of these names, and then now we're seeing it reflected in the Intel as well. So you're starting to see Nvidia put some cash in, AMD becoming a customer, et cetera, all these hyperscalers. So even though they're competing against each other, if you look at it as one big network, I think it's fantastic to see that the money is being spent in America, and that's obviously going to lead to the onshoring, which I think is extremely important.
I hear you. Guys, I'm keeping an eye on SPRB. It's still halted at 43.15. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Still halted.
Sorry, let's get this super chat here. There goes Bitcoin 71.46 there on IBIT. Adam James, HPN healing pain naturally, my good friend. Happy belated birthday, Joseph. Thank you, my friend. $25 super chat. And congrats on decent win this weekend for the Gunners. Who are the Gunners? Or is that the Jays, maybe?
Arsenal, bro.
Okay.
We're first in the league.
We're top
of the league.
All right,
We're
there you
top
go.
of the league.
Now, please look at IREN for us.
IREN.
I would love to lift some, but under the website in the steam room. All right, yeah, so, I mean, Adam, there it is from a daily, right, from an intraday, sorry. Not too bad of a look. You're starting to form a bull flag, but yet on Friday session, some phenomenal stuff. Nice recovery on Thursday, sideways price action on Wednesday, but a nice move up on Tuesday. Let's take a look at the daily. And wow. Okay, so from those April lows, 942%. Are you in IREN there, Adam? I'm really curious to know, but fantastic look there, brother. That's a big-time breakout, being sustained. Just be cautious. When you're starting to see parabolic moves like this, the first thing I'm doing is, all right, let's lock some in. Let's lock some in, because the chances of you getting a better price and buying some back at a lower price are there, right? So if you're selling at 57.33, anything south of that, as obviously it may seem, is a good buy in my opinion. Now let's take a look at my example. I sold a bunch of Robinhood at 122. Not the best, but I mean, look at the run that we were experiencing from April. It has climbed up to 150. I'm still sitting on half the position, but I would not be surprised, considering the move that we are experiencing. When you see something like that, you tend to get a reaction identical in the opposite direction, but a little bit more snappy and quick. So make sure you pounce anything south of 122. I'm buying a little bit more of Robinhood, and you should do the exact same thing with IREN, my friend Adam James, HPN.
All right, let's go on to Bitcoin entering record territory. So if you haven't heard the joke already, Joey and I had a bet that 125,000 would be reached by Bitcoin by my birthday, which was May 25th. in a perfect fit of irony, it ended up hitting 125,000 to the day on his birthday. So yeah, make of that what you will. I think it's just taught a lesson. Don't bet with Joe. All right, so it's above 125. It's 125.5 right now. So Bitcoin, all-time highs, I believe, is 126, 127. I don't know. I mean, everybody has different prices. I currently see 125.450. So the leading cryptocurrencies, of course, rallied on the weekend with BTC climbing above 125,000, yes, to set yet another new all-time high in the year. ETH also gained. Solana, XRP, they all advanced modestly with the total crypto market cap now, or market size. I think people get upset when you say market cap, because there's no capitalization behind these assets. Market size is about $4.2 trillion. In the last 24 hours, at the time of the writing of this article anyway, Bitcoin's 24-hour trading volume hit $76 billion, the highest it's been in months, with BTC's dominance among cryptocurrencies rising to well over 50%, 58.5% now, signaling the concentration of the capital flows into BTC specifically. The short liquidations here, one of my favorite metrics, Joey, especially with respect to BTC. Shorts got smacked to the tune of $427 million over just the past 24 hours, with the crypto fear and greed index now entering greedy territory. Analysts, though, from Crypto Quant, they expect a continued push higher. With what they're saying, a potential consolidation above 125,000 before the next breakout. We'll have to wait and see, of course. On-chain data, Joey, shows the open interest jumped about 2.5% 24 hours, which is indicating a leveraged buildup. Leverage buildup. What do you think of that?
I mean, shout out to the best performing, well, I shouldn't say performing, but the best launch, the best ETF launch of all time. That is going to be IBIT. A really good look. But no, in all seriousness, guys, Sharif mentioned liquidations. We had over $4 billion in inflows as well, too. I think that this name can continue to run. Adara brought to us the fact that JPM has 165, I believe, as a base case, or it could have been a bull case, either one. So not too bad of a look there. Obviously, Tom Lee, an extreme crypto bull, is saying 200K by the end of the year, which is a big time move. And we have 135 here, 140 there, et cetera, et cetera. Hold on, guys. I'm going to hop out of my Apple trade. I have got stopped out. It did not want to climb higher as the market's starting to come back in. And it's now starting to sell extremely aggressively. So I'm glad that we got out of that Apple at the break of the support level. But as for this crypto inflows, liquidations, I think that it's time for this name to kind of put in a nice move, an extended move. But we talk about it for some time. BTC, let's head over to the daily. It's been a repeat offense of the exact same thing. No, don't do this to me. No.
What happened?
It froze. It froze.
Oh,
it froze.
It's been good today.
It has.
Fair.
There we go, bro. Yeah, that's right. We got it back. All right, so we're out of that. We'll show you that in momentarily. But this is what I'm talking about. Just a repeat offense. Look how long this consolidation was. Breakout. You head right back into one. Liquidity grab. Breakout. Consolidation. Breakout. Now we're entering an additional consolidation. Well, guess what? You guessed it. We're breaking out here once again. 125.46 is where we're trading at right now. I think that we have the ability to continue this climb higher, but we've seen multiple up days. Just be cautious on that. You might get that pullback maybe into 120, 119s or something along those lines before you head into the 130s. But I think the path that we're currently on with this cryptocurrency is absolutely phenomenal. What's the market cap of gold? It's like 20 trillion or something like that.
I remember it was something like
20 trillion or something like that. The total market cap of gold. People think that Bitcoin can exceed that, which is absolutely insane. I couldn't even imagine that. But also, guess what? People couldn't imagine Bitcoin going from $1,000 to $125,000. People couldn't imagine it going from 50K to 125K. So by all means, anything is possible, especially over the duration of time. Anything can happen, and I'm going to remain a crypto bull until otherwise, until quantum comes in and absolutely destroys it. But guess what? You fight fire with fire. The mining rings get significantly more stronger. Oh, and you want to know an amazing, I don't know if it's amazing, but a statistic that I read last night, Sharif, that 99% of crypto right now holdings are unrealized profits. 99, pull it up, which is insane. It's unrealized profits.
Well, Katina may say, Yeah, how could it? Katina is saying
of unrealized. Yeah, I was just reading. I don't know the depths of that.
That makes sense.
But I was just reading. 99% are still unrealized profits. So anything can happen at this point.
All right, Adara, 125,000 on Joey's birthday.
Hey, congrats to anybody who's long in crypto. Great look there. This is not a name that I'm not a huge, I don't feel really strongly either way in crypto. I always congratulate everybody who's making money on it. What I can talk here about on crypto, which I will, is just the fact that as we kind of had Joe and Sharif indicate, people are really seeing this continue to go higher. Citigroup has a year-end price target around 132,000. JP Morgan just last week raised their price target for Bitcoin as well. The year-end initially it was 126,000, so it would have hit right about now. They hiked it all the way to 165,000. So people are continuing to see bullishness in Bitcoin. Now, as I've mentioned a couple times, Ethereum is a little bit shakier. We know that the year-end and 12-month price target for Ethereum from Citigroup is a lot more tepid. It's a lot closer to where we're currently trading. But at least for Bitcoin, it does seem like people are staying bullish and expecting this to push higher continuously. We'll have to see if that is in fact the case, but it does look like we're set up for a continued run to the upside. And the nice thing too with Bitcoin, it doesn't always move with the market, but today, and as of late, it certainly has been moving with the market as it moves higher. You know, you could always kind of assume as well that as this bullishness in the overall market continues to increase, maybe it continues to do so with Bitcoin. Either way, I think them running together, at least through this upside push, is a nice look. I also want to let you guys know Caroline Levitt has just begun her White House press conference, and she indicated that Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, is going to be visiting the White House tomorrow for a working meeting.
Adara, is there anything going on with Figma on your news blotter because it's breaking out right now? Anything with Figma?
Figma? I'll look into it right now.
Thank you, Adara. All right, here it's breaking out as we speak. FIG. I'm not seeing anything on my blotter to account for this. That's why I was asking Adara. 57.19 high. It's up 7%. And Joey, it's breaking out on volume right at 116. It's 120. So the breakout is 4 minutes old. Okay. It obviously was doing volume earlier than that, but really it is coming in now. The volume per candle now is at about 500,000 minimum per share. Well, it was on these ones. Now it's dropping a little bit.
Not seeing news yet. A lot of people are just being really bullish in this in social media, talking about options. I'm not seeing any news yet.
Okay, so we'll wait for that catalyst to come in because typically this will be followed by news. 7.33% now. Joey, Figma into the area high. You have any comment?
Yeah, no, I wanted to touch on a couple of things here. They are options related, so we're going to go over them real quick. Maxime asked me a question this morning. He said, not too long ago before we started the news, and I promised him I would get to it. Said, Joe, I bought a put on AMD. It was trading at this price. We're now trading significantly lower than when I bought it at. Why am I still negative on the position? It's one word, Vega. That's it. You have to learn about implied volatility and how it affects the name. You bought it at extreme high volatility, and then when price started to cool down, you lost money on Vega. That is exactly why. We have another question. PH, I have two $33 naked cover calls. They're not covered then. If they're naked, my friend, you shorted some options on that one. RGTI expiring October 10th this Friday. Any exit strategy, man? I am $1,400 and $50 negative now. What can we do? What can we do? I want to continue with this news. I'm thinking with some things. RAM 31, you're in the back of my mind. I'm going to continuously think about it. Once I find out the answer on some things that we can potentially do, I'm going to get right back to you. Also, DM me on X at TraderTV Joseph, and we can talk about it just in case I forget by the end of the show.
All right, Venu, thank you very much for the super chat, my man. $5 from your boy Venu. Awesome. Here's the deal, Sharif. With the U.S. government not taking the stake in criminal, is it dead for now or any particular level that looks good? So, brother, when I trade these small cap gappers, I'm never really looking at them as holding overnight, let alone any sort of investment potential. I really want to make that clear that I'm trading these intraday and intraday only, and typically for only minutes at a time. But let's have a look at the daily on CRML, because this one's been a former convict, and it's been running quite a bit. So here's the deal. It ran up pretty nice. Let's say stopped making lower highs and lower lows in June of this year, okay? It had kind of a really good day, I want to say June 13th, mid-June, okay? And since that time, it's been putting in higher highs and higher lows. But yeah, you get a monster breakout like that on, I believe, the 3rd, which was Friday. And then today we get continuation, but then midday we did hear that the U.S. government was not taking a stake in them. So I like the $8 breakout level. I hate to even say that. I wish that it drops back down to 8 because I'm assuming people are holding, but that's where we tested multiple times. Back August 27th, we tested it again on the 25th of September, and then even again right before the breakout on the 2nd. So that $8 level would be interesting. If it came back down to there, I could be a buyer there, but I would wait to see how the price really trades after the news about the U.S. government lacking involvement with the company. It's still up 53%. We got to pause for a second and go to Adair. She's got news.
Figma is now available in ChatGPT apps. That's all that I'm seeing here for this news. It looks like this was just announced. Figma will be available in ChatGPT apps starting now, and that is why the only reason I can see right now for this pop. Back to you.
Makes absolute sense. That would be a good tie-up, too, to have Figma in chat. I think that's brilliant, right? Especially if it works well together. I want to see how it does. I'm going to try it myself personally because there's a lot we can do with that, Joey, like just for the show, right?
That's crazy.
So good look there. Yeah, man, Altman's making moves here, man. And, every time we feel maybe we haven't heard from Altman for a minute or two, he comes up with something. And, quite frankly, I was talking to the Algo boys back there and be like, Elon must be punching the air right now. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't want Altman or OpenAI to do well. He doesn't like that, right? Like, he doesn't like Altman. Let's just crazy. Cut the crap.
You know what's funny? People always say, like, people don't
like. Joey, I gotta interrupt. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I told you guys I would cover this, but, we got digressed. SPRB is now unhalted, but it just halted again. Okay, SPRB is what I'm talking about. Show the hell up, bro. SPRB. And there it is. It was halted for a while from 12:48, and then it opened at 12:34, okay? It was halted that entire time, and now it's halted at $66. It jumped from 43 to 66. It is now 648.33% in Greensville. Goodness gracious, Joey, we gotta tell them where this one's looking over here. Do I have it over here? SLDP, excuse me. No, we're going to load it over here. SPRB, just so we can get a look at the tap. SPRB on the NQ. The tap. Nah, man. That can't be accurate. The tap is showing 250.
There's no way.
It's never wrong. The NQ tap is not gonna. Now that may drop by the time we open up, especially if we have a prolonged holdup like this. But the tap is showing me $249. We're halted at 66. So I don't know what kind of percentage increase that's going to be because I'm not a math guy, but hold on to your horses here. I hope you guys are not shorting this.
Bro.
That would be insane. All right, guys, we're going to keep tabs on SPRB and we're going to keep tabs on the tap as well. No pun intended there, of course, but yeah, trade this carefully, guys. If you're involved in this one, be careful because anything can happen with these bad boys. Joey, let's go on to the next story. TSLA, new model ahead of the October 7th reveal. They're teasing a possible new model. So Tesla posted 2 short teaser videos, both on X yesterday, showing mechanical parts as well as illuminated headlights, ending with a date 10/7, fueling anticipation of a product reveal. Yes, that's tomorrow. The vague nature of the clips, though, has prompted 2 main theories. The first is the unveiling of the long-delayed next-gen Roadster or a new mass-market EV named the Model 2 or Model Q, whatever you want to call it, aimed obviously for broader adoption. Let's start with the Roadster and what that one's all about. It was first teased back in 2017, described by our friend Elon as something special beyond a car. Despite multiple promises, though, the vehicle has faced years and years and years of delays with limited, obviously, short-term financial impact on Tesla because they're probably not going to sell too many of these. I've seen different starting prices, some in the range of 200, some a little bit less. Alternatively, of course, many believe Tesla may announce a low-cost EV, often dubbed the Model 2 or the Model Q, with a target price of between $25,000 to $30,000. A successful launch could reinvigorate sales and restore Tesla's EV dominance. And a lot of the analysts are saying that the uptick in the Q3 reports were largely due to a pull-forward effect because of the cancellation of the EV tax credit, Joey. But I'm hearing that Rigetti, Mom's Spaghetti, is absolutely flying. So I'm just trying to load this one up, and it is up 4.25%. So it's doing quite well, but good look there, Joey.
Know, man, there's so much going on here today. Like, yeah. Continue.
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean,
so
but you're talking about the tax credit there not too long ago, right? Kind of why we're seeing
it's really the Model 2.
Right. So maybe that's a part of the reason why we're starting to see an uptick in the deliveries, right? Yeah. So, but as for what Elon's got going on, again, guys, we're gonna suddenly broken records at this point. Forward-looking, autonomy, robotics, mass production. Sharif, did you know that Tesla can produce 30 robo-taxis to every Google 6, which is absolutely phenomenal. That's where they're going to dominate in the production on that side. Once they're starting to head into more major cities, they're going to expand that geofence. But it's a really good look there. I'm really curious to see what he has announced. I would be surprised if it's the Model 2 or the Roadster, considering when was he talking about that? In 2017 or something along those lines, a long, long time ago. So, yeah, I think it's going to be something that has to do with eVTOL's Archer deal, because a lot of people were talking about that as well, too. But just sit back, be patient, because if it's positive and the market likes it, this thing is going to go absolutely parabolic, and you're going to see a new all-time high on Tesla.
Should be an interesting day. We'll find out tomorrow. Dara, what's your take on this Tesla story?
Yeah, I want to let you guys know some news really quickly before I get into this. ETR, you might have seen it flash across the screen. This one got a little bit of a pop. Entergy reportedly in talks with hyperscalers for big Louisiana data centers. Now, I also want to mention, we know Figma popped on that ChatGPT app integration news. There are other stocks that are going to be on watch with integrations with the ChatGPT app. I'm going to list these tickers for you now. BKNG, TGT, COUR, EXPE, Figma, as we know, Spotify, SPOT, that's TGT again, Instacart, CART, Peloton, PTON, TRIP, and Uber. So tons of stocks, mostly in the consumer space or the entertainment space, that are going to be on watch here as with launch partners for the ChatGPT app. Now back to Tesla here to talk about TSLA for a bit. Yeah, I mean, you guys know how I feel about Elon Musk announcements. Now I am a little bit more comfortable with the fact that this came out on Tesla's actual account and not just Elon Musk's account. And we have visuals. I am really curious about this propeller car thing. I wonder if it's going to be as straight up as the image kind of seems. And I wonder if this is actually going to maybe be more part of the robotaxi side of things, right? We know eVTOLs have been almost kind of viewed as taxi type vehicles, but in the air. I think if, Tesla does a Robotol or something, don't call it that, but something like that, I think that could be a pretty cool product for them. But again, you guys know how I feel in general, and especially with Tesla. I want to see what you actually have out there. The proof is in the pudding. And I think this event, when it actually materializes, I kind of want to see what it's all about before I make any judgments or assumptions. And I wonder, too, people are assuming it's going to be one of either vehicle. I wonder if we get teasing here for both vehicles or if it's going to be another product entirely, but we'll have to find out.
NVIDIA faces circular revenue scrutiny as analysts reassess their growth assumptions. So NVIDIA down 0.8% on the day, but I'm pretty sure it's not down from this headline, but let's get to it anyway. A couple of analysts note on NVIDIA today. Let's start with the one with Goldman. They lifted their NVIDIA price target to 210 from 200, maintaining that buy rating, but they did warn, as we have been warning you on this channel now for over a month, about the circular revenue risks tied to the NVIDIA ecosystem. So here's the concern, guys. NVIDIA customers, hyperscalers, AI partners, whoever, they invest heavily in NVIDIA's GPUs. Then they build services that rely on NVIDIA's hardware to sell the compute power back to others. Now, the problem is NVIDIA takes an ownership stake into some of those companies, for example, OpenAI, CoreWeave, and then CoreWeave, OpenAI, then take the money that NVIDIA's invested into them, and then they go back and they buy NVIDIA's products. So that it puts NVIDIA in three different categories of investor, vendor, and customer. The circularity of that should not be understated, but it should not be overstated either. Because, quite frankly, I think a lot of these hyperscalers have to keep buying NVIDIA's GPUs because you can't sell outdated compute to the hyperscalers. Maybe you can sell it to, companies that don't need as heavy and compute intensive tasks, but with the cream of the crop, you're going to have the best chips. If that's the case, you're going to keep buying. Let's go on. The cycle could exaggerate demand, leading to short-term overcapacity if the AI infrastructure build-out slows. That's what Goldman says. Let's talk about what Barclays is saying about this. They released a note questioning CEO Jensen Huang's often cited Jensen math, which assumes massive compute demand per gigawatt of AI infrastructure. For example, he projected that each gigawatt of AI data center power could translate to about $40 to $50 billion in NVIDIA GPU sales. That's Jensen math. Barclays' own AI capacity tracker uses a more conservative 30 to 40 rather than 40 to $50 billion per gigawatt, reducing NVIDIA's long-term total addressable market, if you believe Barclays' math, by about 20 to 30%. So they're still viewed as the most attractive despite the revision by Barclays. But Joey, I mean, the circularity, we've argued about it many times, and NVIDIA just keeps making higher lows and higher highs.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were the first person I heard talk about that, Sharif. As soon as these deals were being announced, you essentially said they're just creating their own demand, and you didn't know how much you liked that, and I agree with you on that front. But with the AI build-out, I think at some point things are going to cool down. That's inevitable. There's no way the CapEx is going to be maintained and sustained at what it's currently at. I don't think it's feasible, and I don't know if they were going to have that. You need to start seeing a return on investment eventually, and how long is that going to take? It may take a little bit longer than what you're expecting. But as for NVIDIA, it continues to climb, and I think it's going to for the foreseeable future. Are they going to ever run out of surplus? I don't think so, because the Saudis want it, the Gulf countries want it, China's going to probably want to get their hands in a little bit more, and the hyperscalers are going to continuously update their compute, as Sharif was saying. So right now you may see something from a temporary standpoint, but in the long run, I think everything is going to be just fine. Things will cool down because we are CapEx heavy right now, but it's not. I don't think it's going to be right this second. Wait for the earnings reports. Wait for those the forecasts to come out, and then you can base trades and you can base ideas off of that.
All right, Adara, this is an interesting take from both Goldman and Barclays. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, I want to again mention another stock here really quickly. HubSpot, HUBS, also moving in tandem or in connection to this ChatGPT OpenAI event. So tons happening there. I just posted a whole list of tickers moving on that on X. You can check that out, X at TTV Research, just so everyone knows what stocks to look at here. Yeah, I mean, I think that the Jensen Huang AI math there from Barclays is pretty interesting. I don't know. I think a lot of this is hard because, like a lot of what we do with the markets, and especially like with what analysts have to do, you're thinking forward, right? And I think we'll have to probably wait a couple quarters to see if this circular revenue is actually going to be as much of a red flag as we think it is. But I do want to shout out, I know, Sharif, you've been talking a lot about this revenue issue for NVIDIA. And I think the fact that now analysts are also really keeping an eye on this, and it was Zero Hedge as well, very well-known account on X. They've been talking about this for a while with regards to NVIDIA and revenue concerns. So, I mean, I don't know. I think this is going to be something where I think it's worth being aware of it. I think it's worth flagging it as a concern, but I think it'll take a couple quarters, even longer, to see if this actually is going to be impacting the revenue.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. The first month, it is absolutely free. Yes, that's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll analyze, strategize, and after that, Joey, they better capitalize. No, they will capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking about infinite data. We're talking about instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can predict better, guys, with their back-testing tool. Very, very reliable. It's got reliable real-time data and global markets at your fingertips. You listening, Ozan? All in one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at Signal. John Ross. I don't know what SGD is there, Joe. You want to take a quick look at that? Hey, guys, wanted to know your take on NVO in the future. Even now, well, I happen to like it, but, you know, you're getting some headwinds. Now, here's what I heard. That either Eli Lilly or Novo Nordisk is going to sell their GLP-1 at Costco, and it's going to be $4.99. I'm pretty sure I read this on the weekend. I don't know if it's going to be Novo. Oh, it is. I'm pretty sure it's Novo. Let me double check that. Yes, it is. At Costco, Novo plans to make obesity once approved Bloomberg, just looking. I don't want to speak if I'm wrong about this. So is this Costco, the idea here? Ozempic, Wegovy's fallen angel. I don't know, man. I'm not seeing this one. Where is the Costco headline over here, Joey? I'm pretty sure I read that. In any event, I'm pretty sure I read that one of them was looking at tying up with Costco. Let's find out over here. Let's take an opportunity to look. We'll just check it on the internet.
No,
so
you can get your
Novo Nordisk and then Costco. Give me a sec. It's gonna be about $4.99. You're not. Yeah, it is. I'm right. So there it is. New York Times reporting it. NBC News as well. Costco to sell Ozempic and Wegovy at large. Oh, goodness. At large discount retailers. So it's gonna be $4.99. Let's see if we can get it on this one. Yeah, it is $4.99. It's going to be available at more than 600 Costco pharmacies nationwide. You can purchase without insurance, but you need a prescription. So I don't know where you're going to get the prescription, if they're going to give it to you in-house. So they're going to sell Ozempic and Wegovy prescription pens at Costco locations, making the weight loss medications more accessible. I think $4.99 as well for 4-week supply is probably a little bit better than you're getting with Hims and Hers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but their price was either $5.99 or $6.99. So that's a decent savings of about $100 a month. But again, most of these insurance coverage plans don't cover it, so you're going to be out of pocket. But the availability is a good look. Now, why are they doing that? When the CEO was interviewed, he's like, they want to make sure their customers are getting their hands on the real product, because this had been an issue with compounding pharmacies compounding the drug on site and then selling it as, you know, a legal substitute. Now, if you're familiar with some of these rules about drugs that are on back order, if they're not available through the manufacturer, the compounding pharmacies can, on a limited time basis, compound them for you and sell them as interchangeable, legally interchangeable drugs. But when that supply chain problem ends and it's not on back order, they're prohibited from doing so. My understanding was they didn't stop and they continued to sell it despite the fact the company had said it was no longer back ordered. So according to the CEO, he's doing this to make sure people are getting their hands on the real drug. My spidey sense tells me he just wants another, retail space to get his drug out. We'll have to wait and see how this all works out. But let's take a look at the NVO chart if we can here super quick, Joey, before we move on. NVO, Novo Nordisk, let's check that out on the daily and try to see what we got here. So it looks like we're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. That trend hasn't broken, and it feels like a secular trend because this has been going on since last August. So it's been more. It's since we topped out last June, and since that time it's been a symphony of lower lows and lower highs. We haven't found a bottom, I don't think. We're above the 50-day, but well below the 200. The 200 still at 73. So I need to see more, Joey. I'm going to have to see more other than, a deal with Costco or whatever. Yeah. This is a secular downtrend that's been almost a year and a half now in the making. So I don't know how you feel about NVO.
I was going to ask you this. Yeah, I mean, do we look at some of these healthcare names, kind of like some of the tech names? Right, because we see it in the likes of April. You're down 20%. You're officially bear market. These guys have been in a consistent downtrend for how long now? I don't know, man. Do you buy into them at these lows, or do you think that it continues to bleed? Because we know that the healthcare sector has been drastically underperforming the overall markets.
Joey, it's a tough one there, bro. It's a tough one. Just because I feel like there's just more entrants that are going to come into this space, Joey. We saw Pfizer with their acquisition of that company for the pill form, right? We've been talking about the pill form now coming out from their competitor, Eli Lilly. So it's like you feel like maybe the best days are behind it. Now that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, Joey, if they open up the use cases for this, not just about cutting weight and diabetes, but we're talking alcoholism. We're talking substance abuse.
Oh, really, eh?
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Yeah, well, as a person with a family member who has that issue, it's been very much on my mind for a long time now. Now, it's informally off-label use. They've been using it for that, Joey. But if that ends up being a real use, you know how much substance abuse we have in this part of the world.
Yeah, I know.
Right? So I'd love to see something like that. That could be a monster tailwind.
Yeah.
Who knows, though?
Yeah. One thing to note, I think that the oral pill kind of addresses a whole additional market as well, too, right? Because now you have individuals in different countries where the refrigeration costs are too high. They can't afford to refrigerate, keep things cool, right? So I think that's really interesting. So I don't know, can we look at some of these healthcare names? Like, they're obviously not tech stocks, but with something this popular, is it worth getting involved with a little bit? I think so, because you don't know what can happen. It can rebound and catch up to the market or do something along those lines. So,
Dara, I want to bring you in for this because this is a stock that you cover often as one of your GLP-1 babies. Well, what's your view here on Novo, especially now with the long downtrend we've been on?
Yeah, I think Novo Nordisk is just in a way worse position than Eli Lilly, and I honestly think that what happened last week with regards to Trump really talking up Eli Lilly, saying that, you know, that he really thinks it's terrific. We know that David Rick, CEO of Lilly, met up with Trump in Mar-a-Lago, and apparently they had other meetings. So, I mean, here's the thing. If you're a European company in this drug space, especially now in this administration, like Novo Nordisk is, you already kind of have the short straw drawn, especially when you have a strong American competitor. Now, when that strong American competitor is already announcing a ton of money for manufacturing in the U.S. in response to the administration, and they're one of the few CEOs that actually had their last name crossed out and had Donald Trump address them by first name in the tariff letters, then I think your situation is even better. We saw what happened to Eli Lilly's stock last week with all of the hype on a maybe very quickly forthcoming announcement that Eli Lilly is going to be part of that new Trump RX program for lower drug prices for Americans. So with all of that, I think my argument is less that Novo Nordisk is losing than Eli Lilly is very steadily winning. And I think the fact that, again, Novo Nordisk is a European company does unfortunately make it maybe draw the short straw here from a comparative perspective.
Thank you, Dara. All right, let's go on to Micron, getting a bullish upgrade from Morgan Stanley on its AI-driven upside. Before I continue, I need to tell you that Micron is up 130.33% year to date, okay? It is far and away the best performing semiconductor microchip name on the year on my watch list. Second is Lam Research, which is up 110%. And then below, other than that, then we have SMCI up 80.33% on the year. No, Intel is up almost 83%. So it's really between SMCI and Intel. So Micron is already up bigly, leading the way over here. Let's talk about why Morgan likes them on the day. They turned bullish, according to this article. So they upgraded Micron from equal weight to overweight. Oh, baby. Signaling what the analysts are calling growing confidence in the chip maker's next growth cycle. The firm raised the price target from 160 to 220, implying a 17% upside from current levels, of course, at the time of the writing of this article. Analyst Joseph Moore out at Morgan, he said Micron's valuation, even after it's up at the time of the writing, it was up 123% year to date, remains very attractive relative to their prior cycle peaks. That's what he's saying. The note suggests Micron is in the early innings, perfect analogy given that we're in baseball season, New York, of another rally supported by strong memory pricing trends and the structural AI demand wave. They're also talking about AI and memory pricing tailwinds. So it looks like they're increasing. So Moore expects multiple quarters of double-digit price increases for their DRAM and their NAND products, driving stronger earnings revisions through the later part of this year and into next year as well. We're going to pause for a second because Adira has breaking news at the big desk.
Yeah, CRM, this is a crazy push at the upside. As you can see, lots of volume on this most recent 15-minute candle. Codex apparently integrating Slack, which is owned by CRM, so some Slack integration here on Watch. CRM, really nice push to the upside. If I see any other news or context for this story, I will let you know. Back to you.
So the AI boom continues to expand. Of course, demand for the high-performance memory or high-bandwidth memory, whatever you want to call it, a critical component in LLMs as well as GPU systems. They're placed in servers, these AI servers that are sold by the likes of SMCI and Dell, et cetera. And their high-bandwidth memory segment is gaining traction, Joey, with long-term earnings visibility really improving despite near-term production timing legs. But, Joey, this is one of those on-again, off-again stocks. We hear about a glut of inventory in high bandwidth memory, and then you have some price action like that. that you have on the side where we continue to sell off to no end.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden overnight, Joey, oh my God, the AI spend is booming. Oh no, they need more HBM.
Yeah.
And then in like 6 months, we're up 100%.
Yeah, I know, man. Wow. Some fantastic stuff here from Micron, as Sharif just mentioned. From an intraday standpoint, this thing is a tough dog to kind of navigate and trade. So I think it's one of these ones that you own, don't trade. Off of those April lows, you're up 224%. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. I attempted a long, I think it was in this neck of the woods here, somewhere around here, before just decided to go parabolic here. In July, in the middle of the summers, when I was trying to get involved in it. And then sure enough, it just goes on this big time move. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about. The chips are definitely in play. They're going to continuously be in play. And we're seeing that kind of just going across the board within this specific sector. So it's not too bad of a look there in Micron. I'm also long Figma at Nice. At 60.35. Let's see. I'm not going to give this too much room. I took another attempt on the Bitcoin long. So right now I lost on Apple. I lost on this secondary Bitcoin long, and I'm probably going to lose here on this Figma. So we're going to give about just a little bit under half of our day back on those 3 losses there, guys. So yeah, let's see if we can get that bounce. As for Micron, daily, we love it. Let's get this bounce in Figma. Go and test that high of the day.
Just before we get Adira's take on this, I want to show you guys the tap on SPRB, which is up 648%. I want to remind you that it halted at $66, and this is not a joke. The tap is still showing insane. It was 250 last time. It's cut down in half. Now it's showing 125, but that's already over a doubling, almost a doubling. Yeah, Joe, Obi, it's halted at 66. It's showing 125. Oh, it was showing 250 for a little bit. Bro, the madness. It's crazy. In Obi's way, he's letting me know it's crazy. I personally haven't either. Ob says he's never seen anything like it. I don't think I've seen such a discrepancy in the tap between the halt price. At least I don't remember it.
Obi, look at Figma.
Ob, look at Figma as well. Yeah. All right, Adira, let's get your take on Micron. It's up insane amounts already, but Morgan not dissuaded at all by the run up. Adira, they think there's more.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say on this. I think there's a lot of technical jargon, quite frankly, that I, don't. This is not something I'm super familiar with. I'm not like a wizard when it comes to HBM. But what I will say is I think Micron, as you've mentioned, the demand for DRAM and HBM seems to be really, really shaky. So it's like, one day they love it, the next day they don't. Be patient, see what happens, ride the wave. This is not something, you can literally see it with their annual revenue in billions. Like, this is their annual revenue from 2009 to 2024. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's
crazy.
Down, it's up, it's down. Like, this is a super shaky situation, I think, in general for MU. I think it's something that if you're in it, congratulations. But is it something that you want to get in just on this analyst note, especially if you're not aware of the technicals? That I am much less sure of. I also want to shout out PCAR, PACCAR. Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social that all medium and heavy-duty trucks will be tariffed at 25%, and these tariffs will begin on November 1st, 2025. Now, PACCAR, a little bit of a spike on this story. They actually are an American truck manufacturer, so they benefit from these tariffs. Back to you.
Thank you, Adira, for that. All right, guys, let's go on to the next story. UiPath surging on major AI partnerships with OpenAI, Nvidia, Snowflake. Got to let you know that this is kind of an older headline, though. We got a lot of these announcements last week, but Path, at least in the pre, it was up nicely, double digits. Let's see if it's still up. Yeah, 17%, and it's literally at the day high. So let's talk about this story. It's aligning here with OpenAI for ChatGPT-5 enterprise integration. Okay, ChatGPT-5. Look, I still think OpenAI's the beast, but I'm a little bit unimpressed with Chat 5. I just gotta tell you, it's too slow. It needs to be better, Sam. I don't care if you have trouble getting your hands on GPUs. If I'm paying money, I want it quick. Okay? So UiPath announced, Joey, a partnership with OpenAI to integrate its upcoming ChatGPT-5 and other models directly into enterprise automation workflows. So the collaboration is going to create a connector tool, so to speak, to link OpenAI's models with UiPath's automation suite. That's going to enable, Katina Man, the corporate consumers to use advanced AI within their existing software ecosystems. So no need to change, at least for the moment, those big legacy software that a lot of companies are using. The move positions UiPath as an AI workflow bridge, embedding generative AI into real world enterprise operations such as automation, analytics, customer service. So good look there. That's the deal they have with OpenAI. Let's talk about the deal they have with Nvidia. They also revealed, yes, another partnership with Snowflake and Nvidia, further broadening that AI integration footprint. So Snowflake collaboration is going to connect UiPath's agentic automation platform with Snowflake's Cortex-branded AI tools, so it's going to streamline access to enterprise data. That's what you need to know. The NVIDIA partnership, for their part there, that's going to target fraud detection and healthcare. And let me just tell you, I have a friend, she works in AML, anti-money laundering, okay? That's her shtick. She's done it for many years. She thinks she's pretty good. I happen to agree. You know what the problem is, Joey? What? She's not as good as AI. No. She can get done in 6 months, and agentic fraud detection AI can get done in less than a day. Yeah. And we're talking about minutes. So there's a coming of this, right? Especially as more things, Joey, find their way onto the blockchain, and you release the AI onto the blockchain that edits all the audits. It's just a matter of time.
That's what I was about to lead to. I forget what it was specifically, Sharif, but they're like, you have these PhD students who are doing these things. It's like, okay, it takes them a couple of months to figure it out. They can have an AI run it on the chain, do something, have the agentic AI run and do it 10 times over in the same day. It can do it thousands of times in a day, and I think that's the direction that we're most definitely leading towards. So keep an eye out for that. Is it going to take people's jobs? Unfortunately, it is, because it's just significantly more efficient. And what's going to happen with that? You get margin expansion as well too, Sharif. So as for Path, guys, I'm in FIG. I'm scalping it out. If it comes back to my break even, I'll get out. I'm already out 90%, holding 10% for potential break, but you have that hold right here, so double top. Maybe I'll just get out. We're not going to get greedy. Okay, all right, we got out. Yeah, I thought I added there by accidentally. But as for UiPath, Sharif, it's just moving along, and I'm glad to see Salesforce start to get a little bump as well too, because that was big. We're talking about agentic stuff. It was lagging this whole run, and it's still currently lagging. We get the pop today. You're seeing UiPath starting to head on the same trajectory, significantly more choppy if you ask me. This is not a good look from a daily standpoint, right? You get the gap down, you're holding the bases, but now you're running into some key resistance zones. My eyes are on UiPath for tomorrow for an open above 15 and a continuation of the trend. Now, as for CRM,
before you say anything about that, Joey, we know CRM is down year to date. What's it down? Take a shot.
Down year to date?
Yeah, it's a number that I like.
69, but no, that's too far, man. That's too far. Is it
another
69?
number?
Oh, man, you got me in trouble with
25.
this. 25%.
Down year to date, Joey.
Yeah, so I think there could be a catch-up trade here on CRM. I know Adara, I don't know if she loves Mark Benioff, or that's the CEO. Obviously, you would know. But his guides aren't optimistic like we've seen in the Oracle guide, right? He's always guided obviously modestly, and it's hurt the name, but they continuously perform. There's growth within the company. He's serving customers, so I think that this could be a stock that's potentially undervalued currently right now.
All right, Adara, you can take whichever angle you want. I was talking about the deals that Path was making with Nvidia, OpenAI, Snowflake as well. CRM also involved the agentic AI push. What do you make of this whole thing?
Yeah, I think it's pretty smart to unveil everything all at once, right? We know we had this unveil about a week ago on September 30th. That was Tuesday. And they kind of just rolled out all these announcements. Like every couple of seconds, we're seeing another press release. Oh, NVIDIA, Snowflake, as you mentioned, CRM, right? Google was mentioned. Then that evening, they mentioned Microsoft Azure. Honestly, I think just the velocity and the style of the release I find to be a little bit overwhelming, and also maybe a bit distracting, right? It's hard to focus on the specifics of one deal when you've got like 5 to analyze. So regardless of how they roll them out, I think, an announcement's one thing. I want to see how you actually integrate these elements and the extent of which they are integrated. Now, I mean, them versus CRM, I think CRM is obviously a winner, but I think the fact that their move up has been so sustained That's actually really impressive, and I was not going to give them that much credit, so I have to shout out UiPath there with that push.
Sounds good. Good look at Dara. All right, a few minutes left on the show before we send you back to the big kahunas. Of course, Neil off on the day. Obi in for Neil. But I do want to come back to this one. We're still halted. SPRB. We halted, guys, at 124.21. We are still halted, but I should let you know the prior halt took place it halted at 12:48 and it did not open until 1:24. So from 48 to 24. Now we obviously halted as soon as we opened. So we halted at 124. It is currently 158. So we'll see when this one opens. The tap for its part, it is not fading that much. Of course, it's fading because it was showing 250 before. Now it's showing 121. But that's almost a doubling. Katina, man, this thing's halted at $66 and it's showing me a tap of 121, Katina, man, which is insane, right? So it's almost a doubling here on SPRB. We'll have to see exactly where it opens. Does it continue to trend, or does all hell break loose? Or are people going to get squeezed, short squeezed to no end, and we're going to continue moving in this parabolic fashion? So if you're involved in this name and you're long, well, good on you. You're probably up big. If you're thinking about it, I would say you need to practice sound risk management skills, whatever those may be. You need to have an account in order to trade tomorrow. Otherwise, you're not going to be on the show, Joey. And the fact of the matter is, we need you to be on the show because that's how we do our thing around here with viewers. It's pointless without it. So SPRB continuing to stay halted. 124.21, the tap showing 120, 104. I also want to let them know AAOI, boys and girls, is continuing to trend to the high side. It's still off the high of the day, but look at that hold, that clean hold off the 10 EMA, and it's looking like it wants to retest that 57 penny area high, Joey. So that's all I've got right now. Leave them with some thoughts.
Yeah, some good stuff here today, guys, man. We've seen multiple breakouts, whether it be FIG, Peloton, CRM, Bitcoin, IBIT trading into new highs. We have Ethereum trading relatively well as well. Archer in play. There is a lot going on. Throw a dartboard. The chances are you put up some money today. And I hope everyone throw a dart at a dartboard. And I'm sure you made some money. Is obviously what I was getting at. But no, fantastic stuff, guys. And most importantly, well, not most importantly, but I want to thank every single one of you guys for all the birthday wishes. That was phenomenal and amazing stuff. Love all of you. And I hope you guys had a fantastic day. If not, guess what? We're back tomorrow.
Oh. All right, guys. Say bye time. Say bye channel. Big boys of that way.
Yo, thank you very much. Always making sure that the mic is now on board.
Yo.
Which king? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the midday show. I would say shout out to Sharif and Joseph, of course, a happy belated birthday for that. Joseph's birthday on Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, I thought you asked about that. Yeah. So we're excited for you guys to come back, see what we're trading again. I only have one position. Once I get a fill, it'll update, but we're short Nvidia right there. We shorted the 187, came back from our little swim there.
How was that?
And it was very good, very nice. The pool was like nice. Like it was a little bit, like it wasn't super warm, not super cold. Like it was
just right.
Great.
Goldilocks zone.
Great temperature there.
Yeah.
And it came right back into some support there or some resistance. So of course, you know what we do when that happens. So good job there, and we come back with some nice wins. And it's been a great afternoon. I just saw that crazy play there. I was looking at it. Salesforce. Wow, nice move up for Salesforce, up to 250 and bouncing around there. That's nice. Figma also had a breakout. Welcome everybody to the afternoon show. Obi and I will take you into the close here, and anything that starts moving around, ear to the ground right now, right? We've got our earpieces in. We're waiting for the news, and we got Dara at the desk. We're going to do the rundown that goes over a couple names that you guys have just mentioned out here as well. Zillow debuts a, is Z Zillow? There it is. I just heard ZG in my ear. No, Zillow Group. Yeah, Zillow Group. Okay. So Z there, it released an app there in ChatGPT, as did Figma. I don't know if you heard that news, but Figma also, Obi, now available, some sort of a ChatGPT thing. My son actually sent me an invite code to Sora. That is the video editing. There's a brand new Sora that's out there. Wow, man, the things you can create with that.
I saw this thing. I got to look into it. It was just like a social media post, but apparently there's this AI that's been trained on like 8 million hours of Netflix movies, and now it can like produce like full feature like films and everything.
I know, that's what he was telling me. He's like creating anime and all this kind of stuff, and it's just like,
I mean, if you have good ideas, like this is the time to put that out there, and like the cost of production is just gonna, you know what I mean?
He has some AI. He has Sora to create like. He said, create this character, blah, 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 who's eating ramen, and all of a sudden the ramen disappears into like the metaverse or whatever. And then within like 5 minutes, honestly, it like created it, and it showed like this guy eating ramen, and then all of a sudden it was like shaking up, and then it kind of blew up, and I was just like, what in the... Like, what are we even doing? But creativity remains king, right? I mean, I think that you still have to put the inputs in there. You have to know what you're doing. You have to create the characters, create the storylines, and all of that. So I don't think it's like a threat yet. To sort of to your realm is what you're saying, creating hours and hours of production for us to. But like the music industry is getting a little bit pissed off, because you can now upload similar things. You could upload like all of whomever, the Beatles albums or whatever,
make some new songs,
and then be like, make
some new Beatles songs, and it'll be pretty good at it, because it'll.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I gotta get into the right chat here, but so that's going to be the exciting thing about that. So. Any positions for you during the midday? I saw you walking around outside.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. We'll talk about that in a second, but we got to deal with some business first, guys. Right. Looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hidden costs? With Plus 500 Futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With Plus 500's powerful platform, you can access a wide range of futures markets, S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on the screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen Plus 500. Yeah, no, the weather is absolutely beautiful out there. Went for a bit of a walk around the block. It's great.
It's about to get real cold though.
I'm sure.
Not real cold, but we're starting to get into about them times. There it is. So there's my Nvidia trade. We're $1 in on that one right here. It's just nothing too fancy. I talked about this on the midday. They were just too busy, but about 12:30 we shorted that rate in, and I was using the 50-period moving average. So this is really the only time that broke me out of half of what we had left. And then as soon as that happened, we fell back in. We just took a couple VWAP trades there as well, looking to get back out of this and breaking through the 200 period. 186. Actually, don't have a stop anymore. 186.21. Let's just blow out of this one once that happens, but so far so good here as we get rolling as well. No, OpenAI are not AI generated yet.
No.
Yet.
Not yet.
But hopefully not for a while.
Original.
Hopefully not for a while. So, I wouldn't mind automating some of the trades. I mean, we talked about that as well. I mean, we do have a whole algo department here, and I think that's the next thing about what we're doing as far as automation, and that it's going to be the world of trading. I mean, it already exists. All the black boxes, the algorithms, and all that kind of stuff already kicking through, right? I mean, we have API access in our platform. Yeah. So you can go ahead and code. And I remember I used to use it to trade. This is way back when I had my red and black lumberjack, and that we used to put in closing trades. Just quickly automate them. Just like we show you.
Because there's like so many, you can. It's to do it manually. It's
simple rules, like nothing hard. Like if the imbalance is a certain size, then do this. Okay. Because to your point, you got to throw out the orders, make sure they're all right. Yeah. And sometimes you get the good thing about algos and computers. You just tell it the rules, and it follows them.
It follows the rules.
With us, we sit here.
I'm just like, I wish I could follow my rules a little bit better.
Exactly. So it's like we sit here, and we let emotions take over. Or, I'm looking at that there was rocket companies last week, and I had, both Neil and I had it. He got out, in my opinion, too early, but still made some profit. And then the rest of it just started to run up. But I'm sitting there, it's like 50 cents in the money, 75, and I'm just like, okay, I'm slowly taking it. And by the time it finally rips to the high side, you maybe have 5 or 10% left. But if you program something in that said, do not get out of this until this happens, then you stop your emotions from sort of taking control. 450 here. So we had Tesla written down here as one, a top trade. I only have a few names traded today, and we'll talk about them. But one of them is Tesla. We broke that 445 early, came back in, bought this 442. That was good. Then bought 440 until it broke, and we never got back in. But it really helped out holding out this 200 period moving average. Now we had seen 450 already today. I have the high, 475, come on, man. I have the high of 475, which is not right. That's 450, looks like almost to the penny. Like,
yeah,
it didn't break, is what I was getting.
Yeah, it's $49.99.
Okay, you got it on.
$49.99 is
okay,
the high
so you got it on TradingView or something. Okay, good. So, so I think a 450 break here in Tesla. We've made lots of breaks before and takes. I don't know. Like normally on a move like this, I'll take like maybe 2 units. I'm wondering about a half a unit right now on this break. I don't know. It's up 5% already. We know that tomorrow's a special day, hopefully for Teslas. They've been teasing the release of some sort of a new product or whatever. They were showing like a little propeller or something like that. And
flying car.
Yeah. Bro? Yeah. Is it going to be a flying car? Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
My kids keep on
flying
asking
robots.
me, like, when's there a flying car coming?
What if they're putting like a propeller on the back of the Optimus?
Shout out, yeah. If I go downstairs and there's like this automatically like, I'm gonna have like software update. It's gonna be like, do you want to install this new propeller? No, I don't think that could be software based. But yeah, Tesla's really cool, man. Love driving that thing. The Model 3 for me is the jam. But if I make more money, maybe
Inspector Gadget. Yeah, exactly.
Inspector
you never
Gadget.
know.
What the hell's my wife?
Inspector Optimus. But,
all right, we've got
the run.
Sorry, go on.
I'm saying, are we going to transition in?
You want to transition?
And it's up to you.
Right, then let's do it. All right, we've got right now Sharif at the big desk. This is the recap. So we're getting ready to run this down. I think AMD is probably going to be on there, maybe some Tesla, and then we'll see what else. Probably some Bitcoin, because right now, congratulations, and a little bit of bang, a little bit of this as well.
All-time highs. Fresh price.
The crypto space just keeps on booming. And BBAI, I see people in the chat. Oh, before we go anywhere, last week it was 500. What happened? What, did you have a bad day over here, Mr. Charlie IMCK? He only had 4,000. I mean, no, I'm just saying, Sharif. Like, last week the guy dropped 5 bills. I mean, I'm not. I'm playing around with you. Thank you. That's awesome. Let me read this, man. 4K day, mainly just following your ideas. Whose ideas? Short AMD?
Boom.
That's the biggest trade for me today. So congratulations on that one. Long BBAI.
Oh my God.
Good trade, thanks. Thanks for the support as well, Charlie. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, we're glad that you're making some money on some of these plays. If you were short AMD, well, this is what my short AMD looked like. And we don't talk about P&L or anything on this board, but there it is right now. AMD getting back into the lows of the day as well. Again, I wish I was still short, but there's my break down on the short. So congratulations, IMCK. Thank you for the HUND, and thank you for your super chats last week as well. All right, I'm glad I was able to get that. I missed it. So thank you for that. We'll keep talking about it. It'll stay up there. Big shout out to you. Let's go over to the desk right now with our own captain. It's Sharif.
Exactly.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. OB, he's in for Neil. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into that chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. It's super easy. Throw in that $sign, followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. We're going to start off first here by looking at the major averages with the ES up a little bit less than 0.5%, up 0.44. Most critically, though, guys, it is working its way into that 6,800 resistance area that we touched ever so briefly back on Friday. Looking to work right back into that area again. The NQ, oh, what a monster the NQ is, leading all major averages on the day, a little bit less than 1%, up 0.91, and most importantly, again, clearing that 100-point level at 25.2. Good look here for the NASDAQ. The only major average that's actually down on the day is the Dow, and barely. It's down 0.09%, and the Russell 2000 doing well again as we continue that melt up on the small cap-led index, up 0.7% today on the Russell 2000. Let's first, though, start with the name decided by you guys, TSLA, up almost 4.5%, still way below that 480 level that we got to in the pre-market on, I believe, Thursday it was, but moving up nicely here on the back of this headline. We got two different cryptic messages on the Tesla X account yesterday. Here's the first one. We see just these headlights, and you know they're a little blinking a little bit. It could be, I don't know, maybe a robo-taxi, the Model 2. We'll have to wait and see. Separately, we got this one as well, a spinning hubcap or wheel by Tesla with the end of the video showing 10/7, which is tomorrow, of course. So we will be covering that for you ad nauseum here on Trader TV, boys. Tesla, #1 stock as decided by the viewers.
Both Obi and I have sort of looked at those.
Yeah, that's the first time I saw it. I was like, that's definitely not a propeller or like fins or anything. Those are rims. Yeah, those are the Tesla rims.
Those are the Tesla rims, and you see how it speeds up. So I do think it is going to be.
It does have a little bit of a wobble. I think that's what maybe is throwing people off.
I'd like to maybe I don't know. I didn't even really notice the wobble, but I think it's just I think the fact it's spinning higher there makes me think that's more, revolutions, and could be a new, maybe a faster car or. I don't know. Let's get on the road. Like, I don't know. I think it's fun to see these kind of things.
Yeah,
you never
the anticipation is nice. Right?
We wrote down 445 long. We had done the work here. This is off the sticky notes, so we have this every day, and we just wrote down 445 long, dropping a new video about a possible new product on October the 7th. So, we'll see if that is what winds up kicking. And then the trade that I took here early. I mean, forget. I'll just review it live, but it is on my X account as well. But there's 445, and if you were looking at this, we had sort of done a little bit of work here and looked at 445 and just sort of looked at it a little bit here. And you can actually, even if I zoom, I can't zoom out anymore, but it was just a top there. We ran into a little bit of action there. It was the top again. Then we had seen this area 445, and we actually called this, we actually had the sticky note is complete opposite. On Friday, it was 446 short, 445 short, and today it was 445 long. So now that we're above it, we can continue to watch out for that. So how did my day go on it? I mean, it was fine. I wish it was a little bit better. I wish that movement had sort of continued kind of like this during the open, but it's always so wild during the open. And there's Nvidia, boom, $1.50, and we just took out some more there on NVDA. But yeah, there was the long. It broke higher, and then I held it back in for a little bit. And I know Obi and I were also on AMD as well, so it was a little difficult to watch both of these, especially because I was short AMD and long Tesla. So anyways, no excuse, but it came back to VWAP, was a nice trade. Then it fell back into 440. I always like to defend 40s. And even though we wrote down 445, so maybe we should have got away from it, but then we eventually wind up giving a little bit back as it breaks the low. But at the end of the day, great trading for me on Tesla today, and just great trading for the name, up another 4%. We all got real nervous when we touched that 480 and pulled right back. We could be 480 tomorrow. I think we talk about buying options and making these plays, and I don't know, I really would love to have a segment where we talk about options and we talk about future plays and all that, because for me, that's like important. But as we look at this, I think Tesla, if they have any kind of announcement tomorrow that is seen as positive, then I really think we can get to that 480 and even take that out tomorrow. I mean, imagine if this car comes in a little cheaper than expected. Like, to me, there's a lot of possibilities here, Obi, for this car to be a successful launch. So let's wait to see what Tesla gives us. But for me, for tomorrow, I'm excited for it. It's October 7th, kind of random day, I feel like. So you could have a push into the end of the week. I like that 480 call, expiring Friday, something like that. I think we could get back into that level and then go from there. And it may be a sell the news type of situation. But yeah, definitely cool graphics, Elon, and let's just see where it winds up going.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. I like the way that the chart is setting up. We talked about that 415, 420, a bit of a base that's been holding over the past couple of weeks as well. And in the morning, I was like, yeah, it's going to be interesting if we can get through that prior day high. And guess what? We did. We did get through that prior day high. Current prices are sustaining. You can see this is a 30-minute chart, and it's a pretty clean sustain of the bid after the first half hour here on Tesla. So yeah, a little bit of an aggressive push, grinding push, maybe in anticipation of tomorrow's reveal. I think, like I said, I think it's setting up great. What if we get like a crazy reaction, like something like an AMD today, and we start opening up above above 480 or something like that. In this market, I'm not going to put anything past this market. That's what I've learned, Sean. I'm like some of this stuff is so crazy, so mind-boggling. I'm like, all right, let me just let it show me what it's doing, and then I'm just gonna, just trade it as well as I can. That's all I can really do. But yeah, should be interesting to see what Tesla comes in with tomorrow. Day one catalyst.
All right, guys, SoFi up next, up nicely, a little bit less than 5.5% on the day on really no news, guys. I did a little digging, no really big ideas here except TD Cowen maintaining SoFi with a coverage of, maintaining SoFi with coverage of maintained, doesn't really say. $23 price target nonetheless, though. Previous price target 22, so about a $1 increase there. Separately, SoFi has been selling off since making highs there on the 22nd of September. The first nice green day, boys, up 5 1/3.
So just quickly, I bought some SoFi in the PA here today, just off the open, so we're pretty happy with it. But that has nothing to do with getting in or getting out right now, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. I just did want to highlight one more thing here. This SPRB, there's a lot of people asking us about Spruce Power right now. It is still halted. So no updates right now on SPRB. The last print on this was 66 flat. And then we'll bring you the story here, as Shkrelian apparently now is involved. So this has already been almost an hour. The last print here was 124, so in 21 seconds. So, there's really no time for this thing to open back up at this point. Generally, they're 5 or 10-minute halts, and for right now, it doesn't look like it wants to go. And I'm not sure about the share structure on this, but it's tapping 105, so the theoretical open right now is 105. So if you're long, you could put a market. I would put a limit on, if you can, a limit on open. We have the ability to do that here. And that limit, if you put it to 95, let's just say, and it prints 105, you'll still get 105. So I was just going to say, don't let this one open. There it goes. Now it just changes to 110. I was going to say, don't let this one open. Now it's back to 105. Don't let this one open up and you don't take something out on the first print. It's just halted. It's not staying open for very long. I think at this price there, now it's 105 and 10. Now it's 118. There it's open.
It is open.
So it just opened, I think, at 118. I'm not even sure what price that just opened at, Obi. But there you go. Get something out. If you're in this, it's going to halt again to the upside right now. So this freaking name just went $66. How does that happen live? It's not even on the board, and I'm just covering it right here. So we're lucky to have this. I'm not buying this one, Aaron, but there it is, man. It's SPRB.
Yeah.
Open and closed. So did that open at 105? It looks like it might have, because that's where the start of the candle is, right? Okay. So 105 and change there. And again, don't at me if I told you to take some profit there at 105. I would have done it 1,000 times over. I apologize it's at 105, but great trade. What I would do on all of these halts is what I actually do when I'm trading these things, and that is take pieces out. You don't know where the liquidity is going to dry up. So if you're long this name, now it's tapping 119. So I'm going to give the exact same advice, because Neil, myself, Obi, Joe, Sharif, all of us have sat here and seen these, and I know we have SPRB coming up, so I'm going to ignore it. But just the fact that it halted again, this is probably a 5-minute halt now, I would just take some out. Even if you have, I don't know how many shares people would have, but let's just say you have 10 shares, because just something realistic. Actually, who cares? Share size doesn't matter. Let's just talk about percentages. If you take out 15% on all of these halts, even by the time it comes to a third halt, you should still have 50% left. 15, 15, 15 leaves you with 55%. So I would think that's right. I would think that's a good trade. All right. So anyways, congratulations to everybody on that one. Remember what happened last time with, was it QMMM or something like that?
Yeah,
QM.
I think it was crazy.
Yeah. It eventually went to 300 or something, and then pulled right back, and then closed the day at $60 or something like that. So don't get it twisted. These names can
No, I have a trader friend who was on the call, and he was trading it like crazy, and we were just listening.
That I was talking about, or this, or the QM?
No, QMM.
Yeah.
That one was absolutely wild, man. It's just the way some of these just keep on going, and then the momentum through the halts is just wild, man. But the thing is, I'd feel way more comfortable trading it, even with smaller size. With I would say if I had like a much bigger shutdown, then I can be like, I'm going to give this some sort of insignificant amount.
Right.
But
I just Mike Dundee, we're going to go to SoFi right now, so let's do that right now. Couldn't you guys put the percentage size left or right next to the price? So it's on here. It's on our charts. It's on all of the charts, and we have it at the bottom. We have like a scrolling like hot tickers type of thing that we try to update every once in a while. So I don't know if it gets updated every day or not, but those are sort of the hotter names that are trading at the bottom. But that's the best we can do. This is proprietary software here at Real Trading. So I bought some SoFi off the open because I had just seen enough. Like there wasn't enough names that I want to put money to work. I'm a long only trader pretty much. So I want to get money in when I feel like dips have happened and on stocks that I can get behind. I really like JP Morgan's my #1 financial holding, but I want to get part of this game as well. SoFi hasn't even really focused on crypto. We do know that they do have a crypto offering. Ford, is that a breakout? What's up, Vaughn Clark? Well, we'll answer all these questions as we go. But there's the move down from 30 down into 25 and 26 bucks. So a 50-period moving average was a buy. I got long at 25.71 this morning. So almost, I actually didn't get in right away. I got it once it sort of broke through here. And it was like basically 10 o'clock when we bought some. And we had talked about it on the show. I said to everybody, I'm going to go in. I bought some SoFi, so we did that. So we went in there and bought a little bit of SoFi here this morning. So it was a pretty good trade. I feel like I like the stock. We had Mitch on. He was calling it like sort of the financial Palantir or whatever moving forward. We already seen the aggressive move up in Robinhood. So yeah, I think SoFi is just a matter of, it's like a ticking time bomb and waiting to go explode to the upside. Not that it's going to blow up. I really like SoFi. It's up a lot, and I think it can go higher. So yeah, that's my look. And plus, I want to diversify a little bit. I mean, I'm all about Apples and Teslas and Nvidia and that whole Mag 7 love. So
there's so many good companies, dude.
There's so many good names, and I actually bought some Target at lunch. We'll talk about that. TGT.
Nice. Yeah. No, I think for SoFi, no real news on this one. Bit of a pop, but I like where it's popping off of. So it's like usually when something's kind of moving aggressively and there's no news, I'm going to be like, that's probably purely technical. And then just throwing up some of the indicators, guess where we're bouncing off of, Sean? This is anchored VWAP from prior earnings right there. You can see we reclaim, we hold, we get a strong back-to-back days of selling. Guess where it finds the bid? The same kind of average area where it found one last time, which is the anchored VWAP from earnings, right? So it's looking good. Let's see if this bid can sustain now, because bigger picture, it is in an uptrend for multiple, at least since April, aggressive uptrend alongside with the rest of the market here. So this anchored VWAP, I think I'm going to keep a close eye on. That's in and around that $24.80, $25 level here for SoFi. But yeah, if we're going to break this downtrend and the buyer's going to continue off of the earnings reaction highs, I think that's a little bit, that looks like a little bit of strength to me. The question becomes, is there going to be follow through? Intraday, I think opportunities definitely were there if you were watching it, because look how clean this opening range high hold was off of the, in and around, was it 10, off of whatever happened here, aggressive push. Right? This might bring your attention to the stock if you're not looking at it today, because you're like, whoa, where are you running? And then pulls into opening range highs for a nice little stair step up for some fresh highs here as well. So nice strength post increasing or incoming volume that came in around 10 o'clock there on SoFi. So good look.
Rob, watch out. AMD. All right, guys, up 25.5% following significant agreement with OpenAI. The deal involves deploying about 6 gigawatts of AMD Instinct GPUs for OpenAI's next generation infrastructure, and an initial 1 gigawatt rollout of AMD Instinct, the MI450, their latest GPU, guys, planned for the second half of 2026, off the highs at 226.71, looking like it's going to lose that 205 level now, guys. What's the look?
Oh, AMD. Okay, so we got some big super chats for AMD. We want to thank everybody for that. And again, it was a big idea of ours today, and that is to look obviously at an AMD. A great story though, man. I mean, up 25%. It just touches its all-time high again and fades off of that 230. I think both of us were kind of looking for a long if we could have broke through that 230. But at the end of the day, the short seems just to have been easier, right? And as soon as we started to go down there right off the jump, right there, our spidey senses just went off and was like, you know what? This move down We've already missed the top. If it comes back up, fine. And I was like, I'm just going to short this 220 break, man, and give it like $2 or maybe even less than that of risk. I didn't even have to worry about it because as soon as we shorted it, it just kept on going. So that was a 220 break. And I mean, honestly, it really made the day. Like some of these outs there are 207, 208 for like $12, $13. Now you're breaking lower. Just wish we still had some more. We have Nvidia right now, which is $1.50 in the money. But yeah, there goes the short there on AMD. I don't know where all these players, or where OpenAI is going to get all this money to pay everybody, but it's a good deal for advanced micro devices. We tried to also go long Nvidia at 185. That didn't work. So then we tried to short it, which also didn't work. Then we came back and found something that does work. And there's the short up here at the day's high for Nvidia. So you were talking earlier about once, twice, thrice, 4, 5, 6 times you can lose, which is completely true, as long as your stops are a little bit tighter and your wins are a little bit bigger. So I kind of put on my Obi thinking hat there, which is just more about what we talked about, because I always try to do plays like this, but there's the nice move all the way down in for Nvidia. Glad we were able to take some of that as well. So just the chip name short today. SOXL, SMH, the whole sector, Obi, hit all-time highs right off the jump, right? But we still had Broadcom down and we had Nvidia down, and now it looks like AMD's not going to go red by any stretch of the imagination, but is pushing those lows as well right now.
Yeah, 206.20s right now. I mean, I have it on watch. It's one of the main things I've been trying to trade and kind of getting involved with throughout the day. Absolutely crazy move. We were over about 35% up coming in off of the open, and I kind of described some of these levels in the morning session. So let's see where we're sitting relative to that. So we had some anchored VWAPs. We had some support and just basic support and resistance levels of the ultimate tops and bottoms that were made within some of these consolidations here, and yeah, didn't really hold the bid at all, except for a couple of times where it might have come in for maybe a reversion towards VWAP, but since then kind of just lackluster trading sideways. We've seen this kind of action more and more on things that are strongly directional off of the open or in the pre-market. They'll make a strong move. They'll either sell off aggressively or buy up aggressively and then just go sideways, chop for the rest of the day. We're seeing more and more of that behavior here, and AMD is exhibiting just that right now. Look, we just broke that day low. Am I looking for a total breakdown? Probably not, because it's just showing me that it's going to chop around for hours straight. We break that low and then we bid right back up within the range. So I'm not really doing anything much with this right now, other than observing the fact that we are holding below VWAP. Sellers are definitely in control, but don't forget, this is day one. It was up 35%. Are sellers in control? Yes. So we got to respect that a little bit, unless and until buyers kind of start stepping up. But absolute craziness in this market with this kind of move on a day like today. Hopefully you guys caught some great opportunities. I know we had some solid trades in the morning as well. So that was AMD. And I don't know if it's over. We'll watch it going into the end of the day as well. If it does start doing anything distinctly different, then it could be something. Do you think the what?
I think the pullback is real a little bit, because it's just up a lot. That's all. But we want to remind everybody that over 3.8 million concussions are reported yearly in the United States, and there are still no FDA-approved treatment. But there is NYSE-listed Oragenics, symbol OGEN, that is now changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach roughly $8.9 billion by 2027. Wow. Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule your meeting by clicking on that QR code there, or go to oragenics.com. We want to thank them for their continued sponsorship. I mean, obviously that's an important thing. And if you've suffered through a concussion or know anybody that has, go have a look and see what you can do to support the cause and to educate yourself more on possible treatments. Okay, that's it for AMD. All right, here we go, man. Has it opened up again? We shall find out. Let's go find the story with Sharif, then we'll get right back here and see some price action.
It is open, guys. Here it is, 120.57. That is the high. It is up 1,200, 1,310%. It is a 125.16 high. It just jumped $5. Spruce Bioscience is up big after the FDA granted breakthrough therapy designation for its TAAPL ERT for, forgive me if I mispronounce this, Sanfilippo syndrome type beats, an ultra rare genetic disease characterized by an enzyme deficiency, guys. A plan by the company here to submit a biologics license application, potentially offering the first disease-modifying therapy for this condition. Here it is. It's going to halt again. It is halted again at 128.86. And boys, I'm seeing the tap now. The theoretical auction price at 150.
So crazy because we talked about this at 115 when it opened back, or 105, and I was like, take some out at 105, and then right there again it opens back up around, it looks like around 120, and now halts back to the upside at 128.80, and now you're blasting through up to 150. So I don't know, Shkreli has a 5 bill or so like that price target on it, 500 or so. That's ridiculous. There's no idea where it will stop. I think putting a price target on it is just silly, but that doesn't really matter. I mean, as we can go on, it's a great story, and we've seen, stocks like this continue to go for quite a long time. And eventually it'll pull back. But if you're in it, I don't really know what to tell you. The float is only 500,000 shares, and I think that's like, I got to see. This is where I think creating a scanner, Obi, for like these opportunities. Now, we saw it in the morning and it was halted for a while, and then it just didn't give you much trading opportunities. But then it did open back up in around 10 o'clock or so right there, and it actually dipped. You could have got this name at $33. So this is what I don't understand. Like, all of a sudden, right here, about 12:47, is that basically when the tweets started happening? Because, like, why did it start to do this at 12:30? And, like, if this is just going up because now we have some guy tweeting about it,
It's the Shkreli pump.
This is where, I know it's a Shkreli pump, but this guy also called quantum to zero. Like, so I know this is a biotech and this is more in his space, but there's no way that he knows anything really about the price action on this stock. Sure, it might be a great stock to own for what it's solving, and I apologize, I missed exactly what it was up to, but we do know that it's obviously science-based, and love the stock, but I actually don't really like the price action. I think the SEC can eventually do something about this, but when you're done 10 million shares on the day and the float is only 500,000, I just wonder what curbs need to be in place. But hey, man, it's free market. So if this market wants to run higher, then giddy up, and congratulations for everybody. And if that's the Shkreli bump, then all we can really do, Obi, is, and maybe we can confirm that, but maybe we can just think about it. The next time we see something like that, we just have to go in. And I think even if it's with 10 shares, and you lose $10, it's $100. Like, I'm sometimes sneezing and that money is gone.
Right?
Like, it's just take the opportunity to potentially have like a $100 winner. This thing was frozen at $30 all morning. No new news came out. We just got a pumper. So there it goes, man. Nice move for SPRB, Spruce Power, continues to go. Someone has 100 shares? That's great. What's up, Santo, eh? Send some over here, my guy. I'll get out of those for you quickly.
I'd say only have a one lot. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I think this one was on my radar in the pre-market because of what it was doing, and then I just kind of took it off there. But you can see this probably attracted definitely some intraday shorts, even if not in the morning session. They're in and around the midday session where you do make a lower high and start to bleed off. And again, that wasn't bad. That wasn't a bad short. It gave you 45s to 35s. But did we know it was going to halt up and do this craziness? I don't know. I don't really know. I didn't really look at the float or anything like that too crazily. But you can see, kind of sells off. Low volume, can't really get anywhere, and then we start breaking some of those highs. Oh boy, are some of those shorts definitely kind of sweating, or if not blown out, definitely sweating pretty aggressively, I would say. And yeah, this is definitely a recipe for potential parabolic squeeze. It's already kind of doing it, and it's holding some of these levels. And if Buddy Online is like, okay, well, $500 price target, and he has a following, and people are just jumping into this, the shorts are offside right now, but eventually there will be a backside, and then eventually the longs will be offside as well. So I think that's something to watch out for. If you do have a higher risk appetite and a higher risk tolerance, I think the up move, I'm just going to stay watching it. The backside might be interesting if and when it does come in, but shorting a day one parabolic mover like this, definitely not something that I want to touch with a 10-foot pole. Something nice to watch though. I think there's a lot more opportunities here across the board which align with my playbook, and I think that's what you got to be looking for as well. Now, if you're a halt-up trader and you trade stuff like this, you should be all over this stuff. Right? That's like if this is your bread and butter, you are definitely playing Spruce Biosciences on the day today. So let's see what it holds for us.
There goes it's open again.
Open again, 150.
Yeah, so
right?
it does open up at that
Straight
150,
squeeze.
and now it's going to halt
once
again.
Yeah,
it looks like right now at 140. Yeah. Actually, so no, my bad, Obi. It looks like it opened up at 135 right there. Now,
boom, another one.
You can't even really like speak about it, and then just halts up again. I think now it's not halting up with the same excitement to it, in my opinion. I think this is the top for SPRB.
All right, guys, Archer Aviation last on the list here, up 16.5%. What a great breakout trade today for Archer. There's really no headlines. It was Joby that was flying their all aircraft at the California International Auto Show, but there is unusual options activity here as it's widely being speculated online that Tesla and Archer may be teaming up here for some sort of aircraft, eVTOL or other. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, that comes tomorrow. So here is the unusual options activity. It looks as if the options volume is extremely heavy with about take it easy, Joe, about 518,000 contracts traded and calls leading puts for a put-call ratio of about 0.21 compared to a typical level of around 0.33. Implied volatility also up, boys, about 28 points near that 113 in the top quartile of the past year, suggesting an expected daily move of about 95 pennies. Long story short, unusual options activity on Archer.
Anything for you on that one?
ACHR. I might
get shares shortable here. I'm going to see what they cost for on this.
I didn't really see this in the morning, but I guess definitely a bit of a continuation from Friday. Here's strength coming into the end of last week, and then push up potential, push up through that pre-market high and giving us more of that long here on the day. So again, not one that's definitely on my radar, but let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at the weekly. Let's see where it's sitting. Let's see what it's up to because you guys are interested in this. So we shall see what it's doing. So, okay, higher time frame highs, 1392s over here, and almost up there, 1347s currently. So nice consolidation. Highs that we're about to maybe potentially test. The high is 1392, so just shy of that $14 level. And it seems, I don't know if this has had any splits, but all-time highs all the way from 2021 sitting at 1860s. So yeah. Crazy movers, man. Crazy movers. All-day trend. Nice. No real sign of strong selling, especially after the morning session. Nice little grind up there. Some volume pops, probably on high day breaks. Yeah, there you go. This candle that breaks that high, just definitely getting rocked. Probably shorts getting rocked as well, and then breakout traders as well pushing into it for that continuation. So Archer Aviation taking a little bit of a flight, but missed that one there. Might have been a little late to that, but shout out to anybody who had it, and thank you for pointing it out. I'll put it on the radar just to see if there's that continuation and that bid will continue to happen the next day. So we shall see. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking here right now. AMD still kind of consolidating near its lows right now, Sean. So
yeah, we're still $1.50 in the money on this Nvidia trade. I just bought some shorts. It's going to cost $9 for 100 shares. So $90 for 1,000 if you really want to get spicy with it. But I'm thinking, I just tweeted it out. I think this SPRB might have found a top, but I want to wait for that. So I'm going to keep it open over here. Wow, that AMD, 106 right now. I'm going to keep it open and see. Okay, now the top is 156, so 155. So this is going to open up. We did just halt. I'm not short now. I'm not calling like this price. I want to see what it does at the next flip up there to the downside potentially. So we do have an open in about a minute and a half. It did show 236.57. So 241.57. So 1 minute now, and we will get that open. SPR to the B. What's everyone talking about? SOPA. Like, I had a shower this morning, used some SOPA there. I had a shower at the gym, used some SOPA there. So right now, this is starting to go higher right now. And I say, Oh no, Adara's not there. Okay, so oh, okay, she just got back. That's okay. So SOPA, we'll find out about that story momentarily. Okay, I do want to watch out because here comes Spruce again. It should be open up in just 30 seconds, and we'll see where it winds up going. But yeah, we'll have to watch out there. SOPA, nice move up to 460, taking out some levels. We do have 20 seconds until that name's open. Ooh. I like Soprasata, that's for sure. But this into here right now, $5, I think we've seen this before. No, maybe not, because I would have commented like it would have been in the last couple of days. But watch out for 550 top on SOPA. Okay, here we go. Spruce 161 right now. I don't really want to get involved until I see sort of like a halt down, is what I'm thinking there, Obi. So I'm going to try to be patient and see if we can get some kind of a halt down on this stock and able to do some damage there if that's possible. But that's kind of what I'm waiting for right now. So there it goes. There's the 5 minutes and it did not reopen. So SPRB actually opened up, I think, 5 minutes, the last halt, but right now trying to find its way. So we'll have to see where and when this name becomes open. What's up, Adara?
It's a little odd that I do have the catalyst here for SOPA. So Ascendient Capital, which is a research firm, they released a note talking about Society Pass's strong Q2 2025 revenue and about how they raised their revenue forecast. Now, here's the thing. Society Pass reported Q2 revenue on August 13th, so almost 2 months ago. Bit of a delayed reaction here from Ascendient Capital Markets, but either way, this small cap certainly reacting positively to that note. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it was, Society Pass. The name does ring a bell there, SOPA, but yeah, nice move there. We recently, I also tweeted this out as well. Oh, let me just quickly hurry up about this NVIDIA because I don't want to get people too excited about it. We are pretty light on our shares left. We have only about 5%. So basically, most of the out was right here at the 200 period. I'm trying to do better, and that is to hold until we break the 50. So I got out of a significant part there when we broke it. That was at 186.40s or so. So that was like, so when it comes back in, I'm trying to use the 200. If I can ever go bottom to top, which would be like this move, or top to bottom, I do want to use the 200 period moving average as much as I can. So because sometimes I get a little burned. I hold it and it just goes right back up. So today it actually worked out, but I still use the 50 there. So we don't have too much left. And right now we're hovering around VWAP. So I am going to take this opportunity to push bid enter. So right now I'm bidding 185.70 on NASDAQ. So there it is. So it takes me out. So now, cool, we are now out of NVIDIA with just that 2.5% left, waiting for a lower bid. So hopefully that can come in. My big trade that I have in the swing account is Marvell, and today again up another 3 and a bit percent. We got some out on Friday, live on the show. So that might have been a mistake. We leave 3%. Man, that's loud. We leave 3% on the table there, but still pretty good. That SPRB still tapping 160. Let me know what all of you guys think about that. I just put it here on Twitter. What do you guys think about that Target buy that I just did? Target right now is down 44% year to date. I thought with this all-time low valuation, I think there could be some activism soon on this. So I don't know if that's true. I didn't even look at like past activist movements in Target, if there even existed or not, but something's going on there. You know, you have many retail names that are pushing, I mean, not pushing highs, but pushing better than the way Target looks, including a Walmart, including Costco, which I know is on the downside. And I know right now is not the best time to be going into retail. I can fully, it's not a full position or anything like that. I want to start Target, see where we go on that trade, because I do think that there is some get up there with TGT. So that was an idea that I had. Basically going long right about now. What is the current? I'd have to go look at the price we got filled at, but I think it was around 89.50. Like we just did it like maybe actually probably better. Like I think we did it just as we were going on air or whatever, maybe just before that. So yeah, let's call it 89.50. At the end of the day, we're long right here. So let's wait to see what Target is doing. And then Open Door, I just saw someone talking about that one, 923. Yeah, man, the Open Army is strong today. I was just playing around about Big Bear versus OpenAI. Have both, or Big Bear AI versus Open, have both, man, as both continue to work out. This one's a much nicer stock because it's been having this level at 7. BBAI only it's okay. Well, all right, my bad. I thought it was a little lower than this. I was gonna say BBAI doesn't look as bottomy as Open. It looks like Open had bounced off of 7 a couple times. We were just playing this long off 650, which we stamped that long last week. So 650 to 750. I mean, at some point we got to not let our greed take over and just be able to take profit. So this is another key level, man. Get out at $8 if you just recently took that long, and let's see if we can get that 850 that we're looking for.
Yeah, and I'm sitting over here just kind of like looking through some of these charts, looking for the next potential trade. So I want you guys to throw it up in the chat. What are you guys trading? What's the next thing you guys are looking at? And I'll be right back. With so we got some news here. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ a currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more.
Dude, SPRB opened down. I tried. Hand to whoever. I tried to get that short at 135. I was sitting there on gateways trying to get that short there. It didn't print that many shares. Someone, you lucky son of a, somebody on a dark pool got like 6,000 shares. Wow. I was only trying for 60,000. But yeah, I mean, crazy there. And look, we just tweeted this out before that opened up. Like, you can timestamp it, right? This is 9 minutes ago. Feels like we just took a high. I was like, feels like we might have found a top on this last halt. Now it's halting. Now it's tapping 131. All right. Well.
Yeah. Where's the next trade? That's, you know.
Yeah, but I found the next trade and I missed it.
Yeah, that was.
I didn't miss it. I tried it. Now it's tapping 128.
Those things are tough to catch. Like I think you had to cross like a few dollars probably.
No. I didn't get short during the halt. I feel like I was on the gateways there. I was on cheap gateways, and I just feel like I could have had that and didn't. That's too bad. A little frustrated for me there, Obi, but it's okay.
It's all good.
You see, if you take 100 shares there, it's now $10 in the money.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
That's all I was trying was 100 shares. I'm just playing around. Like, anybody that thought I was trying more than that, that would not be the case right there. But hey, man, 100 shares, $10. I don't know where it's going to open up, but right now it's tapping 128. So would have been okay. And if I would have got those shares, I'd get out half right now immediately off whatever this tap is.
Yeah, I think Mike. Okay, so I see you guys in the chat, kind of pointing out some stocks. So let's take a look at a few of those, and maybe we'll find something interesting there as well. So people still talking about open going to 10. I don't know about that, but okay, all right. Well, open. Yeah, you just talked about this. This thing is blasting off currently over the past few minutes here. So yeah, that $8.80, maybe $10 incoming. So that's good. I'll keep an eye on this one. So thank you for that. I'll put it up on my basket here. Robinhood is about to break prior day's low, so that might be interesting. I'll take Ford out of there and replace it with Open because Ford's not really doing much that I can really work with right now here. But Open Door, good look on that one. Maybe potential for reversion. Now? But maybe a potential for continuation as well. People talking about maybe seeing a $10 level as well. All right, so what else do you guys got? DVLT, let's see, GLW, Open and Plug. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at some of those. DVLT. I'll tell you what I'm watching as well. Alongside, I'm watching some QUBT. Yeah, no, it's not QBTS. QUBT at the same time. I'm watching some Palantir. Nothing too crazy there. And Circle as well. But they're not really doing anything that I would be interested to take just yet. But maybe setting up for something. So I do have some eyes on those. DVLT, nice. It seems like another small cap runner here that is going absolutely bananas. Data Vault AI technology. Okay, so let's take a look at some quick stats on this one. Does it show me float? 11 million. Okay, so 11 million float, and it's done about 106 million shares on the day. So nice little churn of the float happening since about, I guess, whenever this bid came in, we really started to ramp up. That was around 115-ish on DVLT. So good look there. Let's see what else you guys got. I think we did the open, we did DVLT. Right. Okay. So Plug is one of the top volume leaders of the day. So it was on radar in the morning because of the crazy kind of gap up action that we were getting. But off of the open, I didn't really pay too much attention to it. But seems like sellers were very much in charge off of the open, and we've been reverting in a very slow and steady, nice little lick grab of the low, slow and steady bid that's just been grinding back towards VWAP since then. Excuse me, about over 50% retracement here on the day off of that opening range on Plug Power. So good stuff on that one. Let's see, Tesla. I know Tesla's kind of pushing. Where is Tesla over here? Tesla's pushing, just a grinding bid right now. Maybe we see that 450 push. Oh boy, we did get that 450 push. 450.73. So yeah, take your eyes off of things in this market, and they're going to be in distinctly different places later on. I think last time I was looking at it was at 448s down here, and we were just talking about it potentially maybe coming in to test that 450 eventually or soon enough. We get it intraday. This grinding bid is crazy, man. 100% reversion, and then just grinding up against that since the open here. So Alphabet's looking pretty strong. Google is printing fresh highs. Oh boy, I don't know what this was intraday. I guess I missed this news, whatever it was on Google at 133-ish, where we got that aggressive selling. Guess what? Buyers are definitely very much in charge on the day as we got bought right back up for a nice breakout and grind to the upside. 250 push on Google. So relative strength here on Alphabet, and then Microsoft as well. Microsoft is aggressively bid up as well. 530.70s are the current high, and then Mixel Ventures is saying BTC 126. Are you telling me that we're continuing to hit fresh highs right now on BTC? Yes, we are. 126 flat as of right now, only about $2 away from that. That's probably going to get taken out soon enough. You know what? I think it might be time to go to a little bit of a higher time frame on this one. Let's go straight up to a 3-month chart and assess some of this. How have we been building into it? And does this look like it's poised for a bit of a push? Oh boy, indeed. So yeah. Prior bar high break on the 3-minute, obviously, with the all-time highs, but nice little consolidation, that 80K hold, that 100 push. I really liked this breakout, Sean. This breakout was the place to be for me, and I think this breakout, again, it looked like it was a 70K breakout, right? So I was just like, yeah, I really like it there, and that wasn't that long ago. That was just the end of last year, right? October 2024. So that was a really, really nice breakout, and that's been continuing. We chopped consolidation around 100, and then nice little acceleration and push. So bigger picture price action, beautiful follow through on this one. And again, people are long and strong Bitcoin, and for good reason as well. So good look on that one. I'm sure Joe's all over that IBIT as well, and a lot of I guess crypto coins printing. I think somebody earlier asked me if I'm still holding my Doge, and that's a hodl. That's a hodl.
I asked.
I looked. No, I know you did as well. But somebody in the chat earlier today, they were like, "Are you still holding your Doge?"
All crypto a hodl though?
Some of them.
I think for us around here. I mean, we don't
really paying too much attention. Like I'm not actively trading.
That's what I mean.
Like I'm not actively involved.
I don't think it's
just wait for prices that I like and just hold on to them.
No, I just mean like I think if you keep trading in and out of Bitcoin, I think that's
good.
No, I don't think so. But I just think it's very hard to catch.
Yeah, it moves like. Yeah,
it's just like because I don't know if you'd be in this move. Like it's just if you're always waiting for support and resistance. Sometimes I just feel like it can go, but there is a 24-hour market. So that's sort of the other difference about Bitcoin versus equities, right? Is that you could put some like I was just going to look it up, but the last time I bought was when we. All right, I'm just waiting for this thing to open up. Like I don't know when this is going to open up, this SPRB here, but just waiting for it to do that. And I just want to remind everybody, I do have Nvidia on target here, and 186.20 was my next stop. I mean, we got out of half, and I think we did a decent job explaining to you guys about those trades. But we did get out of half of what we had left right there at VWAP, and now I'm going to use that as my next sort of target there. And that SPRB, I am a little bit like, I don't want to say upset because I don't really know where this thing's going to open, but it would have been nice to grab that 135. I mean, we did talk about it. I went in there and paid for shorts on this. Yeah, so we missed it. I was trying to, man. I was sitting on, I wasn't sitting on ARCA. The thing is, you can't, so like a C is the NYSE, which you can get on here as well, even though it's a NASDAQ name. These are all dark pools, so that could have been, we have access to like pretty much all the dark pools out there, so I would have no idea which one that is. That was the big trade. Somebody hit about 6,000 plus on a dark pool there. So that was, I think, the best. Yeah, I think that was probably the best trade for somebody there earlier. But that
was so fast, man. It's probably an algo that just punched in.
Oh yeah. You know,
it was like,
I was like literally
boom,
on the stock watching it, and I was on. Oh, so there's that Y there, which is a good one. That's the Ys, so that's a cheaper gateway to trade with as well. So like, see Y, but like there's only 20 shares, 5 shares. But again, I was only trying to take 100 shares. Like, that's all that I paid for, and that's it. So I wasn't, and that's what I was trying to say in the chat. Like, I'll generally use more shares. Obviously, 100 would be like the bare minimum on other stocks, but just on this one, because of how violent it was, 121. So, that was a big marker there. So that, we just, we got Bitcoin, Joe. We got much bigger things here.
Oh, yeah.
We were trying to get that short there. That was 135. So right now we'd be $20.
Beauty.
Like, why isn't it halting now? Now it's going to halt? Anyways, that's crazy. So we would have got out of half there, and now we'd just be like cruising. This is almost better than like any sort of an IPO trade. But I mean, we had called this. We tweeted it out as soon as it opened back up, and the best price we probably could have got was 135. But there goes 110. And I wasn't trying to throw shade at Shkreli or anything like that. I was just saying, like, there's no way these price targets made any sense. It's going upside because of the liquidity issue.
I mean, he's a smart guy.
Oh no,
but here's the thing: that's usually a lot of smart people's downfall when it comes to the stock market.
Nah, he's just doing that to get a higher price.
Like,
this dude is out of the stock.
People try to get smart with the stock market. I mean, like we've learned how that kind of pans out over time.
Trust me, he's out. He's out of the stock already. He's just putting that out there. But what I was going to say is that 500 could be where it lands. Like, in a couple of weeks, months, this could be a $500 name, but I didn't think it was going up there on that. But we've seen HKD. There's many names that continue to climb higher. So SPRB, there she blows, and Joe wanted us to, my crypto account's at all-time highs. I have no qualms, obviously, with this one, and you guys know that we were selling some of the runs in these other names and getting into BTC. Like, that was the whole point of doing that. And I told you I was getting out of some of my stocks and getting into ETFs and S&P 500 or NASDAQ just to enjoy that. And I was doing the same thing for Bitcoin. Obviously, Ethereum here over the last 7 days up nicely. ETHE up nicer than Bitcoin. So, rotating into BTC, you could have rotated into Ethereum. That would have been better. Almost double right there, the alpha, as it goes higher. Binance, again, another 5. Solana, I'm waiting for that 250 very eagerly right now. I will take a piece out of Solana at 250 and put it into Bitcoin. We just recently bought at 200, so we got to take that 20-25% and get out. Our Solana price is for sure double digits, though. You were talking about Doge sub 10. Cardano's sub 20 cents where we're in. That's 90 cents right now. So the run up in some of these other names, like a lot of these other crypto plays have really enjoyed similar runs to that of Bitcoin. I'm looking for Ripple. So this last buy, XRP, that's not having the explosion to all-time highs either. So maybe it could be alt season soon. Let's just see what happens now with Bitcoin, see where this one stops. The most aggressive, most realistic top, and I forget who did it. I don't know if it was Ackman or it wasn't, obviously not Cathie Wood, but I think 135 was a pretty aggressive play that I'd recently heard when we were down at like that 110, 112 area. So maybe someone doing math out there can give us a 135 call, but that could be where it goes. But IBIT just continues to go higher, man. There it is. Huge move, honestly, for IBIT. You now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 days now in a row. Nothing but upside love for crypto, and like every day, man, it's great to open up the wallet and just see what's going on. Like, I recently bought at 108 and we had talked about that. And I was going to actually look it up to see when that was. It wasn't the most recent dip. It was the dip past. But good job there right now. Okay, so it looks like the market may be giving a little bit up. Remember, we still are short $1.25 in the money here on Nvidia and looking for more. I mean, here's my alerts coming up. Coinbase maybe, but that Coinbase is breaking higher. Something's flashing now. SMR, SMCI, SMR. Let's have a quick look over there as well. Yeah, okay, so just trying to get, these are going to be VWAP looks. So getting into VWAP right now on SMR. Yeah, maybe a take higher there. That could be a good look. SMCI, we just saw also scanning out now as well. Load. All right, I don't know why 5-minute moving average, crossing the 50 period maybe right there, and it's not as good of a signal for me. I got to tighten up some of these signals for sure. Shopify also moving around right now, but let us know in the chat what else is going on. Thank you to Charlie here as well. This guy, what a day, man. You shorted AMD with me, I assume. That was going to be a great look for you. Great look for all of us today, as there goes AMD right now near the lows again, I would assume. Yeah, 206. My best out is 207. We were only short here, Obi, at 220s flat.
Man.
Yeah, that was a...
Like, if you miss that initial flush, I mean, you got it on that initial flush.
Yeah, but
that was the price to get in, because look at the second, like the pop. Right? The pop back up
right here.
Later on. Yeah,
yes.
It tells you that is the place that sellers are willing to step in and step this down.
Yeah,
so that is the perfect place to get short, man. Like, yeah, I like the long into it, but when they started stepping in, I knew right away. I was like, oh boy, yeah, this is definitely a short.
Well, if it's an old boy play, I mean, why?
No, but here's the thing. So I went on a walk with Jose, and I was just like, maybe. So sometimes we talk about
not
me
Jose
being
Batista, just to let everybody know.
No, not Batista.
Okay.
But So like reasons to buy, reasons to sell. So sometimes I like to say stay price ignorant and more price action involved, right? So I'm getting involved with price action, not getting too anchored to what I think the price is. I don't care, right? But what if sometimes I'm also position ignorant, in the sense of I don't care whether I'm long or short.
Okay.
If this is a place where I think I should be selling and I'm already long, I sell, and then maybe I'm out of my position, but it's still showing me that this is still reason to sell. So I'm not even thinking about my position. I just continue selling and selling and selling, and then if that obviously goes against me, I get out. But like, you know, do you get what I'm saying? Kind of like really start to like flow with some of these areas where, yeah, directionality is something we're seeing more and more in this crazy market.
You used to use the word confluence all the time.
Yeah, so yeah, confluence. The confluence of factors. It's like now I'm starting to think about like, okay, well, what if if I can just simplify it even more and just say, forget about everything else, just reasons to sell, reasons to buy, and I'm just going to continue doing and participating in what the market kind of does. I don't know, it's just an idea, it's just a thought. If I had applied that on the AMD, I'm getting long on the 216s, pushing into the 220s, and then when I see sellers coming in, I'm like, oh, damn, I know I have to get out of my long, but guess what? If it's so good that you know you have to get out of your long, it's probably a great short, because it's a strong enough reason to sell, right? So it's just like, I don't know, so it's like maybe an epiphany, but like a little bit of a aha that I had on my walk today. And I
think that's why we take notes, and I think that's why we work out our strategies.
Just getting excited.
For me, we should always get excited. I mean, look, what I was going to say, I don't think that means, like you use the word position ignorant. I think you have the idea on direction, you know, and I think that's what I'm looking at. I just get a feel, where do I think the stock is going? What is a key price level for that action, right? Like I thought Tesla was going higher, so I looked for a level. Is there a breakout spot? 445. Is there a dip spot? Probably 440. We write both those down and we go for it. You know, now sometimes it will break your way and you're like, great, that's fantastic. But then once you're in the trade, then that's where I think, like, once you have the trade on board, then I like to take profit. Like, I don't like to let it run all day. Like sometimes we do. Like right now we have this Nvidia trade for a minute, but I don't think you can. Things change so fast in this market.
Yeah.
And you and I were talking about that. Like you could love the short in 1 minute, and then the very next minute we hear a story that completely changes everything, especially in this market with tariffs and with OpenAI making all these deals and whatever. So Intel, we had Intel last week getting more funding, you know, rumors of Apple, rumors of TSM, you know, all this kind of stuff. So although me and you might look at Intel and say, this looks like a short, price everything, but then all of a sudden, the flip gets turned and the switch gets turned, and you have to flip up your opinion. So I like what you're talking about. I just think you
got to stay nimble, is what I'm saying.
That's a good word.
That's what you're getting at. It's like you don't know what's going to happen the next minute. So being nimble is definitely Like
I think rare earth.
I respect that. I think that's a good way to tackle it. And you know what? It's good confluence that you're telling me that you're thinking kind of in that sense as well. So it's like,
well, I mean, you were long AMD. You saw the sellers. You flipped out of it. You know, and it's like that's it. Like, the long doesn't mean it has to go the whole the whole day. It just because I'm long doesn't mean it's going to go all the way back up to the that's why we have these fancy little logos on our things on our charts here, you know. But I think that you want to play also momentum, and you want to play in the right spaces. And right now, LAC, which of course, when we talk about some of the metal names, this has been such a hot fire name. So you may not want to look short here. You may want to look long because again, you have the catalyst to the long side. USAR popped last week as well. So there goes that one. Pop goes the weasel on USAR last week on, again, more rumors, or I think it might have been a 5% stake or so. Did they wind up taking a stake in USAR, Adara? The U.S. government, if you have a sec.
I don't remember seeing anything defined.
Right, same.
But I'll look into it.
Nice, thank you.
All right, that's where we should get the thank you, Adara. I don't have that on there, but Trump has thanked Adara numerous times. So, but anyway.
Thank you very much, Adara.
There it is.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, it was honestly, as far as I didn't see anything new in this. As far as I even remember, it was just the CEO saying that, oh yeah, we're in talks. So nothing at all.
Right.
Fine. And again, the source is very biased.
All right, please hit that button again. Andre. Thank you, Adara button.
I think I might have one.
Oh, you have it?
Maybe. This is Neil's.
Andre, can you send me, or maybe Fabian, what the code is for that? Because I want to put it on my board there, because I love that. Thank you, Andre. We'll do it. Don't worry about it, Obi, if you can't find it. It's okay. Andre's going to get that to me ASAP. Okay, and in the punch myself in the face moment, we have the David silly trade, or whatever he calls it, of the day. SP, what did I say that name is? SPRB, Spruce Power again, right there. So it's at 105 right now. Now it's at 110, so it does open up again right now, just there. So we should be $30 in the money, but we're not, and there it goes right now. I don't get those same feelings that I want to go short on the next halt, but pretty violent, man. I mean, the spread right here you can see is $5. Now it's $4. So unless you're trading in between with dark pools, or you're there, see now there it goes. This is too tough. Do not trade this. Well, I don't know, not financial advice, but I think it's very, very wild. Like right in there, you could have just got long 105 and out at 115. Like $10 can make or break your day, week, month, career, really, if you misstep on this. So I think in order to see this tomorrow, and I think that's where the smart money lies, is to not do too much about this. See, now it looks like it might halt up right now at one. Nope. What you'll see when you're getting, what we see here is you'll see the bands just open up, and this should already be halting, I think, right now. It's up more than 10% now in the last couple minutes. So I don't know exactly why this isn't halting, but you're going to see it, and I'm just holding this out because you're going to see it halt. So right now, see how that starts to build up? Eventually, there'll be enough gateways on here. We don't have the halt bands on here. It's been a request of ours for a very long time, but I think this might be the halting level right now. Yeah, you see how it can't break 161? So there, okay, so that was the halt right there. So now we wait. So there it goes, halted at 161, halted at 118.61 now. I still don't love this, even though it's tapping higher 121. Just it's not trading the same. It's not as sort of the velocity of it isn't as intense. So I think I might have just wasted my $9, which is okay. It cost $9 to get shortable shares. All I got was 100 there. So yeah. Oh, David does not have a silly trade of the day yet here today. So all right. So it looks like Nvidia, it's getting closer, man. I still want to use this 200 period moving average here as my out. So it's coming back in a little bit. I might just tap this out at 186. I don't know. It's not doing too much. I want to be into something, and I just don't know what right now. Tesla
blasting off. Man.
Is it?
Yeah.
Obi, we were supposed to take that 350.
Yeah, the 450. No, I mean it was chopping. I watched it 450s. It was just chopping.
I didn't notice.
Look, it chopped it for a good almost half hour. Well, 20, 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes.
I just got
before
completely
it actually went. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm watching it, but it's going. It's the steady grinders that are so it's just so slow. It's so easy to miss. You know what I mean? It's wild. I don't know.
Yeah, but I should have. So for me, even though most trades, like I said, we all trade different share sizes, but like if that's in the morning and it's breaking 450, let's just say I'll take like, let's just say 300 shares or something. Like that break would be like at least 50 or like 50 shares, you just leave it. Like what I was saying, share size again irrelevant, but whatever you take, I think a 450 break, what would have been worth just, even if you take like 20% of a normal position, something like that, and just let it go to our point. Like it breaks key levels, it has momentum, where we don't put on enough shares that it's going to ruin our day, but we put on enough shares that we can make, if you look down and you're in the money $3 or $4, you know, you make dinner or something like that tonight, right? And so I think that's, all right, what's up? Here's Trends Woodbridge. Yo, I was just in Woodbridge yesterday, man. I was at Wonderland yesterday. Shout out to Woodbridge. And we have a lot of players on my daughter's team that are from Vaughan. So I don't know if that's, anyways. That might not be the Woodbridge that you're talking about. Read comments. Okay, what do you want me to talk about right here? All right, good. What's up, Stressless, SoFi Long here. All the comments that you're probably talking about are up top here. So let me know if there's anything. I've been pretty sort of sidelined with everything here today. It's great to have Obi back. Not back, but Obi here. We don't have, the only position I have is Nvidia. It's still, I don't know why it doesn't show it there, but we do have Nvidia on right now, and I'm looking for more. So are the Blue Jays going to sweep the Yankees? I'm going to say no on that, but what a great weekend it was for Blue Jays. Here again, it looked like we just absolutely dummied these guys. Total score 23-9 over 2 games. Yesterday 13-7. It was like 13-2, and then you know, they got a little bit more marks up there. So I don't know. I hope it's a sweep. Rodon is good, and we do have Bieber going for us, and the Yankees are pretty awesome. And I think that they'll put up a good showing there in Yankee Stadium. So, yeah, I think the sweep could be on. Vlad loves playing against the Yankees, so and he's really stepped it up. So there's a couple weeks back there, just as we were making the playoffs, I was like, come on, Vlad, you got to be that guy. His very first at-bat, man, he hit a home run. In series, game 1.
That's crazy.
Game 1, his first at-bat. And that was enough. We didn't even need any more runs. That was enough to go.
His first time back, or
first time? Yeah, first time in the playoffs.
First time ever.
No. So in the playoffs before, he was 3 for 22.
Okay.
So he had 22 at bats. He only reached base. We only got 3 hits. So when you're paying a guy $500 million, he's like one of the top players in the whole league, and our best player. They need to show up when playoffs turn, right?
You got to be switched on.
Right, and so he hadn't really been doing that. So it was like, if the Jays were going to do anything, their best players have to perform, naturally.
Right, of course.
So, and he did, man. So he's really stepping it up. So his very first plate appearance in the first inning, Obi, game 1 was a bomb. So that was really good to see for him. And trading is just like sports a lot of the time too. It's the momentum, it's the feels, right? The more confidence you have in trading, and like I said, we just come off a back-to-back pretty good months. Yeah. So right now, like my confidence level, although you saw me get hit last Thursday, but we came back locked in on Friday.
Exactly.
And we're locked in again here.
Hey, we talked about it. We were just like, okay, whatever. You make it back tomorrow, and guess what?
Yeah, we did.
Exactly.
So it's all good.
It is what it is.
But anyways, okay, as you said, let's go on for another trade.
Actually, it's starting to accelerate now.
Is there a level that we can punch long on Tesla then?
355? I don't know, man. The thing is, I don't like chasing. That's why intrinsically I tend to go for the reversion, because I'm like, I'm not going to chase this crazy move. But when it starts to turn, I definitely want to be involved on the other side of it. But like, that's just my style, right? That's just what I'm comfortable with doing. There are very few things that I am comfortable chasing. Something off of the open, I think, is great. If something actually has real momentum off of the open, I'm just like boom, 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 boom. I'm willing to chase because I think those are maybe prices or areas relative to the action that might not last very long, or I think they might be competitive as well. So I like that, and it's funny enough. More often than not, I find myself, and this is just a gaming thing in general. Okay. Like if you're chasing something too hard, you're more likely to get punished for chasing, right? There are certain scenarios where you definitely should be chasing because it's going to run away without you. And that could be part of the playbook. That could be part of the kind of play you're looking for. But more often than not, I'm not trying to like punch highs or punch lows unless and until it's a kind of like a structure break, which might bring us some decent decent EV as well. So those are probably the only ones I do like to chase. But like mid-trend, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a tough one. For example, like I'm dabbling in the short idea here on both Google and Microsoft. But look, I didn't punch long because it was running up. It did break out nicely. It did push through the 250. So I was like, all right. But then when we start to slow down and break and sellers start to step in a little bit here, I do want to get involved. Going into power hour, both the ES and the NASDAQ may be turning as well. I don't know, but I'm seeing some signs of selling. So nothing too aggressive, nothing too crazy, but I do want to start to get involved. And I could be very much wrong as well. And I don't really care about that. I care about kind of participating in things that I like to see. But yeah, that 453.50, 450 is currently on Tesla. I don't know if I want to punch all the way up here, but that 450 grind and kind of churn was probably a good place. I did kind of pull it up earlier. So let's take a look at what happened in and around there, right? So this was the grind. This was we were watching this earlier on in the day. We were like 449.99. What a great price on Tesla. If that comes back in, maybe potential to take it for the continuation. And yeah, is Tesla going to be clean? Rarely. So it does chop, failure to follow through on the downside as it kind of pulls back into 49.50s. So this is again my fault for taking eyes off of this one. But if I see this consolidating in and around those prior highs on that 450, yeah, I can start to get involved in here. I can even start to get involved on the breakout of that consolidation at 450.70s. Kind of it's telling us that buyers are sustaining, buyers are holding in an uptrending market as well. And like tomorrow's potential news day, right? Tomorrow's potential news day for Tesla. And if we're going to run up and have directionality going into the last hour, then yeah, maybe a consolidation at 450 on top of high of day. That's a good place to get in, and that might not even be a chase, right? Because it's giving you a defined area of where you, like, look, right here, this consolidation, we see this consolidation. So it's like, all right, if I'm getting involved in here, then I'm probably wrong below 449.60s because it's consolidating. These are the buyers I want to get involved with, these short-term buyers. I'm not getting in this for a swing, right? I'm not trying to get in this and hold it overnight. I'm just like, okay, well, this is a short-term move that I think is building up nicely, and the probabilities are definitely stacking in my favor. So a bit of a miss on my part not getting involved. But this is an example of something that could be considered chasing, but I think this is responsible chasing because the chart is kind of telling you where you might be wrong. And even if you don't like that consolidation low, guess what? You just draw a simple trend line, draw some points, and you can be like, well, the uptrend has not broken until we pass down through here. So that around this time would have been like, what, 449. So you're risking about $1 down to 449s, getting in and around 450s for a potential push up, and it's giving you about $3 past that 450. Here comes the market drop coming in. Let's see how the shorts are doing right now. Softy still kind of holding this, what is that, 530? Yeah, Softy still kind of holding that 530 as of right now, so maybe poised for a little bit longer. I did like the goggles as well, so I took a look at that one. 251, and coming back into 250. Let's see what it does with that 250. If this market takes a little bit of a breather going into the end of the day, look at this. Off of in the pre-market session, this is where supply was, right? In and around here, this was what? Let's see what time that was. Okay, that's 9:15 in the morning. This is 8:15 in the morning. So both those times, supply coming in pretty aggressively, and we're testing in and around those areas. We wicked some of those highs here, both on the NASDAQ and the ES. So the question becomes, are we going to see some more supply where we saw it already kind of coming in the pre-market session? The market told us that there were sellers there. Now I'm just trying to observe if that's going to come into fruition by participating in market leaders like a Google, like a Softy. I liked Amazon as well. I got a little chopped up on it a little bit earlier during the midday session. Let's take a look at that one. That one continued. I got out of it at a respectable place. Let's go to Amazon and take a look at this. So this is what I did during the midday session. So I was watching this. Sellers started to come in here. I'll blow this up a little bit. So sellers started to come in off of this test, 220 halves or whatever. So this is when I went for a walk. So I'm like, all right, cool. I like this break of 10. I'm gonna get short, throw in my stop, and then just go for a walk. And sure, it kind of came down into here, but I was looking for maybe a proper reversion, maybe down into VWAP because of the break of trend and seller dominance in the morning. That didn't really happen. Come in, get stopped out. I like this as well, maybe a little bit of a lick grab of that. So I did get in, but a little bit smaller than earlier, and then a nice push up gets me out there on Amazon. So I tried a couple times, didn't work, and more than willing to kind of be wrong on that one. Let's take a look back at what was I looking at? Softy. Yeah, Softy's coming in now. Let's see if we can push a little bit lower. Still kind of in and around where I got in. I'm looking for that follow through to come in, and we only have about 40 minutes left in the trading day. So am I expecting anything crazy? Am I expecting a full-on reversion to VWAP? Absolutely not. If we get that, then maybe that's a cherry on top. But I'm just trying to get with a little bit of selling going into the end of the day after some strong bidding from the morning session, right? We had some strong selling, and then we've only been bidding pretty aggressively for a majority of the day on a lot of these mags. So that's what I'm looking at. Nothing crazy, man.
All right.
I'm amped. Yeah, I didn't even.
Thanks for summarizing in very few words there, Obi.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I get a little excited.
Oh man,
you know, and then I might you know, the vernacular definitely starts to expand.
Yeah, if I knew what that meant, that'd be
words. Just words.
No problem there. Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, that's just what we want. We want to be able to explain what we're doing, and you definitely did that. So it looks like the market's coming back. I mean, that's going to be a good little pull here to the downside, and I think that short underneath the 50-period moving average, that's going to definitely play. So like giving us a little bit of a level there into the close, looks like that's going to continue to work itself out. I wanted to have a quick look at Oracle as well, because Oracle, very similar opinion here on Oracle and AMD, and it's just like, all of these names get bumped up because of this OpenAI, and it's just like, I'm just a little nervous, like that these funds might, I mean, they're still losing money, OpenAI. You know, they're not a public company. They can't just raise funds by offering shares or anything like that. But they're raising funds in the private market, and I think they just did a round, right, Adara, a fundraising round, OpenAI, and I don't know, they always do them, but I think, what was the latest valuation? I mean, I thought it went out at like, I don't know what it was, $400 or $500 billion or something like that. So
apparently, as of 4 hours ago, I'm seeing $500 billion valuation milestone.
Hold on, I gotta see if this works.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Did that just say thank you, Adara? Okay, I didn't hear it. All right, we've got it. Yeah, so there it is, man. Sometimes I can remember half decently there. So 400 to 500 billion, and there it goes. So, and this is all private money. So the way to get involved in that is DXY. Yes, DXYZ. Okay.
Oh. I thought you were looking at the Dixie. I was like, oh, yeah, I haven't looked at the Dixie.
Yeah, the US dollar probably going opposite of what OpenAI is doing. But yeah, this is Dynasty or whatever I think it's called. And this has involved in it there the National Guard right now, I just heard in my ears, in transit to Illinois.
Sorry, say again?
All right, National Guard. I don't know if you've been following. Like, Trump has deployed the National Guard to all these like basic war zones that he calls them in the United States. So he did one in Washington.
Interesting.
Now into Chicago there. So anywhere where
I've really been following that. No.
Yeah, it's been.
We had security stocks. Remember security stocks during COVID? Like the camera, the chest cam.
I think it's
and then
TSLA.
Yeah. Let's take a look at. I mean, if that's the case, then maybe some of those stocks are kind of moving around. I mean, yeah, maybe I should be keeping up with relevant news, man. I don't know, but
Obi,
some of those stocks.
You should be keeping up with relevant news.
I mean, I keep up with my relevant news every day.
I'm not. You're the one that just said maybe I should. I was telling you, yeah. I mean, there is things.
Here's man. Here's the thing. I love you. Yeah, exactly. Grant Ratcliffe saying, "Oh, he hasn't watched news programming in years." Yeah, man. This is just like, you know what? Tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit. There are biases that are being sold to you left, right, and center, and I just want to keep my head and my thoughts clean of all of that. And at the end of the day, like that's part of the kind of business I'm trying to build, right? I don't want to have a strong bias that, like, you know, some reporter on some whatever channel kind of gave their opinions on. You know what I mean? I want to do my own research, and if I'm wrong, I'm more than willing to be wrong, right? I don't care. At the end of the day, what's going to help me and my business perform better? If I think that not watching some of these crazy, you know, bias-driven news outlets, if that's the way to do it, then yeah, that's what I'm going to do, man. At the end of the day, price action is king. I don't even
You don't need to justify that.
Yeah, exactly. Price action is king. The price action will tell me everything that I need.
What would be would you know, like, if I said, like, if there was a news source that more leans left, would you know what that would be?
I know people lean right and left, but it's just like what
you don't know. Like, I was just saying, like, if you were watching Fox Business, you wouldn't really know that it would be right or versus left.
No, not really.
Right,
I don't know.
So you're really out of.
I know they lean hard. I'm familiar with how they lean, how they lean.
Okay. No.
But,
what I'm asking that is because I think that's important. What you're getting at there is you don't necessarily want to be too influenced by other people's opinions, and I think that's perfectly fine. So, anyways, let's move off of that. Neil and I talk about politics all the time, so I just think that there is obviously some need for it, but at the same time, it has nothing to do with price.
On the other note, news, breaking news trades, that's a whole different thing.
That has nothing to do with it.
That's a whole different thing. Breaking news trades, for example, the AMD this morning. Like that kind of news, absolutely. Is it affecting price? Is it affecting the stock? Breaking news trades are very much what I like as well. So it's just like.
But I sometimes will use politics to shape the directional bias. So for example, if I know that Trump is going hard at healthcare, like we saw last week.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like if again the presidential bid, the presidential seal is something that I've playbooked since Trump. Yeah, exactly. I'm just like if Trump supports something, then of course you're gonna have it's I don't care what it is necessarily. If it's gonna bring in volume, if people are gonna position themselves in the stock. If the float is going to be consumed on that idea, then that is what makes I
don't care about the info story, but when we get it breaking, I think you see the price action.
Lance Breitstein, a great trader of our time, I think he posted recently that there are and I really vibe with this. There are three things that move price, not fundamentals. Fundamentals don't mean anything to these three things: positioning, liquidity, and there was one more.
Fundamentals?
Positioning, liquidity, no, he's saying not fundamentals. Damn, I'm forgetting.
It's okay, but
I'm blanking. I'll remember. So people are like, oh, why is this moving around, right? But people believe in fundamentals. That's why they position, right? So how are other people positioning, right? Where does liquidity sit? Things like that. I'm missing the last one. I'm kind of blanking. Okay. I'll look it up.
I never heard of that trader before, so it doesn't really matter.
He's relatively fresh. He's going to be in the new Market Wizards book next year.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Okay. No, I mean, that's great. I mean, I want to have those conversations because we need to be able to, figure out what lane they're in and whatnot. I think that's somewhat important. Okay, so wow. All right, we just gapped. Wow. I wish I could pause this. We were just at, look at that, 131, 138. For some reason, Spruce Power there was just at one. I was just going to say, I'm debating going long there.
Sentiment, liquidity, and positioning.
Which one do you think of those are the most powerful?
Like here, look, he's like, this is what he says. The more so his post is basically the longer that he's been trading, the more he's come to realize that the fundamentals don't drive market prices.
Okay.
It's a confluence of three things: sentiment, positioning, and liquidity. So I really have been kind of thinking about that a little bit more, and I mean, you know what? It makes a lot of sense, and that's me. I don't really look at fundamentals that much. And they don't really mean that much to me.
Is this guy a swing trader, day trader, options? Is he an investor?
A little bit of everything. Okay. Yeah. But he used to be a prop trader.
So no help there.
No, he used to be a prop trader.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
okay. Yeah. All right. I just think prop trading is so much different than.
Yeah, it is very different.
Because me and you could be I've already made 200 something trades. So it's things are different all the time. All right. What's up, Adara?
What's up here is certainly not Kenvue. KVUE, we know this one has been trading near all-time lows for the last little bit after we had to get a couple weeks ago this announcement from U.S. President Donald Trump that pregnant women should not take Tylenol, which is made by Kenvue, because of concerns with regards to autism if pregnant women take it. So now I'm seeing a report that Robert F. Kennedy, who leads the Health and Human Services Department, we know he's pushing for a drug for autism. Now I'm seeing that apparently his push for this autism drug is now gaining support from pharmaceutical companies. So not directly related to KVUE, but certainly tangentially related. This stock has been pushing lower over the last, looks like, hour or so. Relative volume, and this stock is doing well over 1 million shares, decent volume on the day here for KVUE. Again, this one on watch as we get ongoing, back and forth with regards to whether or not this drug should be taken by pregnant women with regards to the risk of autism. Back to you.
Not autistic. What is it when you, like, if something changes, like Ramin was just moving around the...
ADHD?
ADHD.
That's what you're looking at. Yeah.
That is a form of autism, isn't it? I just said to Ramin, if I lose on my next trade because she just altered my monitor, then she got some explaining to do right over there. Man, I have a headache. You got any aspirin or anything, or any Tylenol?
Dude, what about right here?
I was just joking. We have a little bit of both here. We have some... These are the Advil. Look what I bring my...
You got to be careful about these, apparently. I heard about that news. That was kind of funny.
I mean, I was trying to get to that because that's what Adair just talked about. Obviously, clearly you weren't paying attention. Right. So good job, Obi. No, that's why. These are from Costco. So what I do is I dump in, like, we buy like the 500 pack, and then just my wife gives me a Tupperware, and then I don't know. Sometimes I get like my knee will be sore. You know what I just wound up putting on my knee? Actually, the tape. You ever seen athletes? They have like
like the flex tape, like to reduce the stress.
Amazing.
Yeah, those are great, man. Those are great.
Yeah, because my daughter, she was running track, and she started when she's running or whatever, she was feeling something in her arm a little bit, but nothing's wrong. I mean, she plays hockey. Probably got body checked into the boards on her shoulder, but my wife went got some of that tape there and put it on her arm or whatever, and she said like. She ran, by the way, she qualified on Thursday, so I'm really proud of her. So now she's going to the Western regional finals or whatever, and then if she could qualify, but she's not a runner, so if she could qualify for that, then she'd go on to the cities, but I don't, I wish her the best, but you know, that's, when you get to like, even when you're grade 6, 7, 8, 9, like athletes and these kids these days really start to specialize. So like even at that age, like there's people that in her class and all that are part of running clubs and all that kind of stuff, even at 10 and 11 years old. So you really have to. But anyways, I put some of that tape on my knee right now to support it because I had an HTO, and it was really, it's much nicer. And even after swimming, like my knee doesn't feel as much pain.
So is it like water? You can swim with it, or you have to take it off?
I asked the wife. I was like, "Can I swim with it?" She says, "Yeah, you can probably last 3 or 4 days through showers."
Okay.
It's again the more the oils, like the soap, will detach the adhesive.
Right, that makes sense.
Okay, so here's Kenvue. Yeah, nice move to the downside. I was actually going to call this up, and this kind of fits on what we were talking about politically there, as you know, some just downside push there. And if you went short, more of a swing trade idea when Trump and when RFK Jr. Was talking about the possibility of this, because again, still don't think there's like too many studies out there. I know Adair just dropped that story, but there it is to the downside right now, Kenvue and Tylenol, and the effect that acetaminophen has on pregnant ladies that use it during pregnancies. Okay, so I don't know if how much truth there is to that. Boeing, I think Boeing was a good trade, and I really like this stock. I think anytime, and I say it kind of just like tongue-in-cheek, but realistically, like if you can get a stock that has a monopoly and has some cause for, what is the reason to go upside, I think a China deal or anything like that was going to involve Boeing. We've seen that already with Saudi Arabia and whatnot. Qatar came in, bought some more planes. We just had Turkey the other day go in there and buy some more planes. There's a few other countries that went in there and helped out Boeing, and we just had a dip down pretty aggressively there on Boeing from 219. Really good VWAP fade out. I was sort of waiting for this 216 that we had seen early to see if we got some love back in there, but it looks like we got a straight bounce upside right there for Boeing. So a good name there, up that 1.04%. I was talking about Oracle earlier, looking for some trade ideas as well, and I kind of like this one, just not doing anything. I thought Oracle off those lows, if we got into 291, that could have been a trade, but again, it doesn't look like we're getting into there. So for me, it's like a little bit of a puff pass on that one right now. On Oracle, I wanted to look at Uber as well. Uber at 100, pretty interesting name. We had bounced around there a little bit today. Gave us that breakout trade right there. And the reason why I wanted to bring this to attention was we are coming back into $100. So I do think that there is some opportunities here to get some trades off on Uber, right? And so if we can come back in right now, you're taking it. Watch out out for this, $900 on Uber, as that's looking like a very, very good hold with some VWAP support as well. So if Uber can come in into $100, I really like that trade. And I don't know, again, Adara, like, is this the move here on Uber based on what we might see tomorrow? Maybe we get a robo-taxi, maybe we don't. Maybe there is a deal with an Uber and a Tesla or something like that that opens up the floodgates, because Uber had been making a way down, was looking to maybe buy some more of Uber if we got into 94, into the 50-period moving average. But again, nothing kicking right now for Uber, up a little bit, 3-4% or so for UBER. So Lyft has also had a good run lately. And by the way, I just, before we go back to Adara, I know she does have breaking news, but I just want to talk about Spruce Point really quickly here. It's not Spruce Point, is it? SPRB, what was it called? Spruce Power, I think, SPRB. Hold on, let me get this right. Spruce Biosciences, duh, it's a bioscience name. We talked about that with Shkreli. It's almost at highs again. So this is where we were like, oh man, we wanted to short that 135, and it went all the way down to 1 right there. So $135 in the money. Now it's all the way back up. And now, guys, it's tapping 164. Like, what in whatever's name is up with this stock? Spruce Bioscience continues to go upside. All right, Adara's got another story for us.
I do, and Sharif mentioned this one a little bit during the recap, or sorry, not the recap, the midday, or at least part of it, with regards to Costco and offering Novo Nordisk. Well, now we have Sam's Club members. Again, Sam's Club is Walmart. Apparently, they now are getting free same-day delivery of refrigerated medications, including GLP-1s. Walmart saying that GLP-1s are available at significant discounts, and Plus members can access over 600 medications for $10 or less. So keep an eye on NBO, Walmart, COST, and HIMS. With that in mind, here's HIMS, Hims and Hers Health, actually getting a little bit of a pop around when we got this story again. Sam's Club's members at Walmart now getting free same-day delivery of refrigerated medications, which include GLP-1s. Walmart also announcing access to over 600 medications for their Plus members for $10 or less. Back to you.
Yeah, okay. There was, I think it was Walmart, must have been last week. There was some stories there about the medication and all of that. So I think that's obviously pretty cool to have more access to all of that. And I think at the end of the day, it just helps out stocks like an Eli Lilly here. As more and more medicine becomes more widely available, this is great, right? The GLP-1s and everything like that. Everyone always says, like, look, I try to go to, I am going to the gym. I think I'm down about like 10 to 12 pounds since I started going. So that's nice, pretty good. But it's more about, for me, it's more about like the feeling of getting out in the middle of the day, right? And like not spending like as much time in front of the monitors, and sort of just getting a little bit of a better, just sort of like clear your mind a little bit in the middle of the day. I think that's really been helping me a little bit. But to me, it's just not necessarily about the weight loss for these drugs. It is about the weight loss, but it's also helping people that maybe can't get to the gym as often, or are already in like a diabetic state, that maybe just aren't as mobile or whatever, to be able to get out there. Also helping out with heart health and just reducing some of that pressure. That it's not just like, hey, let's just, because we do see, like there was like a Serena Williams, like sort of promoting it, and then she stopped being an athlete, and then went on the GLP-1s and lost 30 or 40 pounds or whatever for that. And I think that's kind of important too, that they talk about that, but it's also apparently helps out a lot of other issues, addiction issues, things like that for the GLP-1. So I do think that more medicine accessible, better. And if you want to pay, it's $500 a month, and if that's
one of the revolutionary drugs of our time, man.
I think it will go down as one of the most effective or directional changing medicines. Like we have penicillin, I think, is always going to be obviously number one. How that helped out back in the day with infections and everything, right? But I think in our times now, Gilead had a big one that was good for HIV and whatnot. I think that helped a lot. And then obviously this GLP seems to be another one. But I really like Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly is another one of those names that just continues to climb higher and higher here into 850 and 860. This is another name that we were lucky enough, Obi.
Yes.
No lie, we bought some at 750 when we got out of Google, and it just went all the way to the downside. And I was like, what exactly have I been doing? Then all of a sudden we were able to pick a little bit more up here on earnings, and we waited to the 3-day rule. So we got something, I think, 639 or 640. So now that's all the way back up and making me feel a little bit better. What is your plan of action? Because right now I only have this NVIDIA, and my stop is now going to change a little bit. It was at 186.20 where this 200 period moving average is. Now 186. So I'm actually going to go in there, cancel my current script order, so it's a stop order, and now I just put this in 186.06. I was going to do 05 and made a keystroke, but 06 is fine. Push offer, enter right there, and now when we blast up and we wind up taking down this 200 period, I'm just going to stop out of that trade, right? And so I think we did something similar to that on AMD earlier, and now I kind of regret it. It's down to 205, but like as soon as we broke some of these 200 periods, and the 50 period is where we wind up stopping out. So AMD, I think, you know what? How much time is left? 3, nah. I was gonna say, what about this bottom break? We just broke it and held, basically. That's 205. What about a short on AMD, 205? That could be a trade that I can get behind here pretty quickly. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, keep an eye here in Open Door. As usual, there's no clear catalyst for OPEN and this move to the upside today, but I did just check social media. There is a ton of attention for this on social media. We're talking multiple tags a minute. And I'm seeing apparently someone purchased a call worth $396,000 at $9.50 to expire on November 7th, so in about a month from now. Either way, what I'm trying to say is bullish options action being touted here for OPEN on social media. Keep an eye on Open Door. Once again, pushing higher. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, second leg now on that one there.
Yeah,
what do we got here? Okay, so copy paste. What is that? VKTX new to gap dynamics and how to read chart in a squeeze gap play. Had to drop on the last readout, but looking strong on buyout rumors and stronger than interpreted results. Okay, interesting. Is that somebody in the?
Okay, so basically he wants to ask about VXTX.
Okay. Or VKTX. Yeah.
So
Viking Therapeutics.
Obi will get on that. Yeah, that was a little bit. Yeah, we have a new feature there. If you put a question in the chat.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, we can easily just call up any question in the chat and put it right on the board there for everybody. So that's another one of those. Another one of those Fabian classics.
This is a biotech, right? I don't know, man. Yes. Biotechs are a little. I don't really.
Yes.
Let's just see what it's doing, I guess. Because I'm not familiar with the kind of trials and.
We're trying to look at that gap down, I guess.
The gap down, yeah. I guess we're curling up, consolidation breakout. The thing with biotechs, man, I want to know a little bit more about what kind of stuff they're doing. But yeah, no, the price action is great. We got a nice little quadunk here. I don't know what happened on August 19th here.
I started feeling the vibrations.
Yeah. My phone started ringing because it is 42 now, and it's about 8 minutes left until some of these imbalances come in. I'm seeing the tape start to speed up already. Some bids coming in on both Alphabet and Microsoft, so I'm probably going to be wrong on both of those, but that's fine. VKTX, yeah, nice little curl up breakout happened on Friday. Okay, so this is good. I like this. So it's like, okay, so Friday, you got that strength, you got the breakout that kind of pushed this high with 28.23s, right? And then we're getting that continuation today off of the open. So if you already had eyes on this because of the breakout, or maybe you're taking the swing because you're like consolidation breakout, just looking for that momentum. And today, that momentum is definitely coming in. So off of pre-market, we see that gap up consolidation above prior day's prices. I like that as well. And then look at that 4 a.m. high or whatever pre-market consolidation high, whatever the highest prices were in the pre-market, we kind of accelerated and pushed aggressively through that. And I think we got some breaking news with Adara.
AAPL here, plummeting today's lows, and I am not exaggerating. In this one candle, we've dropped about $50 in this one candle, guys, for APP. Seeing reports that the company is being probed by the SEC over data collection practices. Now, for what it is worth, AppLovin is no stranger to scandal. This one had 3 short reports about them in over a 2-day period back in February, so this is not necessarily news. But either way, APP now below $600 again. Reports that this one is being probed by the SEC over data collection practices. If I get more details, I will let you know. Big drop for APP. Back to you.
So very, very timely on this one. How about gap loving right now?
Nice, I like that.
It is. I'll be back tomorrow, everybody. Yeah, so there it is, man. 670 down in there to 610. Not going to be something for my style right now. If I got that story a little bit earlier, and we could have maybe hit it like through VWAP, which you can't really do because that's crazy. As the algos, and you want to talk about Obi and I sort of had a discussion about algos and whatnot before. Like this is where the algos shine. I mean, to be able to read that news quickly and then get it. Any kind of a probe, unless it's by an alien or something, or even that might not be comfortable. But you got to be careful right here because there's the move down. And let's not forget about it. This is one of the darlings of the year, right? I mean, I think AppLovin might be one of the best because now it's in the S&P 500. Yeah. Might be one of the best performing S&P 500 stocks of the year pre this move and even with this move included.
Correct. Before this move, it was at like one of the 7 best performers.
Hold on, I have a button for that.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Okay, so yeah, there it goes right into the downside right there. So yeah, I do remember that, and you know, it's just giving it back now, Obi, into September 17th.
What a reversion, man.
Yeah, a little bit of a play there.
You had to be there a few days ago, but this is the follow.
But like it was just 602, and now it's 608 again, 609. So this continues to go just a little bit ham, as the kids say. And I have an update too. My wife's just like, oh my God, I don't know where my kids, don't know where the kids are. Oh, we know where the kids are. Okay, but she's like, they're not home from school yet. And anyways, both of them are doing cooking club tonight.
Nice.
I like that right there because right now all they cook is scrambled eggs.
Nice.
That is my 13-year-old's number one dish.
Nice.
Grilled cheese and scrambled eggs. I dropped him off at my mom and dad's place a couple weekends ago while the wife and I went, was it the Oasis concert? I don't remember what it was, but no, it wasn't that. Oh, we went away to Sudbury for hockey. He didn't want to come, so he spent time with his grandparents. Great. And anyways, my mom made sure to tell me that they had grilled cheese, and it was superb. So now he's looking to get some more experience. I'm going to ask him.
So what's the best thing that you can cook, or what's like your like forte?
I mean, I don't mean to sound, you know, like I can cook a lot of foods.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
so what's your best? What's your best thing that
I like cooking? So honestly, this is not even much cooking for this, but I just love a good steak.
Yeah.
Like I can like my wife likes it basically like medium rare, but more to the rare side.
Okay.
So I get real nervous because she always threatens to slap me with the steak if I cook it too much. And so but I haven't gotten like that slap comment in a couple times now. So I think that's been really, really good. I love gnocchi, which is the potato. Yeah. And my nonna passed away, but she had really taught us as kids how to use like our thumbs to roll it and things like that. So I really think that I do pretty good at that. But yeah, all of that, man, all of that. But I just really enjoy all of that. And I think that's something cool to have with your kids. You know, because instead of them sitting down and watching videos or all that kind of stuff, it's like, yo, get in the kitchen, let's make dinner tonight. So, you know what I make a mean one of? You'll like this too, burgers.
Yes.
Just go in there, get the chuck.
Let's go.
Meanwhile, by the way, what is not a nothing burger is AppLovin.
Yeah. That could be something on the cool.
I'm going to ask you the same question. What dish you make really well as well, okay? I know you have the biryani. From your town.
Yeah. That's so the biryani. I think my dad is the one who makes the best, because like I think growing up he trained under like a chef at a restaurant in India, so he get it from there, and then I think he basically, I'm pretty sure he taught my mom how to make it as well. Now she's taken that recipe and just made it even better. So you know what?
But you got to get involved in that.
Yeah, exactly. So I've made it a couple. Okay. So I learned how to make it for the first time, I think a couple years ago. Since then, I've made it maybe like once again. So I got to put in those reps. I got to start kind of, you know, that transfer of knowledge needs to start happening because my parents don't like to eat out because they don't like to eat out Indian food. Because they're just like, why would we do that? It makes no sense. Because more often than not, it's much better at home. It's like 10 times better at home. But it is what it is. Here's for me, the best thing I can probably make is that. What do I really like making? I would honestly be a steak again, man. Steak is a thing.
Okay.
Steak is very much a thing. So I like that.
Yeah, so the news is now out about AAPL. I'm just hearing it obviously in my ear as well as, it's coming to the downside right here. So I'm just going to tweet it out so everyone can see it now. AAPL has been probed by the SEC over data collection processes. So see you later, alligator. There goes AAPL. And I actually just wanted to also tweet out a chart of that as well, just because, like, wow, 570 now. And I gotta say,
thank you very much, Dara.
Now that I have that key, it's gonna be people may get tired of it, but no, it's just like this was 610, dude. We were looking at this 610, 613, 614, 615, and I was thinking to myself, like, remember, I was like, if we could have shorted it there, but we could have just shorted that. Oh crap, the imbalances are coming in just 15 seconds. I need another button. Thank you, Andre. He just messaged us there in our ear and was like, yo guys, focus here. We have imbalances coming in. Dude. I never thought that the guy wearing that board there would be like, yo, smarten up right now. Okay, so here come the imbalances right now. 3, 2, and 1, and they are now out. So we can have a quick little look to see what's going on. There's RKT again with a bid. So that's not really doing too much. 407 million buy side. Sell side on the NASDAQ. There goes your Google. Are you still, no, you're still in Google.
Google didn't stop me out.
Google does.
Softy did stop me out.
So Google does have a sell on it as well.
Okay, that's good.
But there we go. Nice little downside play now.
I think we got another super chat.
Oh, we did?
Here.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, no, we got another super chat from Charlie. Took the app short, 6.8 now. So that's a little bit more than the 4 you mentioned earlier. You guys are the best. Seems like you are the best, man. Good job taking on that trade, and yeah, a little bit of continuation on that drop down, and we did continue. I think when we were looking at it, it was trading around like 600s ish on that initial push. This is a 3-minute, yeah. On that initial down, we got that 600. Now we're trading all the way at 550s, 545. So oh boy, indeed on that one. So congratulations, great trade, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, what. It doesn't matter. You don't have to answer. Obviously, this is just but I was like, what gave the confidence to do that? Because, like, I really wish that I would have hit that. But the thing is that now, as Adair had mentioned, that there's been some short seller reports and there's been different things happening on this name. So I guess what happens to this is that, we looked at it when Palantir went to the downside, right? And you have a name like AppLovin right here that is also starting to head downside right now. And then at some point, valuation, we talk about this. Actually, it's not too bad. PE just 50, forward PE 93. Well, that's getting much more, less aggressive, I guess, now, much more reasonable as this falls back in there. So I would just say let sleeping dogs lie a little bit here. This is not sleeping anymore, but you got to let this story try to figure it out. So right now, not sure where AppLovin's eventually going to go, but yeah, nice little downside play there into the close. I know you were short Microsoft, and it's not about that.
Yeah,
trade.
It kind of like wicked. It literally wicked 351 and 531, and then comes right back in. But again, I was looking for more of a sell, right? We did get that pull down into 528 halves earlier, and we just caught a bid back in. And I even said it in and around here. I was like, yeah, well, I'm probably going to get stopped out, and yeah, classic, getting stopped out almost at the wick highs there. But like I said before, a little insignificant in terms of like nothing too crazy in terms of a sizing, because like I said, at the end of the day, not that much time left. Am I really going to expect it to flush all the way down? I'm willing to take a stab at it, but nothing even near. I would say like an A or a B. But yeah, just kind of participating in some stuff here. It seems like Google's not going to work either, with a bid coming in pretty decently here. Just holding that 250, man. That 250 hold pretty decent on that pullback. So we did get that pullback. So that's information, right? That could be information for tomorrow. This end of day consolidation, what it's doing. That 250 hold being nice, maybe we catch a continuation off of that if the market is also strong tomorrow, right? So that's one I'm going to be definitely watching out for on Softy and Goggles. And AppLovin seems like yeah, not getting too much love in here as day low. Well, maybe 580, so a bit of a reversion happening here. So maybe catching a little bit of a bid going into the close. I don't really see it here on AppLovin's and NASDAQ, right? Yeah.
Yep.
No? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I don't really see anything here necessarily strong on these imbalances. Where it was at, that's AAPL. But yeah, so nothing too crazy in terms of imbalances on AppLovin. So maybe a reversion. Yeah, the reversion is definitely working as of right now. Let's go down a shorter time frame. Yeah, okay, so when the bid stepped in, so maybe you get stopped out, but when the bid does step in, that comes in pretty nicely here, about $30 higher from the 60s all the way to 590. So a nice little push back into 600 going into the close on AAPL. I'll definitely be watching it tomorrow as well, Sean.
Before I get to this ad, I just want to remind everybody that we are going to have Michael Noss and Adara on the recap show. So stay tuned for all that. Get your questions ready. It should be a big one. But trade the pool, man. We just saw Bill Ackman right there. Can you beat his live trading competition? That's here right now on October 8th to the 10th. So we're getting close. Every day Ackman makes his move. Your mission, outperform him, beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. The grand finale will be live here on October the 13th at Trader TV Live in studio. We'll have Mitch here. We'll talk all about this contest. We'll talk about the winners, losers. Over 600,000 available in prizes up for grabs. 25K, 50K, and even 100K evaluation accounts. Please surprise giveaway, or plus surprise giveaways during our live show. So now we're a week away from that. It should be really fun to have him on board. Don't catch.
Wow.
Don't just watch, compete, man. Beat Ackman.
Look at that. Big. That's the softy drop I was
There we go. See, and that's, remember we sort of said about timing of the market? And that's what it is, right? And sometimes you get those sell imbalances heading into the close. And today we did get something on the imbalance locator, Obi. And yeah, man.
Oh, boy.
I'm glad that Neil's not really like that, but I'm glad that you are, because you get to feel.
I mean, I held through it. I was like, if this stops me out, it's going to stop me out. But if it works, I like it, and it's going to do something like that on the pairing. That's fine, dude. Whatever.
No, it's fine. It's just it sucks because when you have some risk on and you want to make a little bit of money. It's always nice.
But it's insignificant. I'm just like, maybe here, if I'm still in it, maybe I'm looking to add some more on the break of this low, right? I don't want to chase down here necessarily.
How do I know that I want to have AMD all day?
I don't know. Maybe.
This is part of the trade, man. We were short at 120, dude.
Big.
It's just like this happens to me all the time. It's not. That's why I was trying to follow this 50-period moving average, but when it broke higher, I got it. I don't know if this is going to go upside right there. I mean, it's the same exact trade happened to me on Tesla, where we were long. We had the long bias. I mean, it's written right. All these trades are. It's not like these are fluke trades. I mean, we write these down, but once it breaks the level, we get out, and we should have just. That goes with that bias, man. What you're talking about, Neil. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. We'll see if that's coming through. If not, we'll have Obi here tomorrow. AppLovin does get a nice little bounce off 550 there. So again, nice move back up to the high side, and that's what I fear with when you're trading these things down 14% on not a possible, but on an SEC probe over data collection practices. So we know that Google and stuff like that, as far as data and apps, and AppLovin allows these apps to put advertisements on them. So they work with app builders and things like that to throw in ads. That's my understanding of what they do or what their business is all about. So yeah, you can clearly see though today, a little bit of a downside move there in that. So I want to see if that affected Google at all. No, doesn't seem that there's anything going on there. Oh, maybe the Trade Desk is another one that deals with ads and things like that. They've been beat up a lot lately anyways, but let's see the Trade Desk. Okay, so there it is, like that move from 90 down to 50. I shouldn't say lately, it's actually done nicely lately, but yeah, watch out here for the Trade Desk. Again, I don't know if that was earnings or that was a probe by them itself, but that's making moves downside now as well. But a good day overall. We might as well just get out of this. We were holding this until we broke. So again, that's like part of the strategy again, right? We shorted the high of the day. We got out of the 200. We got out more at VWAP, like basically 4 VWAP outs, and now we're back into the lows. So let's just put a bid right here, close it out. We'll bid 45s there. Ooh, of course there's size right there. What is that on EdgeX? We'll see if that gets taken out. You see how it's like bouncing a little bit off that size? There it goes. See you later. I was on NASDAQ, so you don't want to line up there. So if you lined up, there's 70,000 shares has to print before you. If you're on any other gateway, you get it real fast. So I was just on NASDAQ there at 45, and we got it when it came back in. Don't join lineups, guys. There we go. Well, now it gets out. Just get on something else. But there it is, man. That's the big trade for me this afternoon. 187 down to 185.40, Obi. $1.50 to end the day on that trade.
It's a great level to level, man. Absolutely. The sniper entries too, dude.
Thanks,
absolutely beautiful, man.
One entry.
Yeah, exactly. And on the right side of the move, that 187 area that you've been talking about, man. It's good stuff there. Google, trading sideways. Again, less than or just a minute left on the day today, so I'm probably going to get hit out of this one. Another loser, it's fine. Tomorrow's another day, man. Tomorrow's another day. I'm going to be continuing to look for opportunities, and this market is very, very fruitful, right? So it's just like, all right, miss one, next 15, another one's coming, man. That's just like, you remember that where that's from? It's from some song. I forget which it was.
Say it again.
It's like miss one, next 15, one coming.
No.
No, okay. I forget what song it's from, but whatever. That's the kind of that's the kind of concept. It's just like, all right, cool. Miss a trade. This kind of market, you can't be upset for too long because end of day, there's so much opportunity, so much stuff out there, and there you go. I'm going to punch out of that one.
Let's get out.
Here. Oh, boy.
Well, now we only have 20 seconds left, so thank you, everybody, for watching, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thank you, Charlie, so much in the chat, man. You've been really giving us a lot of love lately, so we want to thank you for that. And if anybody else, instead of the super chats, 10 seconds left. See? That is so late, by the way, that countdown. All right, this countdown is brought to you by VinFast, ticker VFS. And there it is, triggered out now. The market is now closed. So there we go. We'll get the timing of that a little bit better. But when you see that up, you only have a matter of seconds left. So thank you, everybody, for that. But I was going to say, get over here, man. Hit the like button if you can on this. And we'll get a little bit more 500 likes. We really appreciate that. 5,400 watching. Okay, Obi, thanks again for today. We'll be in touch for tomorrow.
Yes.
I'll see you around the office anyways.
Yes.
But thank you for a big day today, and great hosting today. And
I had a blast, man. I had a blast.
Yeah,
I got a little energetic.
I like that. Yeah, you got a lot of talks going on there. Great talk there in the afternoon about trading strategies and styles and all that. I mean, that's what we want to do here every single day.
We get excited about trading, man.
Well, there's lots to talk about every day because there's so many different styles, there's so many different stories, and then we got a great chat, like our group and our team here that watch us every single day. Thank you again to Charlie there for all the super chats and for everybody else that super chat and all the members that we have as well. You can join up for less than a cup of coffee a day. You can get the Sharif's morning note as well. So I definitely would recommend doing that. All right, there's a few earnings plays coming this week as well, but not a bunch.
Crazy.
All right, it's Adara. She's doing it tonight on the after show. So if you're ready, Adara. All right, let's do this. Let's go over, man. It's her own show now. It's the market recap. It's with Adara. Ciao.
Bye.
Hi guys, I am so happy to be here with you for the market recap. This is Adara. You may know who I am. I have been giving you guys all the news updates and Apple news in particular. That was crazy, but I will not be alone this entire night. We are lucky enough to have Michael Noss here with us. I think he's going to come in a little bit earlier than usual, so we'll be giving that for you guys, of course. And if you have any questions for Michael Noss, tag me right now in the chat at Adara LePage, and then you can get all those questions to me so that I can get them to Michael Noss. And let's go over the biggest stories today. It's been a record-breaking Monday with OpenAI locking in a $1 trillion AI power play with this AMD deal. Now, they did not specify the actual monetary amount of the deal, but rest assured it is a pretty major one. It's actually seen as one of the largest GPUs deals in recent history as of right now. So let's get into that. It is worth noting here, even after Nvidia just took a stake in OpenAI, now we've got OpenAI taking a stake in another chip named AMD. They can take up to a 10% stake due to a warrant agreement with AMD. Now, this warrant agreement also involves tranches, so AMD can't really benefit unless they continue to fulfill all of the requirements of their agreement in a timely manner. Now, one thing that isn't directly related to this deal, but that I do think is interesting, is Lisa Su was asked during a Bloomberg interview about this OpenAI deal, hey, are you guys going to work with the Intel for their foundry business, as was reported last week? And without naming Intel directly or without being too rude about it, she basically said, we are a customer of TSM. So it does not sound like that Intel and AMD foundry deal is in the works anytime soon. But you know what's in the works? New highs for Bitcoin. BTC did an incredible job all weekend, especially yesterday with that pop above 125,000 for the first time. And it rocketed for a lot of this morning session as well. So solid performance for Bitcoin, and congrats to anybody who is long that name. Now, if you're long Tesla, you had a great day today, especially with that 450 breakout. This was a nice look technically. And this could be a really nice look tomorrow and Wednesday as well. Why? because 2 videos were posted to Tesla's X account, both of which seem to imply there's going to be a new announcement, and that announcement could come as soon as Tuesday. Why do we say Tuesday? Because there was some 10/7 imagery in the videos, which again would suggest October 7th. That would be tomorrow. Now, what are we actually expecting in terms of the launch here, or the event, or the product? Well, a lot of people are speculating it could be one of 2 long-awaited Tesla products. The Roadster, which is that 0 to 100 vehicle, or it could also be the more affordable model. Now, that is speculated to be a more affordable Model Y. So we're going to have to wait and see if that actually comes to fruition. But either way, that's going to be something on watch. A propeller image in one of the videos also led some people to think this could be an eVTOL-related play. So JOBY, Joby Aviation, and Archer Aviation, ACHR, were both on watch there. We'll also talk here about Nvidia. Goldman Sachs, the generally bullish note, raising their price target to $210 from $200 already. That they maintained their buy rating, but they said there could be some concerns about Nvidia's circular revenue with a lot of these deals that they've been making. Now, as I mentioned earlier, they invested a whole bunch into OpenAI. That was announced last week. Now, they've also, NVIDIA has been investing in some other companies as well, so that's going to be on watch. We had that Intel deal. If they keep making these deals, this is something that investors could be wary of, so something to note there. And OPEC Plus also, with this slight production hike, adding just 137,000 barrels per day for November. That is the same as October, so it does signal some caution. Though it's worth noting, they already kind of indicated that the hike wasn't going to be super excessive, so kind of, I guess, par for the course. But oil, maybe not liking that story so much. Let's see if we have Archer Aviation earnings. Not Archer, AEHR, Air Test Systems. We do have earnings from Air Test Systems, so let's go through these. $11 million here in net revenue versus $13.1 million last year. So this looks like a year-over-year decline. Now, their GAAP loss per share also down on a year-over-year basis. I'm not seeing how these compares to estimates. The estimate I did see for their revenue was a bit higher. So let's find out a little bit more. But we're going to get more. I'll let you know. But either way, this sounds like we had a decline for both earnings and revenue on a year-over-year basis for AEHR. Not a great way to start the day. Let's take a look as well here over, if I can switch screens, on STZ, Constellation Brands. Now, I was seeing apparently their earnings have been postponed, but apparently not, because we have these earnings out and they are not linked here. When I get those numbers, I will let you know. I'm just going to move these pages around so that I can see them right when they arrive. But yeah, guys, if you have any questions for me or for Michael Noss, definitely drop those in the chat so that we can go over them with him. Michael Noss always has a lot to say, and I've got a lot of questions for him already, but certainly I want to hear what you guys have to say to Michael Noss. Thank you again for Charlie Kirk with that $250 super chat. And he traded AppLovin, so let's actually look at AppLovin here. And I want to look at a wider time frame for AppLovin too, because this stock has had quite the whirlwind. We made all-time highs really recently on their S&P 500 edition. This is also a stock that tends to be, especially for at its peak, $750 name. This is a pretty volatile stock intraday. Now, as you can see, we had this great run up into the S&P 500 inclusion. We gapped up last Monday, and that was kind of where a lot of the strength ended for AppLovin. Now we are on a 4-day losing streak. For APP, we bounced really nicely off that $550 level. We're going to have to wait and see how we're able to hold up there. But either way, I think AppLovin is certainly a stock a lot of people will be watching heading into tomorrow. Now, I think, are we ready for Michael Noss? Yeah, we'll find out. I'm just going to get set up here, and then we might be able to let in our guest, Michael Noss of Stats Edge, for some questions and for some trader talk. Let me know when we're good to go over there so that we can get this Q&A going. And are we good? No, we're not good yet. So let's keep talking. App hating, says Howard in the chat. Certainly, yeah, I think some investors were hating on AppLovin today. That is for sure. And yeah, SEC waits until the S&P to do their jobs. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been saying that about AppLovin. We did have a lot of short reports, as I mentioned when I first broke this story earlier this year. So perhaps not super shocking that there are some concerns to go with that bearishness. But yeah, I mean, I guess we're going to have to see once we get more details as to the report and to the probe, how things work out for AppLovin. It is a little bit interesting that right when we get them added to the S&P 500, there is a little bit of a hit to the company, at the very least, the company's reputation. STZ, I did actually get these earnings here. I know I did mention that we had the earnings, but I couldn't see the numbers. So they did post a double beat, adjusted earnings of 363 versus 338 expected. That is a beat. Sales, 2.481 billion, above estimates of 2.459 billion. So a double beat for Constellation. They did affirm their fiscal 2026 adjusted earnings guidance, which is basically in line with estimates, the midpoint a little bit below, but either way, they are guiding adjusted earnings for the year between $11.30 to $11.60. That midpoint would be $11.45, which is just below estimates of $11.49. Now, again, they affirmed their fiscal 2026 adjusted EPS, but they actually lowered their GAAP EPS for the year. They're now guiding GAAP earnings between $9.86 and $10.16 per share versus estimates of $11.35 per share. So big miss there for that GAAP EPS estimate. But you know what's not a miss? Michael Noss. So without further ado, we're going to bring Michael Noss in for this Trader Talk. Thank you so much for being here with us. Michael, always a pleasure to have you on the show. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing fantastic. What more can you want? It seems everything's making an all-time high. So this is fun. The music will stop at some point, but for now, it's been a blast.
Yeah, it's been a really eventful session, I think, for sure. Lots to look at. Now, I want to mention one story that kind of came in later in the day. I did mention it a couple minutes ago. AppLovin reportedly facing an SEC probe. Now, this name had a massive push to the upside. And the low it made today maybe looks like a bit of a technical level. What are your thoughts here on APP as of right now, if there's anything technical you're seeing on this?
It brings me back to, and you know, us technicians love analogs, brings me back to SMCI. For those who, I guess, weren't trading there, this jumped right from the small caps and jumped to the mid caps and right into the S&P. And it seemed like right after the S&P found something, or the SEC investigated, or DOJ, or some three-letter organization, and it went from, I think it was like $120 all the way down, 85% pullback before it happened. So I'm not saying that's happening, but it's just the most recent event that I could see of something getting upgraded and uplisted so far, and then immediately falling out of favor. So I don't know. I have a rule that I can't touch anything that's under investigation, because you never know when that next shoe is going to drop. So for me, it's just if I was long, I'd probably be getting out right now, and then, you know, wake me up in 6 months once this is all over.
Yeah, no, that SMCI comparison, Michael, I really like as well, because much like Apple or SMCI, AppLovin also faced a whole bunch of short reports before we got that three-letter organization investigation, right? So, yeah, I think that's a great comparison. I think certainly a chart for people who are considering AppLovin. Maybe look back at SMCI about a year ago and kind of see how that one went. Now, I want to talk to you as well about this Wolverine, I believe, WWW. I might be having the ticker wrong. You mentioned this one as the Stats Edge trade of the week. Now, I think that's pretty interesting, because you said this was specifically for a one-week swing trade. So I guess I'm wondering, can you tell us a little bit more about what this algorithm is actually looking for to identify this type of setup, and then specifically why you like this one here?
Yeah, so this is so again, over at Stats Edge, we run systems, which just essentially means I've done a lot of back testing on a system. Is kind of like a scan, except it gives an exact entry and exit criteria, and how much to hold, and everything involved with it. And then I can back test a portfolio of trading these systems back 25 or so years. And this is one of my favorites, and it's essentially just mean reversion, which is just kind of the opposite of buying breakouts. It's buying things that are down a little bit too much. And without giving away all the secret sauce, it's just essentially a twist on Larry Williams' 2-period RSI strategy, if anyone wants to look it up. But it's just looking for short-term oversold in something that's in a great uptrend. I always say you don't want to mean revert junk, so you don't want to buy, you know, things like that are under investigation, I guess, for short-term bounces. But in a stock like this that has gone from $10 to $30, I think they just make shoes from $10 to $30 in a short period of time, and has been pulling back. And if you zoom in, this is a pretty orderly pullback. This seems like someone, a large institution, just kind of getting out of a position, and triggered right where our purple area is right here. That's where the algorithm said to buy. But then also when I zoom left, I see a lot of congestion over here from 2024 to the beginning of 2025. So I know that there has been at least some interest in the security at that particular price. So that makes me a little bit more confident that, the system that I have 25 years of back test, and it's right about 55, 60% of the time, that's saying that this is a good place to buy, and that I can combine that with a little technical analysis and say, yeah, at least in the past, this thing was very interesting at this level. So it seems like a good place to defend. And again, this is a 1 week trade. So we buy them on Monday, and then we look to sell them the next Monday, because especially with mean reversion, you want to get in, you want to take your money, and then you want to get out, because technically you are trading something that, at least in the short run, is in a downtrend, even though in the long run it's in an uptrend. So I don't like fighting trends. So when I do it, I want to be in, I want to be out quickly.
Yeah, great analysis there. Now, I want to ask about one that we talked about last week, or certainly that you posted about on X last week, and that would be Microsoft. So you mentioned that one kind of heading into a breakout. We actually did get a nice little push, especially late into last week. Now, did you get involved in this name? And either way, what are you kind of seeing for this from this point on at this levels?
Yeah, I bought a little bit of Microsoft today on the breakout, and I like all of these names. I think CoreWeave is another, and then we saw AMD today, and they're kind of just buying OpenAI by proxy, right? The idea is that us normal people, we can't get exposure to OpenAI the way private equity investors and venture capitalists can, because there's no reason for OpenAI to become listed. Why? You only become listed when you need access to capital markets. And, Sam Altman could open up his window and ask for $1 billion, and someone would just throw it at him at this point. So they're not going public anytime soon. So that means that institutions that want access to OpenAI are going to have to do it through proxies. And that's, again, we're seeing it every time anyone announces any sort of a deal with OpenAI, you get a big spike. So I think that that's kind of been more interesting lately with this AMD news, and that may have caused this Microsoft breakout. So I just want to participate in that, again, as a great proxy for the OpenAI trade as a whole, without specifically having to focus on the semiconductor industry.
So yeah, it's a really good point. I think we have a lot of audience questions that I want to get to for you, but I do want to ask one more that I have that I think is a pretty fun one. You mentioned Fartcoin and the possibility of a 420 breakout on your X. Now, I want to hear a little bit more about that Fartcoin breakout, but also just in general with crypto, with Bitcoin at that new all-time high. Are there any other, maybe more, for lack of a better term, mainstream crypto plays you have your eyes on here, like Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, anything like that? I guess just your thoughts on the crypto space right now.
Sure. So this is essentially getting leverage down the cap scale. And the way I look at it is no difference from if I want leverage on the market, I can then go to more speculative plays. So think of your quantum computer stocks as essentially a way to get leverage on the equity market as a whole. So these speculative type coins are just that for me, right? There's no reason for this thing to exist. I guess we'll put it that way. But the chart does look kind of cup and handily. Full disclosure, I'm already in. I bought some at 50 cents or so on the breakout, and just drawing a Fibonacci extension from this low, this high to this low, that puts us at 432. And how poetic would it be if we had Fartcoin go to 420 at some point? So if you measure technically the breakout here, that is what would happen. And that's kind of what I was mentioning. And partly a meme, and then, partly I also own like 15,000 of these Fartcoins. So it would be fantastic if we got there for me. From the crypto space as a whole, right, new all-time highs in Bitcoin. You can't knock that in any way, shape, or form. So then the question is, are we going to start going down the crypto cap scale? And the way I look at that is simply this. You have Bitcoin breaking new all-time highs. We have Ethereum that's close, but acting perfectly, in which it ran to this recent all-time high in pretty much a straight line. It went up like 200% to hit there, and then just has been consolidating for weeks. And now it's looking like it's turning around and potentially breaking through. So if we have Bitcoin all-time high, we have now Ethereum, which is kind of the next level down, close to an all-time high, then it only makes sense that Solana should be next, which is where all of these meme coins are kind of made, and they're hitting all-time highs as well. So I think Fartcoin is one way to play it. Another one that looks actually really technically sound is this Pengu. Again, none of these have any reason to exist. But if you're just looking for cup and handle style plays, this one looks as textbook as it is. So I think just like in the equity space, where after some sort of big pullback or bear market, you look at the equities that were priced as if they were going to go to zero, but didn't. I think it's the same with a lot of these meme coins and even, other projects when it comes to things that are built on Ethereum, like Mana or something like this, is look for ones that were so incredibly beaten down that it looked like they were going to just completely disappear, but didn't. And if they start to resolve long bases higher, I, for one, am going to be buying them and just kind of spreading my money out. So all I have to do is nail one or two of these things that if they get back to all-time highs, it's like a 10x. But I just really want to remind people there is no reason for these to exist. There's no intrinsic value that will save you. So if you're going to trade one of these, make sure it is purely speculative. And, if I wake up tomorrow and Farcoin is completely gone to zero, I won't be that upset. I'll be just kind of mildly upset.
Yeah, I think always interesting to look at some of these crypto plays that we don't talk about quite as much. So thank you for going over those, Michael. Now, I do want to get to a couple questions from our audience here. AWOW104 in the chat wanting to know your thoughts on C3 AI, if you don't mind pulling up that chart for us.
Yeah, so this is one of those, it is putting in that kind of low base that I really like. But the way I look at it is this market, everything is going up, right? Today alone, we had the Qs make a new all-time high. We had the SPYs make a new all-time high. We had IWM make a new all-time high. We had Bitcoin make a new all-time high. And Ethereum is just like right there. So then when I look at something like this that is kind of really beaten down and just seemingly can't get off the mat, I just wonder why I would focus there. And so what I would encourage for people like this is just to grab Perplexity or ChatGPT or whatever it is, and just read some studies about buying stocks that are making new 52-week highs versus buying stocks that are making new 52-week lows. Now, turns out buying stocks making new 52-week highs are always generally perform way better than ones making new 52-week lows. So this one, it just looks like every time there's a rally here, it just gets sold into, and that makes me think that there's some amount of either bag holding or the company is trying to raise money or something, and that's just holding this down. So this is just not something I could participate in until it got to, even like $30. So that's like a 50% move from here before I'd even be interested in taking a look.
I want to ask you about a more recent IPO here as well. Again, another audience question. Thank you to Mikey44 in the chat, wanting a review of CoreWeave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is going to go in the same spectrum, I guess, as Microsoft, as AMD now. Anything that attaches itself to OpenAI in any way, shape, or form is interesting. Full disclosure, again, I own some of this stuff. I'll always tell you guys, I own a lot of things right now. But the line I have here, the blue line, is actually the anchored VWAP from its IPO. So the reason that this is important is it kind of represents everybody, the average price of everybody in the stock from the moment it IPO'd. And it did what most people who trade IPOs look for, in which 80% of IPOs generally undercut their IPO price in the first 6 months. It did that. It opened up. It rallied a little bit, undercut its IPO price, and then did this insane rip. So for me, what I'm looking for, as long as it's holding this blue line, that means the average market participant in CoreWeave is up money and having a good time. But I quickly want to see a move through this. You can see already I had all this marked up. This move through this purple area. This is the resistance zone that we've seen 3 times now kind of act as resistance. That's sitting around 130 to 140 area. I want to see us quickly get above that and then make a shot at new all-time highs. If we reverse back down and we break this anchored VWAP, then it's time to go. So I just want to see this participate in some sort of OpenAI hype cycle, and then I'll stay involved. But that blue line right there, the AVWAP IPO, that's my line in the sand.
That makes sense. I do have one more question for you, Michael, if you don't mind.
Sure.
From the audience, from Famita in the chat, asking about a couple different tickers, but I want to focus on one in particular that made a great move into the close, Opendoor. What are your thoughts on the technicals here? I know this one is a little different given the meme excitement.
Do I own every stock, because I feel like I'm just saying this every time, is I own some Opendoor as well. And the reason I own some Opendoor, and I am out of a large majority of this position now. I bought a little bit on this second leg higher around $3 or $4. And the main reason behind this is that this below chart, this black line, is the short float of Opendoor. And there's two parts to short float that are interesting to me. One is, how much are they short, right? What's the percentage overall that the company is shorted? In this case, it's 27%. So say 30% is short. The other side of this is, where are they short, right? Because I'm sorry to pick on AMC again, but I always use AMC for an example that it may be heavily shorted, but the stock's down 99.9%. So those shorts are not worried in any way, shape, or form. They're doing absolutely fine. The stock could quadruple from here and they would still be making money. So to have shorts in pain, you need those two things. You need them to be heavily shorted and underwater. And if you see where this chart really started to rise from about 10% to about 25, 30%, that happened all under $1. So we know that most people that are short this company are short under $1, and it's at $10 now. So they are down 1,000% on their short float. So I am sticking with this one. With the rest of my position, I got out most around the $10 area on this candle. But until I see this short float unwind, I'm not really too concerned with what the chart says, period. Although it looks nice, it's just basing up and near these highs after this move higher. But the way I look at that is, until these guys cover their shorts, there has to be some amount of buying. Means every dip, there's going to be somebody waiting there in order to buy. It's like that reverse of the OpenAI play, where there's not bag holders, there's whatever the reverse of bag holders there are holding up this particular stock. So yes, for this one, I need to see that short float unwind before I'm at all interested in selling. The one caveat being that it will always be late. So the short float reports every 2 weeks, and it's a lagging 2 weeks. So by the time I know that they covered, by the time any of us know that they covered, they're already gone, and they've been out for a while now. But pay attention to that short float. Look for that to unwind. I think that'll be your first clue to, it's no longer a short squeeze play. Now it's just whether or not you like the fundamentals and whether or not the trend continues.
Yeah, very cool chart and way to look at this type of stock. Thank you so much for being here with us. Michael Noss, CMT over at Stats Edge. Thank you again for being here, and make sure to check out Stats Edge. Have a good night, Michael. Thanks.
Thanks for having me. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. So that is our Trader Talk segment. I don't have a fun button like Sean, so no fancy outro, but we do have a couple things more to talk about. Let's talk about AppLovin, because a couple pieces of news transpired. Well, we were lucky enough to get to talk to Michael Noss there and get some of his thoughts on these tickers. AppLovin, APP, actually releasing a statement a year after, again, these reports from Bloomberg suggesting that SEC is investigating them. They said that generally they don't actually comment on the existence or non-existence of any potential regulatory matters, so already pretty squirrely. But then they say, as a global public company, we regularly engage with regulators, and if we get inquiries, we address them in the ordinary course. Material developments, if any, would be disclosed through the appropriate public channels. So that is basically a non-answer, is what that is. But either way, I want to let you guys know AppLovin did sort of address these allegations, again, from Bloomberg, that they're facing a probe with regards to how they collect data from the SEC. Let's talk here about AEHR, because they did get earnings. As I mentioned, the AEHR report, it did look like they had a year-over-year decline for both revenue and for sales. But even with that, they actually beat on both metrics. Q1 earnings, or at the very least in line here for earnings per share, $1. As I mentioned, the non-adjusted, it was a loss. But I guess adjusted here, they are in line. Sales were a beat, $10.969 million versus $10.775 million. But that did mark a year-over-year decline for the company. STZ, not sure if this is going to be, so STZ is a NYSE name. I'll pull that up over here for STZ, Constellation Brands. We got those numbers as well. And look at that little climb here for STZ. Now, why? Because they actually posted a double beat. I went over these numbers earlier, but I'll put them up on the screen so you guys can see them. EPS and sales beat, both fairly hefty here for STZ. Now, they did affirm their fiscal 2026 EPS guidance. Midpoint was slightly below estimates, but they lowered their GAAP EPS guidance for the fiscal year, and that GAAP EPS guidance well below estimates. So pretty mixed guidance, but solid report for STZ. Guys, only 2 minutes left until we end this show. I do want to mention one other ticker here that had some news that came out post-market, and it's going to be XOM, or ExxonMobil. We know that Occidental was on watch last week with some news with Warren Buffett and Berkshire. We know CVX was in news last week, unfortunately, with the refinery fire. Well, now we have some news here on Occidental. Sorry, not Occidental, XOM here. That is our friend ExxonMobil, and apparently they have their Q3 outlook. They're expecting the impact here from gas prices to be either $200 million loss to a $200 million gain. So that, I guess, pretty mixed guidance, sending the stock for a little bit of a tumble post-market, though, again, nothing severe, if anything, slightly lower than where we closed. But speaking of closing, we do have to eventually, unfortunately, have the show come to an end at some point. So we are going to bid you all adieu, and you guys know how we do that over here at Trader TV Live. We do something called the roll call. So get in that chat, and I will name you all. I will thank everybody for being here. I do want to say a big thank you to I'm Charlie Kirk in the chat. Thank you very much for that big super chat and for your support for the show, because we sincerely appreciate it. Thank you to Finch Jane, Evan Flow Portfolio, Others Inc., Andrew Chow, Joseph Brown, Hellsgate, Conway, LJ, Lass, Sean, Speedygate 747. We've got Jacques Demorier, Terran Line Tycoon Fundamental, Girl Trader, Ichiro, Ozan, Harpreet, Silverado Blue, Ed George, Low Family, Badco, Meraki's, 246. We've got Mike Lowry, NYC Urbanese, Silverado Blue, Finch Jane, Boston Frank Howard, Jai Singh, Donkey Trader, A Day in the Life, RB, Ronnie R, Wicked Junkie Trades, and we'll end here with Swizzler Sniper. Thank you all for being here every single day, and thank you also to our awesome team production. We've got Ramin, Fabian, Andre, we have Brendan, we have Sharif, we've got Joe, we have Obi and Sean today on the main show. We'll get Neil getting back in tomorrow, and thank you everyone for being here every single day. And guess what? We'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. Don't be late. See you then, guys. Peace out.